Chapter 18, Reason and Whimsy. When you take action, is it part of some greater scheme, or is it just a spur-of-the-moment decision performed with little forethought? LLL. Maybe after this mission, I'll? Yamanaka Ino let that thought trail off as she refocused her attention to the task at hand. Extracting information could be a very delicate procedure, depending on the mental wards the target possessed, and so the concentration required to do so varied with the individual. Fortunately, none of the Otonin whose memories she was rooting through had any strong blockades. Orochimaru seemed to prefer training his foot soldiers in quantity rather than quality, but what she was seeking was so specific that she was afraid she might miss it as she was filtering through the information. Next, she thought, moving on to the last sound shinobi and trying to keep her mind on the mission. Still, it was far past the time when she should have done something. Hell, she'd been more active in pursuing Sasuke as a preteen than she had with Naruto over the almost 4 years they'd been friends. Not that that had ever yielded any results. Ino couldn't say for sure when it had happened, just that it had. At some point since Naruto had become a member of Team 10, the blonde had slowly become more dear to her, and not in the protective way she felt concern for Shikamaru and Choji, but as a gradual creep of more than friendly intrigue. She'd become enamored with him, a fact that had become glaringly more apparent upon learning of Tenten's involvement in his life. Her past rivalry with Sakura had given her enough perspective and candor to understand the bitter feeling of jealousy welling in her breast. If she'd been younger, when she'd been younger, she might have acted impulsively on her feelings. But with age came experience, and if there was one thing she'd learned about Naruto over the years, it was that his dislike for Sasuke hadn't ebbed since their days in the academy. In fact, as the two blondes had become friends and the younger one had dealt with Ino's infatuation with the Uchiha, Naruto had only seemed to grow more incensed with his former teammate. His dislike seemed weird, since Naruto's personality had slowly shifted to reflect the Uchiha's aloof studiousness, but Ino supposed that people were blindest to their own faults. If it wasn't for the idea that her teammate seemed to be disinterested in the fairer sex, Ino might have thought that his frustration with Sasuke stemmed from her own interest in the dark-haired boy, especially since Naruto now possessed many of the attractive qualities she'd originally seen, or wanted to see, in the Uchiha. Fortunately, years of working with the blonde had dissuaded her from the notion that he'd changed himself to try and get her attention. If that had been the reason, Naruto would have taken advantage of the subtle hints she'd been dropping recently. Still, it would have been a solid strategy to get her attention, and Ino was hard-pressed to deny that the similarities between the two weren't at least partially at play for her interest in her teammate. She wasn't still naive enough to believe that she loved him, like she had with Sasuke, at least not yet. But Ino also admired her teammate's drive, his ingenuity. She would have never thought anyone but a Nara could take over Shikamaru's spot on Team 10, but he'd done it, the way they could bounce off each other, stubbornness and gardening and all. 3 Senbon flew past her field vision and buried themselves around the heart of a suddenly awake Otonin. A flash of forest green and yellow found Naruto burying one of his hunting knives in the stunned shinobi's ribcage. He craned his neck in her direction and offered her an embarrassed look. Whoops. Guess this guy had some resistance. His companion rolled her eyes. Great. Hey, it happens. His features relaxed into something resembling concern. You okay? Ino nodded, returning her attention to the Otonin whose memories she was scanning and trying to ignore the way her heart seemed to beat extra loudly. The blonde's intervention had saved her life, not for the first time, and she wasn't sure if the pounding in her breast was from the neutralized threat or the male beside her. Yeah, he didn't touch me. Didn't even get close, thanks to you. Thanks. From her periphery, she caught Naruto bob his head once before moving along to each of the down-sound shinobi and checking them for any further surprises. Ino let out a soft sigh and returned to her work. Then there were the moments like that, where Naruto looked out for her and protected her, but didn't say anything about it, not like her other teammates would. Shikamaru typically complained about intervening on her behalf, or watching over her body while she was using the Shintenshin, though nowadays it was probably more out of habit or because he had to do work rather than because of her. Choji was the opposite, chivalrous in a guileless sort of way with how he watched out for her. Naruto did none of that. He simply did what he felt he had to do, and barely made a comment if it inconvenienced him, like some sort of stoic white knight. For a long time, she'd suspected that he did it to settle the score of all the moments when she'd bandaged him up after a fight, but he typically preferred teasing her about some personal thing to lording his savior status over her head. She wasn't stupid enough to think that part of why he did it wasn't connected to the missions they ran, but some part of her hoped, really, that it was also because they had a bond he didn't want to lose. Ino didn't know of any other guys, aside from her father, who were as interested in flowers and plants as Naruto was, or who could tolerate the foolhardiness and flightiness of her younger self and come through the other side of puberty as close friends, and those qualities were endearing. Neither of them were the preteens of their academy days, and through their growth, they'd both changed to mesh with each other. And yet, despite all the positives, Ino knew that Naruto was hiding some inner darkness that she wasn't privy to. It made him reclusive, withdrawn, careful with what he said or did, nothing like the loud, attention-seeking child of their youth. She hadn't missed the way his smiles always seemed forced when it came to Yamanaka Flower's customers, or his distinct shortage of friends, and the way his personality had slowly morphed to reflect some manner of Sasuke's was unusual. There were ways of finding out, of course, especially as a Yamanaka, but she'd broken their bond once, back when she'd ignored him at their first Chunin exams. She wouldn't do it again by using her clan abilities to suss out his secret. Her only hope was that he would choose to confide whatever he was hiding in her, and perhaps they could work through it together. Wait. Got something. Good. Ino looked up to find him standing over her, the knives in his hand dripping with blood. All around them, the throats of the sound shinobi had been slit, leaving rivulets of red running out onto the floor of the crude hideout. She backed away as he knelt and did the same to her victim. When he stood again and faced her, his blue eyes were emotionless. Let's blow this place. She followed him as they left and took off for the surrounding trees, the last look of apathy in his eyes making her even more curious as what he was keeping secret. It was cliché, but Ino hoped that she could heal the heaviness in his heart before he truly did become like Sasuke, the boy who ignored everyone and stayed ardently away from those who cared about him, even if that only applied to Sakura. The platinum blonde steeled her resolve. When we get back, I'll do it when we get back. LLL. Odo is trying to expand into the land of hot water. Jiraiya cupped his chin in thought. You're sure about this? Ino shrugged. As sure as I can be, Hokage-sama. It seems like Odo has been sending small squads of shinobi there for some reason. It would explain why there have been sightings of Odonin close to the border recently. There's supposed to be some sort of shipment between Odo and you in the next week or so. The Toad Sannin waved off the somewhat apologetic lilt of her report. It's fine. I don't expect Orochimaru would have trusted that much info to his underlings. You did a fine job, Ino-chan. You, too, kid, he added, sparing a glance at Naruto. Was that everything you found out? Yes, Hokage-sama. All right, you're free to go. Both blondes bowed to the older man before departing his office, heading down the steps in amicable silence. Naruto blinked in the bright sunlight that struck his eyes upon exiting the Hokage Tower, raising a hand to shield them from the rays. They walked in silence for several minutes until they found a shady part of town. Naruto dropped his hand from his forehead and commented, well, that whole thing was easier than I thought. Ino rolled her eyes. Yeah, if you consider singling out the leader of a squad of Odonin, searching for any clue as to something suspicious related to Odo, which, by the way, is everything, and not dying in the process easy, then sure, piece of cake. You don't? It got hectic after the third time. Hey, we survived, didn't we? Barely, Ino muttered. Louder, but tone sincere, she continued, but thanks, for watching my back. It's what I'm here for, you know, when Shikamaru's not busy diplomating with Suno or... Diplomating? Yeah, or whatever he calls what he does with that blonde chick. You do realize that diplomating isn't a word, right? He's either being a diplomat or practicing diplomacy, not diplomating. Naruto waved off her correction with a careless gesture. Whatever, you know what I meant. I know that you're an idiot, Ino shot back without heat, and that this is totally beside the point. Look, I just wanted to say thanks. She hesitated briefly before continuing on, a softer expression overtaking her features. Do you want to go out sometime? You don't owe me anything. No, not for that. Naruto paused in his path, turning around to better examine his companion. Ino wasn't looking directly at him, a shy, almost tentative expression hovering in her averted, baby blue eyes. He was reminded distinctly of the moment she'd stood in his newly decorated apartment and hugged him, relief and a sentimentality he hadn't been able to define in those same eyes. As a date, she continued, some of her usual confidence returning, one pair of blue eyes finding another. Will you go on a date with me? Naruto blinked, momentarily thunderstruck at the notion. In his younger years, he might have jumped at the opportunity to go on a date with someone as attractive as Ino, although he probably would have been more excited if said someone was Sakura. Now, he had no idea how to respond. The notion seemed so foreign that he was flabbergasted it had even been posed. Fortunately, he was saved from having to reply by the sudden appearance of an ANBU operative. Both blondes started at the shinobi's arrival. Uzumaki-san, Hokage-sama requests your presence. Again? Whatever. He spared Ino a hesitant glance. We'll talk later? Sounds good, later, he blurted, activating a shunshin and disappearing from view. The body flicker deposited him outside the Hokage's office, and Naruto took a moment to breathe a silent sigh of relief. He hadn't had an answer for Ino because he hadn't really expected such a scenario to arise. His blonde friend was vocal about her feelings, or at least had been when the target of her affections had been Sasuke, and the idea that anyone could want to go out with him when all his actions were guided by selfishness was ludicrous. Naruto wasn't even sure he had the emotional capacity to partake in something as involved as dating, but he didn't want to give an answer before he could consider the proposition in full, nor did he want to hurt Ino's feelings by responding carelessly. Shaking any thought of his fellow blonde from his mind, he opened the wooden doors and stepped into Jiraiya's office, sarcasm already rolling off his lips. What, you couldn't remembered this when I was here? Oh, he paused, noting Tenten's presence, what are you doing here? Jiraiya cleared his throat, eyebrows furrowed in mild annoyance. I have a mission for the two of you. And no, I couldn't have told you earlier as I was trying to decide what the best course of action was. And you settled on us? I'm flattered, Jiraiya-sensei. So quickly, too. This is no joke, Naruto, warned the white-haired man, and the blonde quickly wizened up, realizing the severity of the situation. This is a follow-up to the intel you and Ino just brought back, and as we're dealing with Orochimaru and Oto, is highly dangerous. The Sannin sighed. You two will go to the land of hot water as a newlywed couple and try to learn anything you can about whatever is going on there. Naruto immediately balked at the idea. Jiraiya-sensei, I don't really think that I'm the best person for this type of mission. He just barely escaped the awkwardness of Ino's proposition, now he had to act like Tenten's husband? Where did he even start? No, it has to be you two. Why us? If this mission really is as dangerous as you say, shouldn't A and BU be doing it? Blue eyes darted over to Tenten, silently grateful for the support. Jiraiya sighed again, running a hand through his messy white hair. You're right, he admitted finally. I would prefer to use A and BU, but I don't feel like they're the best choice in this scenario. For one thing, the members of A and BU are typically older than you are, and one of the things I've learned in my life is that people underestimate the young. You'll be much less suspicious than any A and BU operatives I would send in your place, and not just because of that. Due to their assignments, A and BU agents have been trained to be less emotionally available, let's say, than shinobi in the normal forces like yourselves, and for undercover missions like this, I need people who can pretend to be civilians, which I think you'll be able to pull off better than them. He hesitated briefly before continuing, also, it's my intention to block your chakra so that you can avoid the detection of any sensors in the area. Both teenagers blanched at that. Naruto reacted first. But without our chakra, we'll be sitting ducks. I'm aware, Jiraiya stated seriously, and I wouldn't task you, either of you, with this assignment if I didn't think you were capable of handling it. There are reasons I chose you too, not the least of which is that you're both Tokubetsu Jonin in fields that typically don't need chakra to excel in. I would have liked to have your teammate Lee be your partner on this, since he's a talented taijutsu specialist, he added, nodding to Tenten, but given his exuberance, I didn't think an undercover mission like this would really fit him. The brunette gave a wry half-grin. Probably not. Jiraiya nodded and continued, you also work together frequently enough that your relationship should be easy enough to fake without arousing suspicion, which obviously reduces the risk of getting caught. He paused briefly to allow them time to digest his reasoning, then, in a more sober voice, stated, you can refuse the mission if you so desire, this is highly dangerous, and I would understand your hesitation, but you should know that I consider you two the most qualified to carry it out. We'll do it, right, Naruto? The blonde bit down on his instinctual protest and, after a moment, nodded, albeit reluctantly. Jiraiya returned the gesture, expression solemn. Very well. Tenten, if you'll come here, I need to apply the seal. It needs a bit of room to apply, so if you could, he coughed here, as if to disguise some hidden agenda in his voice, lift your shirt please, yes, that's fine. Naruto turned away when his friend lifted her shirt to her sternum, revealing her back to the Sannin. The idea of going on a mission where he had no chakra, practically a requirement in his field of work, was not even remotely enticing, his, and Tenten's, skill with chakraless combat aside, especially since the assignment itself had little to no substantial background info. Beyond that, the basis of the mission was far out of his comfort zone. He was okay with the subterfuge required for undercover jobs, but under the guise of a loving husband-wife couple? He wasn't sure he could pull that off, even with his fake spouse being Tenten, someone with whom he was comfortable around. The alternative, however, almost seemed worse, and the idea of trying to come up with an answer to Ino's question that wouldn't spark her temper or alter their status quo was daunting. He needed time to think, time to figure out what the correct path was, and avoidance certainly seemed like a good, temporary strategy. Besides, the successful completion of such a difficult mission would look excellent in his personnel file, and would surely help shorten the timetable he was looking at to reach Jonin. His promotion to Tokubetsu Jonin, a position reserved for those who displayed exemplary skills in specific fields of expertise, had come as a pleasant surprise. With his endgame in sight, he was inspired to push harder and faster towards his goal, even if that path involved a little risk. "All right, kid, your turn." Naruto turned and exchanged positions with the reclothed Tenten, shedding the forest green tunic he'd changed into following his last growth spurt. Lifting up the fishnet beneath, he turned around and gave his sometimes teacher access to his bare back. The man's large palm came to rest at the center of his spine after a number of seconds, and then Naruto felt a great emptiness in his body, as if something had left in a great whoosh of air. He dropped his shirt and threw his tunic back on as Jiraiya explained, "The seal basically works like the Hyuga's Jukin. Your chakra's still there, it's just been blocked in certain places to prevent you from accessing it, and thus censors from finding you. You leave in 3 hours, which should give you enough time to change your looks and come up with a backstory. I wish you luck." Both shinobi bowed to him and then left. Naruto remained contemplative on the way outside, musing over his new set of circumstances. There didn't seem to be any noticeable physical changes as he moved, but just knowing that his body had no way to access his chakra was disturbing. If they got in trouble while on the mission, he had no way of utilizing the Shinra Bansho for escape, or the Dokujiri for protection, or any of his wind techniques, just his Bukijutsu prowess and whatever poisons he could carry on his person. And since they were supposed to be civilians, it probably wouldn't be all that much. The thought of not having any of his normal contingencies scared him, but when he turned to ask Tenten what her plan for protection was, she was already looking at him with a thoughtful furrow on her brows. Losing track of his original question, he instead asked, "What?" "Kiss me," came the reply. Naruto stared at her for a moment, expression blank, before finding his tongue again. "What?" Her hand latched around his bicep and she forcibly dragged him into a nearby alley. "Kiss me," she repeated. "Why?" "For the mission, obviously. You have about as much interest in dating as Niji does, which is none, by the way, which means that you're completely inexperienced with faking a relationship. That's why you thought you weren't a good choice, right?" "Oh, and you're an expert?" the blonde snapped. She shrugged. "Kunoichi classes. Those things you take when you're, like, 9? Tenten rolled her eyes. "Yeah, but you take them again when you're about 15 or 16 as the missions you become eligible for broaden." When Naruto didn't have a response to that, nor seem any more inclined to acquiesce to the brunette's original request, she heaved a long-suffering sigh of, "Oh, for heaven's sake," grabbed him by the shoulders, and brought their lips together. Blue eyes went wide with surprise and all his thoughts jarred to a halt. For a moment, he experienced nothing but nervous disquiet. Then his brain function returned, and the blonde was left with trying to remember what to do from movies he'd seen and manga he'd read. By the time he thought he had something, his companion was pulling away. His lips felt strange, tingling with an unknown energy. "You need practice," Tenten informed him. "Practice? And we need supplies," she continued, ignoring his murmur. "Come on, there's a clothing store nearby where we can get what we need." With that, she took off down the alley and into the busy street. Naruto followed her at a much more sedate pace. "Practice," he repeated unsurely, his thoughts all jumbled together. Maybe he would have been better off facing Ino than taking this mission after all. LLL. 5 days later, the pair of disguised Konohanin disembarked from their caravan at Yugakure. The slow journey through the forest and then into the flat expanse of the land of hot water had only served to remind Naruto of his own powerlessness on the mission, that he and his faux spouse had to travel by civilian means rather than the faster method of tree jumping/running. Tenten had been forced to remind him to keep a cheerful air during the ride, lest they arouse the suspicion of any of their traveling companions. Not that the blonde thought that was likely, especially given the extent of their disguises, but he could appreciate the air of caution. His wild, yellow mess of hair had been buzzed to an inch and then dyed a light brown. The whisker-like markings on his cheeks were hidden by makeup, expertly applied by his partner. Tenten's chocolate locks were out of their normal buns and pleated in a neat braid that nearly reached her waist. Both were clothed in clean but simple garments of brown cotton, long-sleeved shirts and pants meant to inconspicuously conceal whatever weapons they deemed necessary and capable of hiding. For his own part, the blonde had managed to strap his pair of long sanbon to his forearms, with a package of smaller needles held in place by his belt, In the rucksack on his back were handfuls of poison pellets made to look like medicine stuffed in glass jars. It wasn't enough, in his opinion. Granted, they weren't expecting to see combat, but Naruto felt more naked than ever with the mediocre protection he had. And they were relying on his acting skills to get through this mission? He wanted to scoff at his own foolhardiness. Then again, he'd managed to convince the people close to him in Konoha of a myriad of different things over the years since Zetsu's influence had taken hold of him. He was definitely a better actor than he gave himself credit for, lack of experience in the field of romance notwithstanding. Besides, with Tenten's guidance he'd managed to survive the caravan trip, and even adapted a little more to his role of newlywed husband. Maybe there was hope for this mission after all. His partner tugged gently on his arm. "Ah, Hiro-kun, let's go find a place to stay. I want to see the spas Yugakure is so famous for." Naruto quirked his lips into what he hoped was an endearing smile and entwined their fingers together. "Sure thing, Kisa-chan. Why don't you lead the way?" Tenten graced him with a smile that he felt was far more believable than anything he could muster. "Okay." They meandered through the streets, both looking around at the sights but keeping weathered eyes and ears open for any sign of suspicious activity. The village hidden in hot water was a former ninja town turned tourist attraction, and for the first time since receiving the mission, Naruto felt that their civilian disguises were actually worthwhile. After stopping for lunch at an udon bar, the pair found an inn to stay at and drop off their packs. Tenten's made a muffled clattering noise as it hit the floor, but Naruto didn't say anything, merely raising an eyebrow at his partner. As they continued their exploration of the town, Naruto felt the tension in his body begin to ebb away. The weather was nice, his partner and fake spouse was someone he knew well and got along with, and no one was jumping them for being suspicious. For the first time in years, the Jinchuriki felt like a normal human, and not some unsocial, single-minded pariah with a mad scientist's experiment gone wrong for a mentor. He'd noticed it during the caravan ride, too, a strange calm that seemed to ease the tenseness of his mind and body in short bursts as he and Tenten had adapted to their roles. It was like she knew his fears and apprehension and could soothe them with her mere presence, a concept both terrifying and exhilarating. This time, when he smiled at the girl by his side, it was with a gentle tug of his cheeks, and Tenten, someone who was rough and tumble and tomboyish, whispered softly to him, "You should smile more often, Hiro-kun. It's nice." He squeezed her hand in response and, for the first time in 6 days, thought that it might not be such a bad thing to agree to Ino's proposition. When evening rolled around, Naruto found himself relaxing in one of the inn's multiple spas, head lolling back against the smooth rock ringing the pool's circumference. Back in Konoha, he typically avoided the hot springs due to the number of people that were there, which was certainly a part of why he'd felt so uncomfortable in the cramped caravan, but here the spas were built for only a few people in order to aid in quiet relaxation, and no one else was around, allowing him to soak in the rejuvenating waters in peace. If this was what life without responsibility was like, Naruto could definitely see the appeal. Sadly, he had a duty to perform while in Yugakure, and it wasn't going well. The people of the hidden hot water village appeared relatively pleasant and easygoing, and there weren't any areas that screamed villainous hideout for someone of Orochimaru's renown either. Not that he'd expected the mission to be that easy or straightforward, but he'd certainly hoped for more of a clue than they'd found thus far. The groups of otonin that he and Ino had found certainly hadn't bothered operating with much discretion. There was the hushed slide of the shoji door and the slightest slap of bare feet on wet stone. Naruto opened his eyes and felt a strange mixture of tension and relief at the sight of Tenten, a towel covering her from armpit to knee, walking towards him. "What are you?" he began, but the brunette put a finger to her lips, and he snapped his mouth shut. "Thanks for grabbing a spa, Hiro-kun. How's the water?" "Nice," he managed, acutely aware of only the towel wrapped around his waist. Tenten slipped into the spot beside him, letting out a content sigh as she did so. Their shoulders were touching, and Naruto got the distinct impression that his friend was being coy, even though she'd never acted like that in all the time they'd known each other. "Mission," he told himself, "it's just the mission." "I was talking to the manager," she mentioned after several minutes. "He said that we shouldn't go out at night if we can help it. Remember how we saw everyone go inside around sunset?" The blonde nodded. Mothers had hurried their children indoors, and shops and restaurants had been closed and barred as the last of the daylight had faded to evening. Both Leaf Shinobi had found the behavior strange, but hadn't questioned it. "They've been having problems with kidnapping recently," Tenten continued. "At first it was just children, but when they started employing a curfew, adults began to disappear, too. Why haven't they hired any shinobi to figure out what's going on? The few that they have all disappeared. Dead?" he wondered, cocking his head slightly at his partner. Tenten shrugged, but her face said that it was the likely conclusion. That's terrible, he said aloud, keeping their cover. Lifting an arm and placing it across the brunette's shoulders, he pulled her a little more into his side and added, "We'll have to be careful then." What am I doing? It wasn't even a question of how to act on the mission anymore, though it was weird that gesture had seemed so natural. It was a matter of personal comfort. Naruto wasn't big on physical closeness, finding it a hindrance to his mobility or a threat to his person, but here he was, inviting someone close to him more on instinct than conscious forethought. He was as defenseless as he could be, chakra sealed off, no weapons, essentially naked, and yet, he drew some small measure of comfort from having Tenten next to him. She was looking at him with wide brown eyes, and when she moved to kiss him, he didn't resist. Whether that was a sign of his acceptance of the mission or something else, he didn't know, but Tenten's lips were gentle against his, a far cry from the rough, fed-up way she'd practiced with him in the alley. For the mission, he told himself again, but he sounded a little unsure even to his own mind. LLL. Over the course of the next several days, Naruto and Tenten spent their time exploring the village, whether by walking openly through it or clandestinely searching for any hint as to the supposed forces from sound. The blonde was beginning to wonder if the intelligence he and Ino had found was right, vague as it had been. They were also running out of time. A civilian couple could only stay in town for so long before arousing some manner of suspicion, or at least curiosity as to the prolonged getaway, and the window Ino had quoted was quickly coming to a close. The kidnapping problem would have to be brought to Jiraiya's attention, but it wasn't enough of a lead, nor was there any guarantee it was connected to their original mission parameters. It wasn't until the evening of their fourth night that they made progress. They were just getting settled in their room when a muted sound of revelry came from outside. Naruto peered through the window to spy a man who'd entered Yugakure earlier that day stumble down the street, clearly drunk. Aside from him, the place was deserted. He watched the man amble away into the darkness, and just when he was almost out of sight, there was a flicker of movement across the path, and he was gone. "Shinobi. Grab your stuff," he whispered to Tenten. Within 5 minutes, they'd made it to the point where the man had disappeared, armed with what weapons they had and cloaked in the shadows. For a brief moment, Naruto wished that Ino was there to make tracking their target easier, or that he had access to his chakra, so he could use the green sight technique with any underground plants, but he shook off that thought and resigned himself to doing things the old-fashioned way. There was little point in wishing for what couldn't be. They followed a trail of vomited alcohol, dusty footprints, and disturbed gravel to a burned-out, multi-story building on the eastern edge of town. It looked like it had been opulent long ago, but jagged marks scored the facade, and there were splashes of spilled blood painting the edges of the door and windowless frames. The small house next door was a broken shell of charred timber, and likely the cause of the fire that damaged their target home. With no ability to access the roof from that, Naruto gestured to Tenten that they should sneak in via a missing window. He let out a quiet noise of disgust as a cobweb got tangled in his face and hair, glancing around at the darkened interior. It was just as dirty on the inside as it appeared on the outside. Naruto wondered how long the building had been abandoned as they swept quietly through it, looking for any sign of the missing foreigner. Tenten tapped his shoulder, and when his attention turned towards her, she pointed at a patch of floor that seemed to have accumulated less dust than its surroundings. He nodded, and they crept over to examine it, Naruto subtly checking for his Senbon in the process. Well, looks like you two players found our secret level." Both Leaf Shinobi whirled on the spot, looking around for the owner of the voice. Naruto found him first, crouched in the rafters almost 15 feet overhead. He appeared to have thick, bushy hair tied in a style reminiscent of Shikamaru, and, more noticeably, 6 arms spread out wide in a gesture of welcome. "Welcome to my parlor," said the spider to the fly, he continued. "You guys seem pretty low-level to have found this place, though I'll admit that if it wasn't for my spiderwebs, I probably wouldn't have found you. You don't really seem to have any chakra." The cobweb on the window, Naruto realized. It seemed like their opponent was, at least in some respect, a sensor type, using spider-like abilities to detect his prey. That somewhat explained the extra arms. Tenten latched onto his arm. "Hiro-kun, we should leave." She wanted to play the beguiling civilian. Naruto was fine with that if it let them avoid combat. "Why yeah. Coming to explore this place was a bad idea." The multi-armed male chuckled. "Oh ho, you think you can just leave? Orochimaru-sama said that we should expect Konohanin, but since you guys stumbled in here, you can join the others we've taken." It was a human trafficking ring, Naruto concluded, all the dots connecting together. Orochimaru had his henchmen kidnapping people, first children, then adults and tourists, from the hidden hot water village to use in his experiments. And he'd even expected interference from Konoha, likely a result of his loss of forces during the mission with Ino. A hand latched onto his left forearm, beside him. Ten jumped slightly as another grabbed her right. You wanted to see what was down there so badly, mocked a new voice in their ears. Now you can find out. No point in keeping cover anymore. Naruto subtly lobbed the pellet he'd palmed in his right hand behind him. Thick black smoke erupted around them, eliciting a surprised cough from their captor. Both shinobi wrenched themselves free from the man's loosened grip, Naruto unclasping his twin Sanban from their braces. There was the sound of metal clinking, then the hard sound of two solid objects connecting. Ten emerged from the smoke with a 3-foot bois staff. Where has she been keeping that? The blonde wondered, collapsible or not, that had to have been difficult to hide, clutched in her hands. One down. The ninja in the rafters laughed. Oh man, they got you good, Sakan. There was a groan from within the dissipating smoke, then a figure with blue-gray hair rose from the floor, one hand rubbing the back of his. Is that a second head? Naruto thought in disbelief. Shut up, Kidamaru, he snapped. They got Sakan, but we can still take out these two without his help. None of your usual fooling around either, he ordered, dark marks crawling across his body and solidifying into a demonic visage with red skin. Civilians or Konohanin, they hurt my brother. Whatever you say, Yukon, Kidamaru agreed with amusement. Naruto took their moment of distraction to toss a handful of Sanban at the multi-armed man. A handful of tink sounds rang out, followed by the clatter of metal falling to the floor. You'll need a stronger weapon than that, Kidamaru advised. My Nenkin no Yoroi can withstand anything you throw at me. Naruto scowled. Ten was more of a melee fighter, so it was more up to him to defeat the spider-like shinobi, and with his needles ineffectual and his gaseous poisons unaided by any wind techniques, he wasn't sure he actually had a way to do so. It was for this exact reason he hadn't wanted to embark on a mission without chakra in the first place. You know, I think I saw these guys come into town a couple days ago. Yeah, we were gonna try to get M, but they kept going inside at night, remember? Never would have guessed they were Konohanin. Well, at least the seal worked, Naruto thought morbidly. Small consolation. Yukon apparently agreed. Who cares, he snarled at his partner. From his periphery, Naruto could see his arms blurring in speedy punches that Ten was barely managing to deflect in time with her staff. Take out this stupid bitch already, she's pissing me off. Tag in. Kidamaru chimed happily, vomiting a golden substance into his hands that hardened into spiky projectiles. Before he could do anything, Naruto unleashed a slew of smoke balls, obscuring the sound shinobi's view of the battlefield. Racing over to Ten, he muttered to her, move, and then blocked Yukon's blind series of strikes as best he could. He took a hard blow to the shoulder in order to scratch the poisoned end of his Sanban across Yukon's chest, but his reddish skin was tough, almost like armor, and the needle didn't draw blood. Stuck with only the limited supply of pellets he had left, he slammed two into the ground, filling the thinning haze with toxic green gas. With Ten out of the way, and his own immunity to his poisons, he didn't have to worry about collateral damage. That won't work on me anymore, came a voice from right beside his ear. Naruto's head snapped around to look at his right shoulder, where the demonic visage of Yukon was sprouting. In this form, I can merge with anyone I'm touching. Now, give me an antidote for that poison you just used on my brother, or I'll destroy your body on a cellular level. The blonde swung his opposite arm around to stab the Odonin in the eye with his Sanban, but Yukon grabbed the limb before it could get close. Try again, the red-skinned male taunted, and then blinding pain erupted somewhere in the area of the leaf shinobi's liver. Naruto had an instant to think that he was well and truly screwed, his normal contingencies lost with his locked chakra, before a new presence made itself known. Unlike the first two, this one seemed to boom loudly in his head, a specter only he could hear. Stupid child, allowing yourself to be placed in such a vulnerable position. One seal and one pest is quite enough. Something inside him broke, whatever chakra-blocking seal Jiraiya had applied, the blonde guessed, and his body felt flooded with the strength and vitality he was used to, and then more. Yukon screamed as red-orange chakra formed a cloak over their shared body and then entered the Odonin. He disconnected his body from Naruto's, his skin changing colors once more, this time to a mottled purple, as he staggered over to the prone body of his brother. Naruto wasn't sure what was happening, but with chakra flowing through his body once more, he wasn't going to question it. Flipping through hand signs, he then threw a handful of Sanban in the brother's direction with a muttered, Futon, Sanban Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and then turned to see how Ten was faring. The innumerable wind-tipped needles would take care of Sakan and Yukon, armored skin or not. His brown-haired teammate was surviving, but barely. She'd broken the bois staff into its 3 segments to better fend off the rain of spiders that were falling from the largest arachnid he'd ever seen, as well as trying to avoid the deadly projectiles being tossed at her. If it wasn't for the fact that she frequently dealt with plucking weapons out midair and expertly tracking her own with well-trained eyes, Naruto was sure she'd likely be dead already. 3 shadow clones popped into existence at his side, one disappearing through the floor with the attack prevention technique as he and the other 2 performed the same series of hand signs. "Futon, Kaze no Kabe," he shouted, a strange aggression in his voice. Air blasted out from the hands of all 3 blondes just as the 4th clone grabbed Tenten's ankles and dragged her underground. Spiders and web flew towards the back wall in the blustery buffet, impacting it and causing it to collapse with a creak of splintering wood. Kidamaru, the rafters he had found perch in now unsupported, was blown away with his summons, tumbling outside amidst the zephyr. With nowhere for the spider-like shinobi to perch up high, and Naruto's chakra restored, the blonde was confident in his victory. "Heh, looks like you found a power-up after all," commented the Odonin, his skin darkening and hair turning a dusty shade of gray, "but it won't be enough." He threw the golden projectiles at the blondes before him, then vomited out a golden bow and arrow, taking aim at the one Naruto who hadn't burst into smoke. 110% accuracy, game over. The arrow sped through the air too fast for the Jinchuriki to dodge. He took it through the heart, only to explode into smoke just like his brethren. Kidamaru's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Futon, Kuki no Sokubaku." Kidamaru tried to turn around at the voice behind him, but found all 6 of his arms and both legs pinned together, restricted by invisible chains. "You! Futon, Shinkukyu." Holding his hands to either side of the Odonin's face, Naruto encased the entire man's head in a swirling sphere of wind chakra. His armor may have been vaunted as impenetrable, and as much as the blonde wanted to test that claim, he knew it wasn't pragmatic to do so right then, but the spider-like shinobi still needed to breathe. The vacuum sphere technique would deprive him of that right while his air shackles kept him immobilized. Soon enough, the sound shinobi was asphyxiated. "Don't hate the player," Naruto offered the corpse, "hate the game." He activated the Shinra Bansho and melded through the earth until he reached the basement where he deposited Tenten after switching places with his clone. Almost a dozen people had been locked up down there, all of whom were now freed from their bindings and staring at his brunette teammate with shock and gratitude. "What happened?" she asked him when he appeared. "They're dead." Tenten shook her head. "No, with you. Hokage-sama said the seal would prevent us from using chakra. Mine's still blocked, so how'd you get access to yours?" "Not sure." He had a strong hunch, but it wasn't something he really wanted to share. He would have to talk to Jiraiya upon their return. "Let's just be grateful I got it when I did. So," she continued, looking at the gathered victims, "I guess we should take these guys back to the village." Naruto sighed before creating 1 clone for each person. Scooping up Tenten into his own arms, his doppelgangers followed his example and then jumped to the now demolished first floor. "Don't get used to this," he advised the brunette, before running back towards the village proper. It took just under an hour to arrive back in Yugakure, drop everyone off, pack up, and leave. Naruto resigned himself to carrying Tenten on the journey back due to her decreased speed and stamina, courtesy of Jiraiya's seal. After a day and a half of mostly silent travel, they reached Konoha's great gates and went straight to the Hokage's office, reporting to a contemplative Sannin the entirety of their mission. The white-haired man thanked them for their service and, after unsealing Tenten, informed them they'd have the next couple of days off to recover. Before being shooed away, Naruto was also told to return later that day, when Jiraiya was less busy, to discuss the circumstances under which the chakra-blocking seal had failed. The blonde let out a deep breath of relief upon exiting the Hokage tower, glad to be back in his comfort zone. Between not having access to his chakra and the whole farce of his and Tenten's relationship, it was a wonder he hadn't had some sort of nervous breakdown over the course of the last 10 days. "So," he began, turning to face his friend, "what are you gonna do with your MMF?" Tenten was kissing him again, hard and fierce and nothing like what he'd grown used to on their mission. It fit her personality better, he noted, somewhere deep in the back of his mind, but it was strange, because there was no need to practice, no pretenses to keep, no logical reason for them to be connected in this fashion. When she pulled away, he stared blankly at her with curious blue eyes. "What was that for?" She shrugged, a pleased smile on her lips. "That was for me. Just felt like it." She took off jogging down the street, waving goodbye to him as she went. "I'll see you later, Naruto." He shook his head as she left, severely confused and in dire need of a way to sort out his feelings. Fortunately, he knew just how to deal with that. LLL. "Oi, Zetsu, I need to talk to you." He waited several seconds for a response, and when none came, impatiently added, "I know you're out there. I can sense you now, remember? I liked it better when he was a brainless moron." "Oh, don't say that, you'll hurt his feelings." Naruto-kun is still so sensitive. I'm not, he began in protest, but then closed his eyes and held up his hands in surrender. You know what? I don't care. And yet here you are? Relationships, the blonde stated loudly in an attempt to override his mentor. I've never been in one. Shocking, truly. And you think we have? Naruto frowned. Well, not now, obviously, but I thought, maybe when you were human? I feel like we should be offended, White Zetsu told his counterpart. Should we be offended? Yes. What a terrible thing to say, Naruto-kun. But I forgive you. I don't. And to answer your question, we were in the middle of a war, not much time for hugging and kissing. What is the point of this? The plant man's dark side interrupted testily. I just got back from a really weird mission, and it was just on my mind. His girlfriend probably proposed to him, or something equally stupid. Oh, congratulations, Naruto-kun. Did she make you change your hair? It looks kinda funny. Oh, can I bring a +1? Idiot, I'm your +1. But I want someone who'll dance with me. It doesn't matter, we're not going. Party pooper. She's not my girlfriend, she didn't propose, and this is all beside the point, the blonde shouted. I think he's upset, White Zetsu stage whispered to his other half. Naruto sighed. He was starting to miss the days when Zetsu would call him an idiot and then lecture him, rather than having to suffer through the plant man's strange back-and-forth nonsense. It seemed there was a price to be paid for growing older and wiser after all. Look, I was just looking for some advice, but if you're gonna be all, he flapped his hand at the former grass shinobi, then I'll just. Relationships are merely distractions, Black Zetsu told him seriously. The Jinchuriki shut his mouth and waited for his tutor to continue. Kunoichi are sent on seduction missions because the tactics they employ are effective. Men stop using their brains and start using their head. White Zetsu giggled. Yes. To swear fealty to another for the rest of your life is no different than serving the leader of a hidden village. The priority becomes their needs, not yours. Well, Naruto pondered, searching for the other side of the argument as he'd been taught, finding both his and Zetsu's lack of romantic entanglements inadequate for his tutor's usual, rely on your own experience, philosophy. What about you? I mean, he continued at the plant man's bewildered expression, you have each other, right? That's like a relationship. Black Zetsu snorted. Forced symbiosis is hardly a strong basis for a pro-relationship argument. If we could permanently live apart, we would, his lighter half added solemnly. If you could find someone who completes you as wholly as we do, then maybe it would work, but, no, shut up. Do not forget that false hope is the devil's plaything, he reminded the blonde. I do not believe you will find the answer you seek with us, so you should ask yourself this, does pursuing a relationship, the distaste of the word was clear in his voice, negatively impact your self-ascribed mission? Naruto lapsed into silent contemplation at that, turning the problem over from a different angle. The mission with Tenten had caused his perspective to shift from being unsure if he could function in a relationship to how to actually manage one. Somewhere along the way, he'd lost sight of his original hesitation, as if it was a foregone conclusion that he'd start one. I guess Zetsu was right when he said men stop using their brains. Because as he thought about it, the answer seemed an obvious, resounding yes. He sincerely doubted that Ino or Tenten would follow along with his goal, unless he was seriously misreading their characters, and so starting something that he couldn't finish was an ultimately pointless endeavor. The one trait Uzumaki Naruto had carried over from his younger days was his drive. If he sought to achieve something, he did it wholeheartedly, with no reins holding him back, whether it was the objective he'd set for himself or a, theoretical, relationship with one of the girls. His tenacity chasing Sakura in his youth was certainly telling enough to the latter point. He sighed to himself. When did he get so whimsy? Sex is fun, though. Naruto's higher brain function ground to a resounding halt. What? What? He spluttered aloud. Sex. White Zetsu chirped in far too chipper a voice. He had such a paltry education, it is likely he never learned about it. Oh, of course. Well, you see, Naruto-kun. No, he moaned mentally. No. When a man and a woman love each other very much, or are just seeking a cheap thrill, Black Zetsu interjected. Or two people of the same gender. Don't lie to the boy. Right, silly me. Well, when two people want to feel pleasure. No. This is not happening, he snapped at his mentor, pointing a finger at the renegade Kusanine. This conversation. He continued, flicking said finger between the two of them, and oh. He about-faced and began to march away, but a strangled yelp escaped his throat as a vine rose up and snared him about the chest, lashing his arms to his sides. Zetsu! Let me go, you freaky bastard! He tried to activate the attack prevention technique, but the plant man seemed to anticipate his action and raised him into the air, away from any substance he could meld into. The Nukanen's chakra, more connected to vegetation than his and coursing through the vine, prevented him from manipulating the flora to his whim. Hush now, Naruto-kun, I'm trying to educate you. You can ask questions later. I don't need an education, and I don't want to hear about your exploits. Where has this vine been? He practically shrieked. The forest, came White Zetsu's innocent reply. It was only the one time, Naruto-kun, and I was human when it happened. Naruto's body went slack at that admission, a shiver of relief running throughout it. The idea of his tutor having sex, while disturbing, was far less so with that knowledge. The instant Zetsu had mentioned it, Naruto had had horrifying visions of dark, vegetation-inspired fetishes and White Zetsu's half-mouth leering insanely at some naked woman. It was just after the Third Shinobi World War had ended, the plant man continued dreamily. I don't remember who she was, but after I lost my parents, I needed a distraction from everything. Can you just skip the details, please? Naruto's voice was hollow, resigned to his fate. And please tell me there's a point to this story. White Zetsu's face morphed into the creepy expression the blonde recognized as a pout. Fine. It was very freeing. Afterwards, I felt very relaxed, like nothing could bother me. Oxytocin, Black Zetsu supplied. Serotonin. Dopamine. Anyway, the point is, you shouldn't knock anything till you try it. The result may be different than you're expecting. Great, he muttered. Lesson learned, never ask you for advice again. Ever. Can you let me go now? Ah, I think we scared him. Good. Ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer. Relationships, Black Zetsu scoffed, can you imagine? Not anymore, Naruto thought sourly as Zetsu quarreled with himself, the vine holding him in place dropping him to the ground. Where it had almost seemed like a pleasant thing to engage in, the idea of starting a relationship with either Ino or Tenten was now tainted by his tutor's story. Not that it really mattered too much, he supposed, it would have been nothing more than a distraction from his goal, a temporary reprieve from honing his skills for the battles ahead, and he couldn't afford any distractions. He sighed. Well, I guess I shouldn't have expected anything different. Briefly, he wondered if he hadn't sabotaged himself towards the idea by running to Zetsu for advice, but then he shook it off. It had been nice while it had lasted, but there was no use mourning lost opportunities. Oh, he looks so sad. I hope he signed a prenup. TCH, like he possesses the foresight to have done such a thing. The blonde shot his mentor a deadpan expression that somehow managed to convey a brief, scathing hatred. Why are you still here? Haven't you done enough damage for one day? It sounds like he's trying to get rid of us. And not very subtly, either. Very well, Naruto-kun, we'll see you around. Naruto waited until the plant man's strange chakra was out of his sensory range before heaving an exhausted breath and rubbing his temples. It was his fault for asking in the first place, but there was never any real way of telling what Zetsu would say. Still, at least he had an answer now. And the former grass shinobi was right about one thing, to gain the appropriate experience, everything should be tried at least once. He contemplated that for a moment, imagination running rampant with new ideas and possibilities, before the image of Zetsu's grinning half-mouth loomed in his vision, vines thrashing about his form like demonic whips in a parody of a masochist's wildest dream. Ag. His hands flew through seals before coming together in the sign of the snake. The ground began to shake, and then a nearby tree fell through the earth as if was made of water instead of dirt. 3 more followed, and then Naruto's fingers twisted twice more, and the holes that had swallowed up the plants closed with a shuddering groan and splintering bark. He breathed heavily in the ensuing quiet, finding a small measure of peace in the wake of his wanton destruction. Only one thought niggled in the back of his mind. After all this time, I think he finally managed to scar me for life. Chapter 19, Cooperation and Coercion. When working with others, is it an alliance of choice, or one born from no other options? LLL. Naruto tried to remain perfectly still as Jiraiya's fingers traced the whorls and squiggles inked on his stomach, analyzing them with an expert's eye. The blonde was lying shirtless on a metal table in what he thought was probably the coroner's room of the hospital, the chill both in the air and against his back a frigid reminder of the topic at hand. The 8-trigram seal holding the Kyuubi at bay. He'd suspected the fox of having a hand in his survival in Yugakure, and when he'd brought his suspicions to the Toad Sannin's attention, the white-haired man had agreed. Jiraiya had then told him to return to his office the following morning so he could conduct an examination of the seal, and when the Jinchuriki had arrived, he'd been led to the remote area of the hospital he now found himself in, with only Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun witness to the exam. The impatient tapping of Tsunade's foot against the linoleum floor reverberated in the mostly empty space. Well, she demanded. We haven't got all day. If you think you can analyze this faster than me, you're welcome to give it a try. When silence greeted his proclamation, Jiraiya nodded. That's what I thought. Anyway, he continued, addressing Naruto, the seal looks to be intact. It was designed so that the Kyuubi's chakra would mix with your own, as well as enabling you to draw upon its chakra when needed. Have you ever used it before? The blonde thought back to any moments where he'd felt as he had in that burned building, filled with a strength and vitality that was almost supernatural, but nothing came to mind. He shook his head. Jiraiya let out another thoughtful You said that you were in danger, right? Yeah. The guy I was fighting merged with my body, right here, he replied, gesturing to the junction between his shoulder and neck, and said that he'd break my body down on a cellular level. Really? Shizune asked. That sounds like the Rengokeki Genkai from the Land of Water. But it was very rare, even within the clan, and I'd heard they were all wiped out during the purges. Not to mention that they were only supposed to be able to merge with their twin. Orochimaru's work, I presume, Tsunade added darkly. Naruto didn't bother pointing out that he'd already fought a second, supposedly extinct bloodline user of the Land of Water years ago, or that he himself was a member of a supposedly extinct clan. The ninja world seemed to thrive on lies. Regardless, Jiraiya said, I'd guess that your situation was dire enough that you subconsciously pulled on the Kyuubi's chakra, which overpowered the Meisai Fuin I'd placed on you and gave you back access to your chakra. It doesn't explain why the Odonin left your body though, he mused, glancing at Tsunade. The older blonde scowled, arms crossed over her ample bosom. The hell should I know? No one really knows anything about a Jinchuriki's physiology. Every hidden village except Konoha has always been more interested in using them for war than studying them. Obasan passed away during the Second Shinobi World War before I could devote time to her, and it's not like I was around much for Kushina. Besides, Uzumaki genes complicate everything. Jiraiya held up his hands in surrender. Fine, don't get your pan, he coughed as a vein in Tsunade's forehead throbbed. Just relax. His expression became pensive, and in the silence that followed, Naruto sat up and threw his shirt back on. When the quiet seemed to stretch, the blonde prompted, so, since everything's fine, can I go now? Not yet, Jiraiya responded, before finally seeming to come to a decision and heaving a huge sigh. I think it's time that we start to train you in how to use the Kyuubi's power. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, even he wasn't quite sure, but Tsunade's voice cut across any response he might have made. Is that really the best idea, Jiraiya? The slug Sannin seemed to be frowning in concern. As far as I know, Obasan never had to use its power. Neither did Kushina, the Hokage interrupted, I know. But times are different now. Right, I forgot about the 3 wars they lived through compared to our tumultuous time of peace. This is as much a time of peace as I am a monkey, he rebuked loudly. Look, I'm not happy about it either, but Mito and Kushina didn't have to deal with Akatsuki running around hunting them like the kid does, and as good as he is now, he'll need every advantage he can get to beat M. Besides, there are some people who think that we're behind the other villages because we're not using all available resources to their fullest potential, he said, making air quotes to emphasize his displeasure. Tsunade scoffed. You're still listening to those old bags of bones? I don't have much of a choice. Besides, they have a point. Jiraiya turned his attention to his pupil. Look, kid, Sarutobi-sensei did his best to try and let you lead a normal life. Tried and failed, Naruto thought grimly. But we have ignored a big asset by not having our Jinchuriki, any of them, train with the Kyuubi's chakra. In any of the other villages, you'd have been raised as a weapon and little more. Here, at least, you have a life outside of that, but with Akatsuki on the move, we, and more importantly, you, need to be prepared for anything. Sounds like you've got everything under control, then, Tsunade observed. I'll be leaving now. Actually, I'd like you to be around during this training, just as a precaution. The blonde Sannin snorted. Forget it, I've got better things to do than babysit you and the brat. Shizune will do it, she's plenty competent and she likes him, Kami knows why. She paused with the door partially open and added ominously, if you need help beyond what she can give, you're in way over your head, Jiraiya. Then she was gone. I'm sure Tsunade-sama didn't mean that, Jiraiya-sama, Shizune tried. I can go talk to her if you'd like. She trailed off when Jiraiya raised a hand to forestall her, shaking his head in the process. It's fine, Shizune, your expertise should be plenty sufficient. Not for nothing, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto interjected, but when exactly are we gonna train in using the Kyuubi's power? You barely have time for me as it is. Not that I really want to hang around you, he added to himself. Don't worry, kid, we'll find a way. This is too high a priority to leave alone for very long. Meet me at training area 37 tomorrow morning at 7. Naruto simply nodded, though he remained skeptical. Okay. LLL. Training Area 37 happened to be a grassy field on the opposite side of the Forest of Death from the village. Unlike most of the other training areas, which were decorated with logs, trees, dummies, water features, and the like, this one was completely void of any obstructions. It was also far away from the village proper, which Naruto assumed was no small part of why Jiraiya had chosen it. Even after digesting it for a day, the blonde wasn't quite sure how to feel about his upcoming training with the chakra of the Biju sealed within him. On the one hand, having the Kyuubi's chakra at his disposal would likely be a boon. The fox was powerful, and learning to utilize its chakra, something that was arguably already a part of him, seemed like it would require far less time than some of the other training regimens Jiraiya had suggested to him. At the very least, supplementing his own skills with the fox's chakra seemed to mesh better with his fighting style than learning something as direct and complex as the Rasengan. But the Kyuubi was dangerous. Numerous interactions with Gaara had given the Tokubetsu Jonin a glimpse of the madness that drawing on a Biju's chakra resulted in. He wasn't stupid enough to think that the other Jinchuriki's psychotic pathology was completely due to the Ichibi's influence, but neither could he discount that the demon in the redhead's body hadn't played a large part in his mental state. It didn't seem like he had much of a choice with this training anyway. The curse of being an underling, he knew, but he would have to exercise more caution than usual while undergoing it. Jiraiya and Shizune were both already at the field when Naruto arrived, accompanied by a grumpy-looking, black and orange-colored toad with strange, circular ridges around its belly. "Naruto," Jiraiya greeted, "this is Geratora. He holds the key to the Hack no Fu and Shiki." Naruto blinked. "There's a key to the seal?" "Minato crafted it so that it would let only a certain amount of the Kyuubi's chakra out at a time," the Sannin explained. "Geratora here is the key that controls just how large that flow can be. And I still think this is a mistake," the toad huffed. "He needs to learn to use the Kyuubi's chakra," Jiraiya insisted, "and that won't happen with how the seal works right now. Look, I've got everything prepared in case something goes wrong." Reassuring, Naruto thought sardonically. "But we won't learn his limits without a full test." "Fine," Geratora grunted, "but don't say I didn't warn you." The ridges around the toad's belly split, allowing the amphibian to stand a good 5 feet taller than he had. Parchment unrolled from Geratora's newly expanded torso, revealing a slew of geometric shapes comprised of minuscule squiggles and kanji too complex for Naruto to comprehend. Jiraiya put his hand up to a boxed symbol of the paper that was blank inside and summoned chakra to it. Naruto felt a sudden, burning itch in his stomach. He lifted up his shirt and looked down to find the seal displayed prominently, a strange fire in his veins he remembered feeling when in combat with Yukon. Jiraiya turned to face him. "Ready? I guess." The Sannin motioned for Shizune to take several steps back. "Okay, now, can you feel your chakra?" "Yeah." It flowed through his body in waves, a comforting rush of strength. After having it blocked by the older ninja's camouflage seal, Naruto didn't think he'd ever forget what his own chakra felt like. "Good. Ignore it. Try to find a different chakra. The source should probably be around here," Jiraiya continued, gesturing to the portion of his stomach where his pupil's seal was located. "Once you find it, summon it like you would your normal chakra." Naruto's brow furrowed in concentration. Easier said than done. Whoa. He was no longer in training area 37. Instead, he stood on several inches of water, the chakra being channeled to his soles causing ripples in the liquid. Through the dim, greenish-yellow light, he could see pipes lining the walls and ceiling of a stone dungeon. Before him stood a giant cage, bars as high as buildings and as thick as he was tall comprising it. A giant eye, pupil slit like an animal's, opened from behind the prison. "So, it seems you finally deigned to see me." "Kyuubi," Naruto greeted. "Child." The blonde frowned. "I have a name, you know." "As do I." Naruto started slightly, not expecting such an admission. "You do?" "Of course. Did you think we Biju came up with such simple monikers as Kyubi? No, those are human-made colloquialisms." Both eyes were open and watching him now, narrowed in distaste. "None of you humans are worthy to hear it, though." "Fine, Kyuubi it is, then," he told the fox. "I'm here to—" "I know why you're here," interrupted the Biju. "You desire my chakra, my power. It is what you humans have sought since the waning days of the Rikudo Sennin." This time, it was Naruto's blue eyes that were narrowed and calculating. "How'd you know that?" "As I said, it is what you humans desire, and your mind is not as private as you might think." "You can read my mind?" The fox laughed, cruelly, Naruto thought. "Nothing so fantastic. The relationship between Biju and Jinchuriki is so poorly understood. We are connected here, in your mindscape. Your thoughts, your actions, I am privy to them all." "Does it work both ways?" "No. What else can you do?" From within this prison? Nothing. Are you lying? No. Naruto paused, then continued slowly, as if working out a puzzle for himself. On my last mission, you spoke to me. Gave me chakra. Clearly you're lying about not being able to do anything else. The seal prevents me from doing more than I have said, under normal circumstances. The blonde arched a brow. So those were abnormal circumstances? It's not like I asked for your help. And yet you would have died without me, the Kyuubi said. But I am referring to changes in your emotional state. I am a living mass of malevolence and spite, feeding on the negativity of you humans, and especially my hosts. Hatred, anger. He smiled wickedly, showing all his pointed, white teeth. Fear. When you experience great fear, it is enough to subconsciously draw upon my power. Naruto didn't like the sound of that. Let's say I believe you. You gave me chakra, then what happened? The Kyuubi chuckled, a low, throaty sound not unlike Black Zetsu's laugh. Those poisons that you take such pride in, Kurari, Nightshade. They pale in comparison before the toxicity of my chakra. The cells in your body are used to my chakra, that other fool's wasn't. The fox's smile was wide with unbridled, sadistic glee. He corroded from the inside out. That sounded horrible. And yet very useful. Can I weaponize your chakra? Perhaps. Nothing comes for free, Zetsu's voice seemed to say in his head. Naruto sighed. What do you want? The Kyuubi got up and stepped closer to the bars, bringing the rest of his vulpine form into the light. Reddish-orange fur covered his lanky body, from his long ears all the way down to his namesake 9 tails. He resettled himself in front of the cage and laid his head down over his claws. As I said, I am privy to everything you think, and you're an intriguing container, at least, you have been ever since that vegetable entered your life. Vegetable? The blonde thought. He must mean Zetsu. It was actually kind of a funny way to refer to his tutor. I hear the debates in your head. Constantly, the fox drawled. This or that, what do I do? It's almost nauseating, watching your indecisiveness and ambivalence. Then again, compared to your former desire to become Hokage, your new self is preferable. But your pseudo-schizophrenia makes you interesting. You are now more capable of rational thought, of seeing the darker side of humanity. Your predecessors were blinded by their patriotism, as you once were. Did you reach out to them like this, too? No. Your seal is functionally different from theirs. They would have been uninterested in working with me. But you think I'm different, Naruto guessed. The Kyuubi nodded. The darkness that was once within you, the amalgam of your loneliness, misery, and hatred, has disappeared. Unlike others, you have embraced what you once masked. Your concept of good and evil is more open to interpretation. You attacked Konoha, even I don't really see much room for interpretation there. I was coerced. Naruto remained silent in the wake of that admission, unsure how to react. He'd been taught the story of the Kyuubi's attack so long ago that it was hard to imagine a different version of it existed. But it was said that history was written by the victors, and with all the death and destruction that had occurred that night, and the fox's own mythos as a natural disaster, what reason would there have been to foist blame elsewhere? Admittedly curious, he asked, so what happened? Uchiha Madara, the fox growled, released me from your mother and then used his Sharingan to control me. So what happened wasn't really your fault. Do not mistake the truth for guilt. For all Konoha did to me, I would gladly raise it to the ground of my own volition. Then what's the point of telling me this? You're back to square one. As much as it pains me to admit, you and I have some similarities. Neither one of us enjoys being used by people who find themselves capable of pulling our strings. And quite coincidentally, we both want the same thing. His mouth once more stretched into a grin too wide for the blonde's comfort. Freedom. Yeah. Naruto drawled, that's not gonna happen. The Kyuubi chuckled. It is inevitable. The seal is not meant to last forever. You can ask your Hokage if you don't believe me. Granted, with your current emotional state and abilities, it may take decades, but it will still happen eventually. Naruto frowned. Current emotional state? You are too controlled for me to influence, the Biju admitted. If the vegetable hadn't gotten a hold of you, I might have found a foothold amidst your buried negative emotions, but as it is, it seems only times of extreme desperation can call upon my power. He scowled. I admit, the loss of your darkness was disappointing, but I have not lived for hundreds of years without the ability to adapt. Hence, I propose an arrangement. Like, the blonde prompted. I will tell you how to control my power. Blue eyes narrowed suspiciously. 4. Leave the seal as open as it is now. I believe it is a small concession to ask for, all things considered. Besides, can you afford to refuse? What do you mean? The chakra of the Biju is often enough to make one go mad and lose control. Just look at your associate from Suna. And yet, you cannot afford to not use my power, for the threat of Akatsuki looms overhead. That is the purpose of your training, is it not? Naruto was quiet in the wake of the demon's offer, silently contemplating its pros and cons. The Kyuubi had points, very good points, but he was also a selfish, vindictive creature. He almost cringed at the thought that he and the Kyuubi shared similarities, and unlikely to negotiate without cause. Keeping the seal as open as it was likely benefited the fox in some way, though with his limited Fuinjutsu expertise, he couldn't see how, probably something to do with the weakening seal, though there was little he could do about that. Unfortunately, the fox was also right in stating that the blonde didn't really have much of a choice. Gaara's cold, ruthless eyes and horrifying backstory were striking reminders of the type of influence a Biju could have on its Jinchuriki, and while Naruto certainly didn't want to go down that road, he would need the advantage the Kyuubi would afford him in the seemingly inevitable fight against Akatsuki. Just like every other situation he'd come across, he had a choice to make, but not really. Damn it. Tell me how. The Kyuubi grinned at him. LLL. 2? Naruto. HM? What? Jiraiya and Shizune were eyeing him with varying degrees of pride and concern from about 30 feet away. You spaced out for a little bit there, kid, the Sannin noted. But it looks like you managed to tap into the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto looked down at his hands, finding them coated in bubbling reddish-orange chakra that, upon further inspection, covered his entire body. How do you feel, Naruto-kun? Shizune prompted. The blonde flexed his hands, as if testing that his fingers and joints still worked with a Biju's chakra now covering them. I feel fine. It was almost weird how true that statement was. After fraternizing with Gaara, and especially with the Kyuubi's warning fresh in his mind, he'd half expected the fox's power to drive him crazy. Jiraiya crossed his arms over his broad chest. It looks like you're drawing upon only one tail of the Kyuubi's chakra so far. Naruto managed an over-the-shoulder glance and spied a long tail of chakra that curled up over his head. And you're sure you feel okay? At the blonde's nod, he let out a thoughtful Can you try going further? Carefully, he cautioned. We don't know how much you can handle at one time or what'll happen as you draw on more of its chakra. Naruto almost wanted to correct, but decided against it. Even if he now knew the Kyuubi had a name and sounded male, no one else did, and nor would they care. Gotcha. Well, let's see how far I can go. Concentrating on the volatile chakra that coursed through his body, but with a source centered at his navel, Naruto pulled. The Kyuubi's chakra came easily to his beckon, strength and energy flooding his chakra pathways and filling his veins with fire. Stay calm, he urged himself. Focus. Relax. The rush of animalistic aggression that had accompanied the influx of chakra, the same feeling that had inspired his actions against the Otonin in Yugakure, faded, reduced to a smoldering tickle. It worked. He was a little surprised that the Ninetales' advice had been accurate, which made him all the more suspicious as to the fox's motivations, even if he couldn't do anything about it. Apparently, the more of a Biju's chakra a Jinchuriki drew on, the more like the demon the container became, so long as the Biju's will was greater than the Jinchuriki's. The Kyuubi, full of rage and hatred, inspired aggression and destruction, which in turn would cause his host to summon more of his chakra, thus perpetuating the cycle until some outside force stopped the Jinchuriki, if said force even existed. But the truth was that in order to gain that original foothold, there had to be some motivating factor, some negative emotion the Kyuubi could latch onto in order to coerce his host to draw upon his power. For the most part, Naruto lacked those emotions. His apathy, the Kyuubi had explained, was the key to retaining his faculties even while in the throes of the fox's chakra. Only the blonde's fear of death really gave the demon something to take advantage of, and the moments where the Tokubetsu Jonin experienced such intense feelings were limited. Stop! Naruto immediately heeded the command, breaking his concentration and reopening his eyes. 5 tails of reddish-orange chakra wagged erratically behind him, seemingly itching for a fight. That's more than I'd expected for a first time, Jiraiya admitted. Now how do you feel? Fine. His voice was more guttural than usual, probably a side effect of drawing upon so much of the fox's power, but mentally and physically, he felt good. Better than good, actually, stronger, more energetic, capable of tearing into enemies with a combat prowess he'd never felt comfortable engaging in before. All right, the Hokage acknowledged. Let's see what your control is like, then. He settled into a defensive stance. Shizune, back away, that's good. Now, Naruto, come at me. Jiraiya-sama, Shizune probed hesitantly, is that really the best idea? We need to know what he's capable of and how much control he has while under the influence of the Kyuubi's chakra, came the determined response. He made a come gesture with his hand. Naruto grinned and obliged, charging at him in a blinding burst of speed. He caught a brief glimpse of Jiraiya's surprised reaction to his assault before throwing a punch at the older shinobi's chest. The Hokage barely managed to block in time, but the blow still sent him skidding backwards a fair distance. Damn, wheezed the Sannin, nice hit. Reminds me of fighting a young Tsunade. I'm okay, he told Shizune, who had taken several steps towards him in concern. Alright, now that I know what to expect, let's try that again. Naruto? The blonde was staring at his hands with studious curiosity. As a distance fighter, and more importantly, as someone whose taijutsu revolved more around dodging than striking, the thrill and shock of his rush and subsequent hit had been intense. He hadn't known he could possess that much strength, or the capacity to move so fast. The Kyuubi's chakra was almost intoxicating in that regard, exponentially increasing his skills. He wondered what his ninjutsu would look like while under the fox's influence before his teacher's prompt brought back some semblance of awareness. Sorry, what? Oh, yeah, sure. This time when he charged, Jiraiya seemed more prepared to defend himself, dodging his dash immediately and forcing Naruto to use his extra momentum in a long skid across the ground, claws leaving long gouges in the earth. They danced like that for several minutes, Sannin avoiding his pupil's strikes as Naruto adjusted to the power the fox's chakra granted him. Even knowing that they were merely practicing, the blonde was beginning to get frustrated with his inability to hit the older man. His chakra seemed to flare in response to his mood, and when Jiraiya dodged the next strike, 3 of his tails swept forward in a parody of sentience and slammed into the man's right side. When only the sound of splintering would echoed out, a sign of Jiraiya's kawarimi, Naruto felt his aggravation grow. Naruto. The blonde turned around to face the Sannin, who stood with a piece of paper clenched in one hand, a serious expression on his face. You're losing control, the older shinobi continued. You need to fight back against the Kyuubi's control. Naruto growled low in his throat as his adversary continued to stand there unharmed. He wanted nothing more than to rip the Hokage to shreds. This was the man who controlled his actions, assigned him missions, overrode his free will. Skin and blood began to melt off his arms, coagulating into a red-black mixture that burned off his flesh in growing patches. In the back of his mind, Naruto recognized that none of those statements were entirely accurate, even if some kernel of truth in them prompted him to want to eviscerate the man standing before him. It was getting difficult to remember that he didn't outright hate anybody, that he certainly didn't want to kill Jiraiya, even though the bloodlust singing in his veins said differently, that the thing he sought was simply freedom, the power to control his own destiny, and that his indifference was the key to remaining in control. Control, he thought, latching upon the idea, and as he struggled to regain a grip over the haze of rage that clouded his mind, he realized just how apt the Kyuubi's description of his chakra was. His frustration at not being able to land a second hit on Jiraiya had spilled beyond his control and allowed the fox to exert his dominance. I warned you that my chakra is potent. Naruto glared at the Biju through the iron bars of the prison, but said nothing. The fox continued on, ignoring his container's expression. Do not mistake your lack of control for my taking over. Unless the seal dissolves, I have no direct influence in your life. My chakra is a force unto itself, and only carries my desire, not my will. I will not be a scapegoat for your shortcomings. Great, came the sarcastic reply, so what do you suggest then? The demon bared his teeth in a sadistic grin. Practice. And be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. Naruto left the Kyuubi behind and returned to awareness to find Shizune sweeping a glowing green hand over the spot where Jiraiya had been hit the first and only time. Nice job, Naruto, the Sannin complimented. He looked back to find only 2 tails of reddish-orange chakra waving behind him. Somehow, he must have been able to push the aggression and negative emotions away to regain control of his body. Feeling more normal? Yeah, sorry about that. It's just hard to focus on keeping control while we're fighting. Jiraiya nodded. Well, that's what we're practicing for. Ready to keep going? LLL. Training in using the Kyuubi's chakra was stressful. Jiraiya was a skilled opponent, and while he didn't fight back, not landing a hit on him while in such an empowered state was aggravating, and that aggravation led to the negative emotions the fox had warned him about. Of course, Naruto wasn't using ninjutsu or any of his real talents, simply taijutsu and the versatile chakra tails his fox cloak, as Jiraiya had taken to calling it, possessed, but the point remained that he was fighting a clearly superior shinobi who made his advancements look like nothing. Then again, that also wasn't the purpose of their training. Control. The whole thing was about retaining his humanity and rationality while under the influence of the Kyuubi's chakra. It was hard, but Naruto had high hopes that it would pay off in the long run. Desiring a little bit of relaxation after such a stressful morning, he entered Yamanaka Flowers and threw on his apron. The front of the store was empty, though a vase containing a partial arrangement of camellias and azaleas sat off to the side of the register, likely Ino's work. His fellow blonde liked to channel her emotions into the ikebana that her family store specialized in, and the pink azaleas, patience, and white and yellow camellias, longing and waiting, spoke volumes to someone familiar with the language of flowers. Said Yamanaka walked out from the back room, a branch of holly, single and looking, held carefully in her hand. Naruto quickly quashed the brief grimace that crossed his features, groaning inwardly at the sight. Whatever attraction Ino had for him was clearly more out of hand than he'd originally thought, and now that he could finally address the issue, he wondered if putting it off had been the best idea. He raised a hand in greeting. "Hey!" Ino jumped slightly at his appearance, apparently too focused on her arrangement to have noticed him, though she recovered quickly. "Oh, you're back." "Yeah, it's been a weird couple weeks." He'd woken up in a cold sweat both nights following his discussion with Zetsu, horrifying phantasms of his tutor's story haunting his subconscious. The mission with Tenten seemed a long time ago. "Can we talk?" Ino shrugged carelessly, a strange gesture considering she likely knew the topic of conversation he wanted to speak about. "Sure." He paused before replying. Maybe he didn't understand people, but he knew Ino, and that was an unexpected response. "Are you?" he probed. The platinum blonde sighed before fixing him with a glare that was half annoyed, half resigned, hands on her hips and holly branch in the vase. "Look Naruto, I get it. You're not interested. Maybe it's me, or maybe you like Tenten more." Her eyebrows arched downward and her lips twisted a little in distaste. Ino, Naruto knew, was very competitive, and likely saw his friendship with Tenten as some sort of rivalry, but whatever it is, it's not going to make me feel better, is it? No guy looks for an opportunity to escape when a girl asks him out unless he's really not interested. Just, give me a little time, okay? Besides, she scoffed, no one who asks, "Can we talk," ever says anything good. "It's not like that," the blonde protested. A voice in his head wondered why he'd even spoken. Ino had given him the perfect out to his dilemma, without any real prompting either. He couldn't have asked for a better scenario. But Naruto knew that the reasoning his fellow blonde had given was wrong, and as someone who didn't like to be deluded with misconceptions, he didn't want to subject her to the same thing. It didn't have anything to do with Tenten, nor was there any issue with Ino herself. The only thing preventing him from being in a relationship was his own self-interest, but he had no idea how to explain that in a way that the Yamanaka wouldn't think he was making up without giving away his future agenda. Ino also seemed unsure. While the annoyance remained in her body language and furrowed brow, the resignation had changed to confusion. "Oh? Yeah. It's just, I'm focused on other things right now," he explained. "Personal things. I'm this close to making jonin," he continued, holding his hand out with a tiny gap between pointer finger and thumb, "and I need to stay focused on that. Besides, you can't blame me for leaving. I had a mission. You had time to say yes or no." I was surprised. "You've always been interested in Sasuke, I didn't expect you to, have feelings for me." Ino sighed, and whether it was from exasperation or something else, Naruto couldn't really tell. "What are you actually saying, Naruto?" The special jonin tried to gather his thoughts and reorganize them into some semblance of logic. "Now's just not a good time for me to think of this kind of thing." An idea came to him then, one that would hopefully smooth everything over and caution Ino against making a move on him in the future, though it was a bit of a gamble. "You know the story of the Kyuubi, right?" His friend frowned in confusion, likely at the abrupt change in topic. "Yeah, but what?" "It's wrong," he interjected. Then, before she could ask what he meant, he continued on, tone serious, "The Kyuubi was sealed inside me. I'm a Jinchuriki. Jiraiya-sensei and Shizune-san are training me to use the fox's power, because there's a group of really strong people hunting down people like me. So I need to get stronger, fast, because otherwise." He let the thought trail off, actually unsure what Akatsuki would do to him if he was caught, but willing to bet it wasn't anything good. "That's why I can't be distracted right now." Ino remained silent for a long moment, digesting all the information he'd just presented her with. It was a lot to take in, he'd admit, but the platinum blonde was smart, and more than capable of connecting the dots. "That's why people don't like you," she said slowly. "They all know about the seal, and you remind them of the night the Kyuubi attacked." Naruto allowed himself a small, sad smile. Ino was a Yamanaka, a student of psychology and how people thought, and beyond that, one of the smartest people he knew. Understanding his situation was almost too easy for her. It made her dangerous, in a sense, that she could so easily undermine what he was planning, but she was also loyal and thought the best of her friends, which meant that she was unlikely to jeopardize his self-ascribed mission. "So you understand now?" "Yeah, I think so." That was a lot of info, and it might take me a bit to get everything, she admitted, but it explains a lot. Jonin, huh? She prompted after a moment. Will it be enough? Dunno. Maybe. Hopefully. She nodded at him, though it seemed distracted, as if she was caught up in some inner working of her own mind. Okay. Naruto breathed a silent sigh of relief, that had gone far better than he'd expected. And hey, she added, playing with the arrangement of the camellias and tulips in the vase, you know where to find me if you ever change your mind. LLL. The land of rivers was a noisy, shaded country of lush foliage and beautiful scenery. Naruto took in the sights of freshwater groves and emerald moss as he traveled carefully through the foreign nation, the burbling of its namesake waterways and cacophony of chirping birds and humming insects masking his movements. For every advantage the native species granted him, however, he knew they also benefited his adversaries, all of whom were far more familiar with the territory than he was. His real advantage was the slew of plant-based techniques at his disposal, not the least of which was the network of awareness gifted to him by the green sight technique. He stopped on a low branch of a cypress tree and crouched to place his palm against the trunk. His chakra raced through every fiber of the tree's makeup, along its roots and into the neighboring flora. There? Almost a mile away was a group of 6 shinobi, lingering in various positions around a weeping willow. Here we go. I have a mission for you. Naruto blinked in surprise and then looked around, finding the office just as he'd entered it, empty save for Jiraiya and himself. Just me. Just you, confirmed the Hokage. It's something that I would ask an ANBU to do under other circumstances, but the threat is low, and I thought that you might like a taste of the work. Interested? He hadn't been on a solo mission since his botched success at recovering the Nidame's legendary sword. Whatever mission the Godame had for him would be a good opportunity to see how far he'd come since then, not to mention testing how he could manage on his own, experience he was in dire need of. Sure. The Toad Sannin slid a folder across the desk to him. You've heard of the land of rivers? Kinda. They're southwest of us, right? Separating us and Suna? Jiraiya nodded. Minor country, smaller village. There's rumors of something going down in Tanagakure soon, and I want you to find out what it is. Their forces are small, so you shouldn't have any issue, but be careful anyway. This sounds like a spying thing, Naruto noted. Not that I mind, but shouldn't Ino be coming with? The Hokage sighed. She's preoccupied, and this is too sensitive to waste time bringing someone back here for interrogation, so you'll have to get creative with how you gather your intel. Naruto wasn't stupid. Without Ino to read their minds, he would have to find a way to coerce the information he wanted from the village hidden in Valley's natives. Jiraiya could downplay it as much as he liked, but it really boiled down to one thing: torture. Still, he'd taken the assignment. It had been 4 weeks since he'd started training in using the Kyuubi's chakra. He hadn't been on a mission since, and while he was always grateful for the rest and opportunity to hone some of his skills, not to mention the relative safety of the village, he was also getting antsy. Tenten hadn't been around since they'd returned from the hidden hot water village, and Ino had been disappearing with increasing frequency ever since their conversation in Yamanaka Flowers. He almost thought that she was avoiding him if it wasn't for the fact that neither Shikamaru nor Choji had seen much of her either. It was probably better that way, he supposed. Even though Ino had accepted his explanation, Naruto knew that, in her shoes, he would have wanted time away to digest everything fully, especially since he was the cause of her unrest. Plus, it allowed him time to focus on things that actually required his attention, and not on her hurt feelings. Like his mission. He dropped to the ground and sank through it like it was water. Between the attack prevention technique and the Doton, Dochu Igyo no Jutsu, the earth release, underground projection fish technique, his mobility was practically unparalleled, and he covered the distance to his target in under a minute. Spreading his chakra through the willow system, he could feel the presences of the Hidden Valley shinobi. Naruto wasn't sure when he'd started noticing that the Midori Shiryoku could actually give him a relative sense of how strong an opponent was, just that as he'd practiced with it, he'd begun picking up bits and pieces of data that he hadn't gotten before. It was a little weird, because while he'd never displayed any sensor-type indicators previously, sensor shinobi typically ran in clans, and were predisposed to a certain chakra type that allowed them to ascertain information about others. The green sight technique he'd invented for himself had definitely turned him into a pseudo-sensor. It made him wonder if the system of vegetation which served as the basis for the green sight technique was comprised of its own chakra system that aided and empowered his own. Though he couldn't tell if a chakra signature correlated to specific rank, which made sense, given his own conclusions during his first Chunin exam. 2 of the 6 shinobi had notably different feels to their chakra. They were likely higher tier shinobi than their companions, and were the ones he would have to target and interrogate. Summoning more chakra through the tree, the blonde commanded the willow's whippy branches to snare the two valley shinobi, binding their limbs to their bodies so they wouldn't be able to weave seals and escape. There were several shouts of surprise as the tree followed his directive, and before his adversaries could do anything, he emerged from the trunk, cheeks puffed with air. A gust of wind blew back the other four Tannin even as the Konohanin kept one hand on the tree, coordinating more branches to restrain his two targets. Disconnecting from the willow, Naruto's hands raced through seals and then slammed against the ground, raising an earthen wall as three streams of pressurized water shot towards him. One Tannin melded through the wall in a modified Doton, Dochu Igyo no Jutsu, and Naruto quickly switched tactics, shoving the earth-style wall away from him and towards the three water users. Surprised as he was forcibly removed from the wall, or as the wall was removed from him, the valley shinobi didn't react in time when Naruto turned and blasted a Senbon storm at him. He took the needles head-on and dropped like a stone, poison coursing through his body. Finding a brief moment of respite while the remaining Tannin regrouped, Naruto dug within himself and pulled on the Kyuubi's chakra. Four tails of reddish-orange chakra whipped around behind him, matching the vulpine form that now shrouded his body. So far in his training, he could easily retain control of his three-tailed form without giving in to the Kyuubi's bloodlust and rage. Four tails were manageable for a minute or two, until his frustration at not being able to hit Jiraiya, and not using ninjutsu, boiled over and started melding with the fox's malicious chakra. This wouldn't take nearly that long, and would serve as a good test of what he could actually do without restrictions. He summoned a second earth-style wall, and while it felt like he'd used the same amount of chakra as before, the barrier that appeared was twice as high and 3 times as wide as the previous one. With a push, it rocketed away from him, several times faster than before. Two of the Tannin were far enough away that they scooted around it. The third tried to race through a Kawarimi, but couldn't manage in time. The wall slammed into him with enough force to break bone. Wow, Naruto marveled. If that's what I can do with Doton, I wonder. The remaining two valley shinobi were cautiously trying to flank him. Naruto didn't even bother with seals, casually swiping the air with his claws in the direction of one of his enemies. Wind rippled out from where he slashed, invisible but for the slightest distortion of air. Blood spurted out from the gashes that appeared in the man's body, an arm severed above the elbow falling to the earth. Naruto turned to face the other direction, sending out long arms of chakra to seek the last valley shinobi. His opponent jumped around like a scared jackrabbit, but the Jinchuriki's limbs were as malleable and flexible as whips, and easily caught him. He brought the captured shinobi close to him before allowing the fox's toxic chakra to flow into his enemy's body. The Tannin choked as the Biju's influence corroded his body and shut down his organs, blood dribbling from his mouth and nose. Naruto dropped the corpse and allowed the power flowing through his body to dissipate, inhaling a deep, cleansing breath as he did so. That was good. The deaths of the Tannin, while gruesome, would have happened whether or not he'd used the Kyuubi's chakra, and better yet, he'd summoned the fox's strength without falling prey to its dark influence. He about-faced to observe the two valley shinobi struggling to break free of their leafy bonds, their eyes wide with horror. The blonde snorted. Jiraiya hadn't been kidding when he'd mentioned the lower caliber of shinobi possessed by minor villages. The willow's branches hung low enough that Naruto was able to walk up to the two bundles and inject a Senbon coated with knockout poison directly into their necks. When their eyes closed, he commanded the tree to release them before grabbing the scruffs of their uniforms and dragging them underground, towards a cave he'd scouted out a couple miles back. Upon arrival, he released the two men and used an earth release technique to conjure two roughly chair-shaped mounds of rock. Placing his captives upon them, he shackled them to their seats with stone bindings before unraveling one of his sealing scrolls. Applying chakra to it, summoned two ceramic jars, one purple, the other green. After uncorking both jars, he pulled out two Senbon, dipping the first in the purple jar and then injecting it into the first Tannin's navel before repeating the process for the other shinobi. He did the same for the green jar, this time sticking them in the neck, and within seconds, both valley shinobi were awake, if groggy. "Let's talk," he announced, and suddenly both captives' eyes were on him. "You've seen what I can do, you can't escape, and even if you could, I've sealed away your chakra." The liquid in the purple jar was actually experimental, made from an herb that was used long ago as a preventative measure to inhibit the spread of chakra-borne diseases, but they didn't need to know that. "I hear Tanagakure is trying to move up in the world." Silence greeted his statement. Both valley shinobi looked like they were terrified of him, but resolute in their determination to give him nothing. Naruto sighed. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way," he offered. The captive on his left spat at him. Naruto frowned. "Fine." Kneeling on the ground, the blonde placed a hand on the scroll still lying there. Amidst numerous puffs of smoke appeared a plethora of glass bottles and ceramic jars, all stocked with various plant parts or poisons distilled from the same. Picking up a red-colored jar and a paintbrush, of all things, Naruto walked over to the man on the left and placed his hand upon the stone holding him in place, allowing pieces to crumble away until only thin but sturdy strips held his wrists, ankles, and neck in place. Withdrawing one of his hunting knives, and using a minimal amount of wind chakra, he cut off the man's clothes until there was nothing left but the rocky restraints. Then, after carefully uncorking the jar in his hand, he dipped the paintbrush in and began to spread a thin coat of seemingly colorless fluid on the shinobi's body. Angry red hives almost immediately began to erupt all over his skin, his form trembling and itching in discomfort. Naruto felt a small pang of pity as he sat cross-legged before his collection of plants, carefully recorking the bottle, putting the paintbrush down, and then looking over his glass vials. "What did you do to him?" cried the second Tanin. "Ever fallen into a patch of poison oak?" answered the blonde. "Imagine that, but like 100 times worse." He raised his head and cocked it to one side, like a bird examining a strange curio. Maybe he's allergic. In truth, most of the things he'd unsealed were stuff he'd collected or created without any idea of what the result would be. He'd had theories about them, like the jar of pure poison oak extract, but without any test subjects, he had no way of knowing what they'd actually do. Luckily, all of them were, theoretically, non-lethal, and he had free rein to do what he wanted to his prisoners, so long as he got the information Jiraiya was looking for. "Don't suppose you're ready to talk now, are you?" he asked the suffering valley shinobi. When no response was forthcoming, he turned to the other Tanin. "Maybe he just can't answer, too much pain. How about you? Oh no? Okay then. When did talking out loud become so therapeutic?" He wondered, withdrawing a small branch with tiny stubs he'd cut off a briar patch growing within the abandoned Uchiha compound. He placed it over the twitching shinobi's shoulder, careful not to make skin contact before stepping back and slowly forming hand signs, focusing on the chakra he'd channeled into the bramble. "Haru Saicho no Jutsu," he muttered. The thorny flora began to grow and elongate, twining down the Tanin's arm, around his neck, down his torso, and splitting down both legs. Each pointed briar left a thin trail of red as it broke skin. The spring's growth technique allowed the blonde to manipulate the growth of plants by supplementing his chakra in place of nutrients. Since he was depriving the plant of the necessities required for survival, it wouldn't last beyond his own purpose for it, but then again, he'd created the technique in order to give himself more options in a less than optimal environment. Concentrating harder, he focused entirely on the thorns of the briar, forcing them through cycles of growth in mere seconds. There was a long, piercing shriek as they grew, those skin, muscle, and fat, tearing through the valley shinobi's body like it was paper. Blood sprayed into the air and dripped down his body in great rivulets. Naruto winced at the spike that had gone straight through his captive's groin, an action which went unnoticed by the other Tanin, who was staring in open-mouthed horror at his companion. He turned over a second jar and dumped a handful of small, spiky burrs into his palm. Using his chakra to reduce the size of the thorns on the briar to their normal length, he carefully placed the burrs in choice holes in the valley shinobi's body. "Last chance," he advised. Only silence greeted his offer, though whether it was from stubbornness or shock he wasn't sure. Running through the hand seals for the spring's growth technique once more, he focused on the seeds of chakra placed within the burrs. They expanded into spiky balls of death, piercing organs and splattering viscera across the stunned countenance of the other valley shinobi. It was a trick Inoichi had told him about during one of the occasions he'd manned the counter while the older Yamanaka had been overseeing the shop. People were more willing to talk when they had evidence of what you could do to them, especially if they wanted to save their comrade's life. Of course, learning the effectiveness of the spring's growth technique was its own reward, but now he had to hope that he'd provided enough motivation for the second Tanin to give him the information he wanted. "So," he tried, "now are you ready to talk? Do your worst." Naruto sighed. "Don't say I didn't warn you," he advised. That was the easy way. The valley shinobi screams echoed inside the cave shortly thereafter. LLL. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers is coming to Tanegakure to discuss an official alliance with Akatsuki. Jiraiya didn't look nearly as startled by that news as Naruto had hoped he'd be, or as he himself had upon learning it. "Do you know why?" My source said that Akatsuki has been financially supporting the Land of Rivers for years," the blonde replied, in exchange for ignoring their activities. He frowned. If that's true, why would they just now want an alliance? The Hokage stood up and walked around his chair to stare out the window behind his desk. "No one really knows what Akatsuki is up to," he said. "It's mostly been considered a very powerful mercenary organization for hire to the highest bidder, but it also seems to accept generic missions at a pay below that charged by the hidden villages in order to undercut them. You and I know that Akatsuki is hunting the Biju for some unknown reason, though we can safely assume it's not a good one. But the Biju are allotted primarily to the 5 great shinobi nations, and the minor villages all harbor some resentment towards us because of our status. It wouldn't surprise me if Akatsuki was trying to garner favor with the minor villages like Tanegakure by promising them something if they announce an official alliance. Sadly, Naruto could see why the Land of Rivers would be interested in such a deal. Most minor villages were looked down upon by the 5 major ones because of their histories and lack of high-caliber shinobi. It reminded the blonde far too much of his time in the academy, of being underestimated and then striving to prove everyone else wrong. If Akatsuki was enticing them with promises of usurping the power of one of the 5 great shinobi nations, and whether it was true or not was irrelevant, he could understand why they'd consider it. He'd practically done the same thing by accepting Zetsu as a mentor. Jiraiya turned around to face the special Jonin. Did you learn anything about the meeting? Yeah. They're having a big party at some fancy place near the capital, top chefs, entertainment, the works. A bunch of Taninin are accompanying the leaders of Tanegakure in 3 days. 3 days, the Sannin mused. Geez, not much time to work with. Right, well, I'll, just leave it to you. Hold up there, kid. Jiraiya sat back down and laced his fingers together. How do you feel after that? Naruto remained quiet for a long moment before admitting, I've been better. That type of work, I don't think it's for me. Sure, he'd completed his objective successfully, but the execution had been stomach-churning. As much as the blonde appreciated the opportunity to experiment on people whose lives didn't matter to him, or the village he served, he wasn't interested in causing pain. His skills were meant for assassination, for killing before the enemy knew what had happened to him, not for long-lasting torture. And while some of his poisons and skills did inflict pain, they were mostly used as distractions for the final blow, so it was short-lived. He fought to save his life, in self-defense, not as a student of sadism. Death was a natural part of that, but it was typically quick and, mostly, painless. Maybe the fact that he wasn't that comfortable with torture meant that he wasn't as monstrous or inhuman as he often saw himself. Jiraiya nodded. It takes a strong person to do torture work. Not that you're not strong, he placated when his pupil frowned, but a different kind of strength. That's why Ibiki is very particular about who joins TNI. I'll try to keep you off those types of missions in the future, but for what it's worth, you did a good job. He mused for a moment longer before continuing, we can't risk Akatsuki getting even more of a foothold in the Land of Rivers than they already have. How about a mission more up your alley? Naruto allowed only a beat to pass before prompting, what do you have in mind? Chapter 20, Expectations and Realizations. When you finally achieve what you've sought, is it everything you imagined, or is the reality different than anticipated? LLL. Mushio's no jutsu. Naruto watched as insects of all kinds flocked to Shino's outstretched hand, pushing down the pang of jealousy that pinged in his chest. Jiraiya had reactivated the camouflage seal on both himself and Tenten for the mission at hand, cautious of the Land of Rivers' heightened security for the upcoming gathering and unwilling to expose the Hidden Leaf's involvement in the task ahead, and the blonde was sorely missing his chakra. Shino released all but a couple of mosquitoes from the hold his chakra had on the gathered insects, prompting the blonde to uncork a ceramic jar and hold it out to the aburame. One by one, the mosquitoes landed on the surface of the liquid inside the jar and remained there for several seconds before taking off again, buzzing around the bug user's head. When all were ready to go, Shino dispersed them with a wave of his hand while Naruto stoppered the bottle and handed it to his teammate for safekeeping. They'll make it, asked the Jinchuriki. They simply need to locate the correct targets, affirmed the bug nin. If your assumptions are correct, they will be incapacitated shortly. I see them. Naruto and Shino's heads turned to the side to find the veins around Hyuga Niji's eyes bulging, his focus in the direction of the castle the Land of Rivers daimyo and Tanegakure leaders were meeting in. Tenten stood beside him, idly twirling a small dagger by its handle. Can you tell if any of them are censors? No, replied the Hyuga. The Byakugan cannot make such distinctions. Neither can the Kikaichu, Shino added. And even if they could, it would be unwise to attempt it. Why? Because if they are truly adept censors, they may be able to detect my allies. Well, not like I didn't see that comin'. It was one of the reasons he'd specifically chosen Niji to accompany him on the mission. The Hyuga's range of sight was unparalleled within the workforce members of the clan, his ironic short-sightedness with regards to his life philosophy notwithstanding, and would allow him to keep an eye on the chakraless Naruto and Tenten from a distance beyond detection. Jiraiya had agreed with his logic, and it had been a stroke of good fortune that Team Guy had returned from its own mission the day before the special Jonin had come back from his own. Even after suggesting it, he'd been hesitant in following through, given how he'd left things with the older male, but Niji had remained docile so far, if not stoic. In fact, it almost seemed like the long-haired Jonin was studying him, though for what reason he didn't know. Regardless, he was glad things were turning out okay. It certainly wasn't the first time he'd been wrong about something. He doubted it would be the last either. He was drawn from his musing by Niji stated, "They have made contact." Another minute passed before he continued, "The toxin has taken effect. They are vomiting, quite prolifically." Naruto allowed himself a small grin at that pronouncement. Niji almost sounded humored by the effects of his poison. "Come on," he prompted, "let's get in position." LLL. Naruto watched as Tenten finished a juggling performance with 7 sharp swords and was promptly directed to where a few individuals had been gathered by the surrounding Tannin. So far, everything was going according to plan. Following the incapacitation of a number of people poised to service the meeting in the Land of Rivers, the Hidden Valley shinobi in charge of making sure everything went smoothly would be forced to supplement the castle with the nearest available source. So with Niji and Shino overseeing things from afar, Naruto and Tenten had infiltrated the nearby village and joined the lineup of people being corralled as potential replacements. The brunette, her hair once again pulled back into a long braid, was using her expertise with weapons to disguise herself as an entertainer, though like the Hyuga and Aburame, she was there mostly as backup, and to serve as his eyes within the castle's walls. Naruto was the most important piece of the puzzle, and coincidentally, the one calling the shots. When 2 Tannin walked up to him, the blonde, his hair dyed a deep brown, and makeup once more covering his distinctive facial markings, attempted to look as nervous as a civilian might under the circumstances. "What do you do?" one asked him. "I cook," he replied, bleeding a tinge of anxiety in his voice. "Mostly vegetarian stuff." The 2 Valley shinobi exchanged glances before the second one clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. A moment passed before he opened them again, nodding at his companion. "Censor," Naruto thought. "We need a salad chef," continued the first Tannin. "Think you can do that?" "Anything for Kensuke-sama," Naruto said, naming the Land of Rivers daimyo. He allowed himself a pleased grin as they shuffled him over to where Tenten now stood. "We're in." In, of course, was just the beginning, and by far the easiest part of his plan. Sure, things could have gone wrong ahead of that, not being chosen as part of the delegation that made it into the castle, for instance, but desperate people made poor decisions, and the camouflage seal hid him and Tenten from the primary method of detection the Tannin were using. The hard part came with implementing the actual plan of attack, assassinating the hierarchy of the Land of Rivers without getting caught or implicating Konoha. It was why they weren't getting close without having their chakra blocked, and why Naruto's usual methods weren't being implemented. They had to make it look like an accident, or at the very least, like someone from within the Land of Rivers dissented against the potential alliance with Akatsuki. Avoiding confrontation with the Tannin was key. Naruto was good at a lot of things, but the ability to shoot a wind-enhanced arrow through a building wasn't exactly discreet enough to serve their intentions right now. His poison knowledge and botanical know-how, though, those were far more subtle. When it seemed the Hidden Valley shinobi had found replacements for all the personnel Naruto and Shino had neutralized, the group was hustled towards the castle at a hurried pace. The trek still took about an hour. While the castle loomed over the village and surrounding forest, the path up to it was unnecessarily winding, and by the end, Naruto and Tenten both had to simulate the same exertion their fellows were showing after the climb. Even without access to their chakra, they were still trained shinobi, and far better equipped to deal with physical activities than the other chefs, entertainers, and assorted villagers traveling alongside them. The castle was built of dark stone, its facade weathered after years of standing tall against both the elements and invading forces. Naruto couldn't say he knew anything about the history of the Land of Rivers, but it seemed a good bet that someone in the past had fought for the building's grandeur. Sconces lit the interior of the long hallway they were led through, the Tannin showing them the wing of the castle where they could wash and rest, far away from the important figures, the blonde wagered, before separating the cooks from the crowd and leading them to the kitchen. Unlike the rest of the building, the kitchen was constructed of clean, white tile. Numerous ovens and stovetops stood against one wall, with a walk-in cooler taking up a whole other wall, and wooden islands littering the middle space, leaving enough room for harried kitchen staff to rush along the makeshift aisles. It had probably been updated as new technology had been invented, Naruto mused, observing someone move past with wheels of cheese in his arms. "Kensuke-sama and the council are expecting something light tonight," one of the Tannin informed them. "Dinner is in 30 minutes. Naruto and 3 other new additions scrambled to report to the head chef, a tall man with close-cropped black hair and a big nose who introduced himself as Daisuke. They were immediately set to work after that, the blonde calling for walnuts and strawberries for a fresh, seasonal salad. It was strange how easy it was to fall into the role of subservient salad chef. The Jinchuriki had never expected his growing cooking skills to be used for anyone other than himself, though he was silently grateful that it provided both the perfect cover and opportunity for this mission. By the time he and his 2 assistants were done chopping fruits, nuts, and lettuce, as well as preparing the dressings, Naruto was exhausted. He'd never had to make so much food in one sitting before, and compounded with the travel both to the land of rivers and then up to the castle, a heavy weariness had sunk into his bones. That wasn't even taking into account the mental stress from being treated like a lower-class citizen. Working in fatigued silence, the kitchen staff cleaned up under the watchful eye of several valley shinobi before they were eventually led back to their chambers. He spent a long time in the, thankfully, hot baths designated to the servants' quarters, head leaning back almost 90 degrees against the stone that ringed the pool. Hundreds of stars winked at him from above, more than he'd ever noticed or even cared to pay attention to back in Konoha, with its bright streetlights and busy nightlife. Most of the remaining male kitchen staff were soaking with him, all experiencing the same silent dread of the work ahead. A wooden wall separated them from their female companions, though no noise floated over from that side either. If that one meal was anything like what he could expect moving forward, or perhaps an easier version, as the Land of Rivers hierarchy had only wanted something light, the blonde was sorely tempted to hurry through with the assassination, consequences be damned. Only the night's quiet transience helped dispel his annoyed impatience. He relished the peace and quiet, knowing that this would be his only real chance to enjoy it during his stay in the Land of Rivers. Relax, he told himself, repeating the mantra he'd taken up during his training sessions with Jiraiya. You'll be outta here soon enough. Just gotta stick with it for now. But then, he mused, getting up and leaving the bathing area behind, things like that were always easier said than done. LLL. Jiraiya's goal, as Naruto saw it, was one of those things, remove enough of the river hierarchy from power that talk of an alliance with Akatsuki became moot. Either the Land of Rivers would become embroiled in a civil war over the mysterious circumstances surrounding its leaders' deaths, which was unlikely to direly affect Konoha, or Akatsuki would swoop in and either take the blame for the assassinations, which would paint them in further bad light, or usurp control in the ensuing chaos, which would give Konoha a place to target them, as well as showing the other minor villages that the terrorist organization was not to be trusted. Jiraiya made it sound so simple. Naruto wasn't sure the idea of leaving everything in anarchy was a great one, but then again, he also didn't have as firm a grasp of the world's politics as the Hokage, and, more importantly, he wasn't paid to care. So long as he was a leaf shinobi, a mission was a mission, and orders were orders. When the echo of hurried footsteps on stone and the slamming of the door to the servants' quarters sounded out like thunder in the pre-dawn darkness of the 4th day, Naruto allowed himself an internal fist pump of success while outwardly appearing as scared and confused as those around him. "Get up," barked the Tannin who entered first. More shinobi flooded into the room from behind him. "Search everything," he ordered as the bleary-eyed castle staff were herded away from their meager belongings. Blue eyes watched as sensors once more ran down the line of staff, noting the sweat on their brows as they came nearer to him. They were exerting much more effort than before to find a ninja who, for all intents and purposes, didn't exist. Nor would they find any evidence of foul play among the staff's belongings. Naruto hadn't used a phial of poison, but one of nature's deadliest plants to do his dirty work. Every day, food was delivered to the kitchen at dawn's light, overseen by a group of Tannin who performed a cursory check for anything out of the ordinary being smuggled in. When the inspection was completed, staff members would store the edibles in their appropriate places before resuming whatever duties Daisuke dished out to them. Naruto had been consistent in using a mixture of turnips and carrots in each meal, blended into salad dressings or served alongside the main course. It had been an intentional strategy so that he could claim they'd used no new ingredients when the river hierarchy's last meal had been served. The nearly identical water hemlock he'd actually used last night, though, even if the valley shinobi figured it out, which the blonde doubted, seeing as how they hadn't discovered it in the first place, water hemlock grew in the Kushiro River that was the border between the lands of rain and rivers, so suspicion would fall on an infiltrator from Amigakure, a fellow minor village jealous of Akatsuki's attention, rather than Konoha. He offered silent thanks to Niji and Shino for finding the water hemlock and sneaking it into the supply cart without getting caught. It took most of the day for the Tannin to decide that the staff appeared to be above suspicion, and by then, rumors were going around about traitors in the Land of Rivers' midst. Apparently Naruto's poison dinner had hit the daimyo, 3 council members, and at least 6 members of their personal staff, leaving the 3 remaining counselors, one of which was supposedly the most outspoken against allowing Akatsuki a further foothold in the country, as prime suspects. Just as Jiraiya had hoped. By the time the Tannin bustled them away from the castle late that evening, several of the younger shinobi had started whispering about who they could trust, eyes shifting back and forth suspiciously from one companion to the next. Naruto allowed himself a mental pat on the back for achieving what his team had been sent to accomplish, grateful that the other hidden villages lacked a clan with the Yamanaka's capabilities for mental espionage. It was amazing how one clever technique could undo days of careful preparation, planning, and execution, he mused as they were returned to the village from where they'd been plucked. He snuck out of the village around 3 a.m., wary of any bump in the night that could be a Tannin looking for an out-of-the-box explanation as to the deaths of the country's hierarchy. Fortunately, there were no obstacles, and he eventually made his way to the pre-established rendezvous point, where the other 3 members of his team were waiting. Mission accomplished, he offered lightly. Neji walked over and gestured for Naruto to remove his shirt. The blonde acquiesced without complaint, giving the Hyuga access to the camouflage seal on his back. The dark-haired male went through the seals Jiraiya had taught him as Shino stated, "From our perspective, it would appear so, although it is your determination." "Why?" "Because you are the leader for this mission, and only you can ascertain its completeness." Naruto flexed his fingers as he felt his chakra once more circulating through his body, Neji taking a silent post beside Tenten, who regarded him with curious brown eyes. They'd all done a good job, much better than he'd imagined, considering how he'd left things with both Neji and Tenten in some strange limbo of hostility and confusion, respectively. Without Shino and Neji to deliver the original toxic doses and both find the water hemlock and smuggle it into the castle, or Tenten to surreptitiously inform him which server should take the poison bowl, the blonde honestly wasn't sure he could have completed such a parameter-strict mission alone. The admission chaffed slightly, though it was tempered by the fact that, in his ideal endgame, he wouldn't have had to perform the mission in the first place. "Yeah," he affirmed, ineffectively trying to rub the makeup from his face onto his sleeve, "mission accomplished." LLL. I figured Neji would hate me more. You know, glare a lot and try to kick my ass at every opportunity. He's been more pensive lately. I think maybe you beating him showed him that not everything is set in stone. Naruto let out a thoughtful remarking with quirked lips, "Fate is a fickle thing." From his periphery, he could see Tenten shoot him a dry look. "I would not say that in front of him. He's better, but don't test him." "Oh, like you're one to talk. You love testing limits. Training with Neji and Lee, wanting to be the next Tsunade, and are you ever gonna tell me why you kissed me after our mission was complete?" "Challenging myself to be my best and having goals to shoot for aren't bad things," argued the brunette. Naruto didn't bother disputing her logic, he'd known they were weak points to begin with, distractions meant to pull attention away from the last question. And the kiss? He'd thought that maybe Ino and Tenten, vastly different people in all other respects, actually had something in common in their romantic interest in him, but the latter's lack of follow-up had left him more confused than either's attraction to him in the first place. The mystery had been irritating him for weeks now. Tenten smiled to herself. "Curiosity. You're such a stick in the mud, I thought it would be fun to catch you out of your element." "Because the mission wasn't enough for you," he deadpanned. "You lie to yourself too well, it allows you to fall into a role really easily." The blonde frowned at that, but decided not to open a second can of worms at this time. "So you don't like me?" "I didn't say that." "Yeah, you lost me," he admitted. Tenten shrugged. "You either like me back or you don't. If you did, then you would have said something by now. Since you haven't, I'm assuming you don't, so what's the point in making a big deal out of it? We're young, our lives are always in flux, and I've got bigger things to focus on than whether or not you like me. If something changes, you know where to find me." Naruto didn't have a response to that, though he found it a little ironic that, despite how different Ino and Tenten were, both had ended their conversations with him with essentially the same line. He was saved from having to think too hard about it by a sharp crackle in his ear. Niji's droll voice resonated a moment after. "We have located the camp. There are 16 shinobi present, with 1 sentry posted in each cardinal direction. Best as Akamaru and I can tell, they're all Chunin level," Kiba reported. "Heh, should be a piece of cake." Naruto placed a finger to his ear and pressed the transmitter button. "Don't move yet. Neji, where are you guys?" The Hyuga began to relay instructions as the blonde considered the appropriate course of action. The camp they'd found belonged to a ragtag group of renegade shinobi from the villages hidden in rock, stone, and grass who had managed to make a nuisance of themselves along the Land of Fire's trade routes. Naruto's team had been tasked with removing the threat, and while the four of them were talented enough to dispose of them, especially if Kiba was right about the enemy's skill levels, the blonde wanted to minimize risk as much as possible. Neji and Kiba both relied on close combat to get things done, which was unfavorable considering the Leaf Shinobi were outnumbered 4-1, 3-1 if Akamaru was included. Spread out, he ordered after he and Tenten had followed Neji's directions and regrouped with the two trackers. Take out the guards first, quietly. Then Tenten and I will attack the group from afar, and you two can pick off whoever's left. Man, Kiba whined, why you gotta ruin all the fun? Naruto shot him an irritated look. Kiba was more brawn than brain, a lot like how he imagined he might have turned out if Zetsu hadn't sunk roots in him, but it was Neji's curt voice that cut across his complaint. Uzumaki has the right idea. We are outnumbered, and even a skilled shinobi can be taken by surprise. The blonde almost interjected, you would know, but decided that having the Hyuga's support was worth more than the sassy remark. Sowing disarray into their ranks from a distance is a wise course of action. Kiba scoffed, but said nothing else. At his side, Akamaru let out a low whine and nuzzled his nose under his partner's hand reassuringly. Naruto graced Neji with a grateful nod before assigning targets for his teammates, taking to a high tree bough as they circled around to obey his orders. He removed a compact scroll from his belt and unsealed the contents within, slinging a quiver of arrows over his shoulder while retaining a firm grasp on the yubao Tenten had gifted him. Knocking an arrow and squinting down its length, he could just barely make out the southern sentry's distinctive red hair, a phenotype more common to the shinobi of IWA. His finger tapped a noiseless rhythm against the bow, and he realized with a small amount of annoyance that what Tenten had said during their exchange had irked him. He spent so much time internally debating the merits of philosophy, arguing with himself, the QB had phrased it, which was, to be fair, accurate, that sometimes he couldn't be sure what was real and what was simply a well-conceived fiction constructed to suit his means. That was, after all, how he'd tried to justify the pleasurable sensations he'd experienced during his mission with the brunette to the land of hot water. It was probably why he was mildly vexed at Tenten's blasé attitude about the whole thing, not to mention himself for his own interest in pursuing the topic. His curiosity and desire for concrete answers made it hard to let sleeping dogs lie. I am in position, came Neji's voice in his ear, followed by Kiba's and then Tenten's a minute after. All right, count to 5, then take them out. Releasing the communicator, he readied his bow and began the silent countdown. At 5, the arrow sped through the air, catching the unsuspecting guard in the head and killing him instantly. He thought he heard someone in the camp yell something, but was too far away to make it out. Kiba's curse, on the other hand, echoed in the earpiece clearly. Damn, that was louder than I thought it would be. They're coming my way to look. Kiba, stay where you are. Tenten, wide area attack, now, Naruto snapped. Knocking a second arrow, he channeled wind chakra into the tip, aimed high, and released. Slinging the bowstring across his body, he went through the signs for the Sunban shadow clone technique, creating hundreds of arrows to rain down upon the Nuknin campsite. Then he raced towards the clearing to see the fruits of his labor. Only 4 of the remaining 12 Nuknin had been caught by his and Tenten's assault, riddled with arrows, kunai, and swords. There was a notable gap in the rain of projectiles where one had likely used a wind technique to blow them away, and he could see that 3 Nuknin had created rocky walls and earthen armor to soak the blows, 4 were unaccounted for, likely chasing any or all of his 3 teammates. Neji appeared from the west at that moment, pushing forward a pulse of air that shattered the earthen barriers. As their attention turned to the Hyuga, Naruto threw a couple of Sunban at the nearest Nuknin, but a gust of wind blew them off course. He glanced over to see the wind user, a former grass shinobi, wielding a bois staff, pockets of chakra-enhanced wind swirling around either end. Tenten showed up then, twin tonfa in her hands, distracting the Kusanine and affording Naruto the opportunity to slip underground with the attack prevention technique. Finding a tangle of roots in the land of fire was simple, and Naruto activated the green sight technique upon the first cluster, feeding his chakra through the network of flora. 6 chakra signatures became apparent, 2 of them crouched amidst a large shrub. Kiba, for incoming, he warned, though the Inuzuka likely already knew about his tale. I'll be there shortly, keep busy. Tunneling through the underground, he situated himself beneath one of the foreign shinobi, who Kiba seemed to be successfully distracting, and activated the earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. Instead of leaving the enemy's head above ground, however, he pulled the other ninja completely beneath the surface, stabbing the surprised man in the neck with a Sunban. The ground began to shake, and Naruto quickly rose from it, intent on not getting caught in whatever technique was being used. A gray blur slammed into the attacking stone shinobi, the blunt force of Kiba's piercing fang crushing the Ishinin's ribs. Naruto ducked the swipe of a katana that would have beheaded him, silently thanking Tenten for all the training he'd had with avoiding different weapons. Already low, he placed his hands on the ground and summoned a spike of earth that tore through the other ninja's leg. There was a yell of pain, and the blonde rose, delivering a palm heel to his enemy's jaw that laid him out, one senbon to the carotid, and Nightshade was running through the man's bloodstream, racing to strangle his heart. He stood up and looked around. Kiba and Akamaru had handled the last Nukenin easily enough, though the dog seemed to be nursing a large gash on his flank, and the Inuzuka's hands were red with blood. Told you it would be easy. Naruto rolled his eyes as he walked over. I was trying to minimize injuries. He unsealed a jar of salve and a roll of bandages from a scroll clipped to his belt, making sure to seal away his bow and arrows while he had the chance. This should help, he commented, handing the jar to Kiba, who began to apply it to his partner's wound, though Niji might be able to heal it better. I believe it would be more prudent to allow a vet to look at it, stated the Hyuga, joining them with Tenten a step behind, but I will do what I can. Naruto looked between the two brunettes, noting the long rip in Tenten's white outfit. You guys okay? She smiled at him tightly. Wind chakra kinda sucks. Niji patched me up, though. It was a minor injury, Niji added, bringing a hand glowing with green chakra over Akamaru's wound. Fate, he started, then cleared his throat strangely, as if it had been a slip of the tongue, and said, not every plan survives first contact. Considering the chaos that ensued, the outcome is more than acceptable. Yeah, well, I want more practice against futon users anyway, Tenten stated. Help me when we get back? Yeah, sure, Naruto agreed. Niji rose from Akamaru's side. Done. You all good, Akamaru? The dog barked a reply, and Kiba shot them a grin that flashed his canines. Ready when you guys are. Naruto exchanged a glance with Tenten, who simply nodded. All right, let's go then. As they left, the blonde couldn't help but think back to his discussion with Tenten and how things seemed so different from what he'd expected. You lie to yourself too well. His gaze landed on the back of his friend's billowing white blouse. Maybe, but am I the only one? LLL. Show up prepared for a fight, Jiraiya had told him, and Naruto, ever the paranoid pragmatist, arrived at training ground 24 armed to do so. What he hadn't expected was the small group of people idling around the area. Jiraiya, Asuma, and Shizun were all there, as were a porcelain-masked ANBU member, Shikamaru, and a scarred man who looked like an older version of the Nara. Standing in the middle of the field was a teenager his height with bluish-black hair spiked backwards and framing his sharp, pale features. He wore a high-collared, short-sleeved, gray shirt and dark blue pants. A black sash kept a blue garment, almost an apron, tied to his waist. Coal-black eyes flitted lazily over the blonde before dismissing him by turning his head away. It had been almost 5 years, but Naruto still recognized Uchiha Sasuke even after so much time. Even Hatake Kakashi's gravity-defying gray hair was familiar as he made his way over to the small group and greeted, Hokage-sama. What's all this? Jiraiya cleared his throat. Uzumaki Naruto, he began, and the Jinchuriki straightened slightly, recognizing the formal tone in his teacher's voice, welcome to your Jonin exam. Naruto had to resist the urge to pump his fist in excitement. Finally. He'd been wondering at Jiraiya's recent insistence over the past number of months to have him lead missions, and now he finally had an explanation. The Sannin had been testing him. The requirements for advancing to Jonin were poorly defined. The Chunin exams were relatively cut and dry, but after that, promotions were made at the behest of each village's Kage, with Tokubetsu Jonin often serving in niche roles and ANBU displaying the highest level of aptitude for the shinobi arts. But Jonin, Naruto knew little else aside from the fact that skillfulness, if not some loose definition of mastery, of at least 2 elements was required, though it was possible that special circumstances existed for those hopefuls belonging to prominent clans, like the Hyuga or Nara, which was why he'd started learning Earth-release ninjutsu from Zetsu a year ago. Barring that, there were no guidelines he could find that would push along his promotion, nor any Jonin who would give straight answers to his questions, so he'd taken every assignment he'd been offered in whatever role he'd been cast to bolster himself in the eyes of the Godame. Each mission had given him another opportunity to hone his skills and perfect his combinations, theoretically bringing him one step closer to Jonin. And now his waiting had finally paid off. The goal here, continued the Hokage, is to display an appropriate level of skill against a superior opponent so that we can judge your performance. This is to simulate the potential scenario of a solo mission gone awry and showcase your response to an unfavorable situation. You will fight to incapacitate, but not kill, he added, glancing between both boys. Naruto caught the look, but was too busy internally fuming over his teacher's superior opponent line to give it much thought. It reminded him far too much of the early days of Team 7, when Sasuke's holier-than-thou attitude had been an annoying constant. It wasn't that the Uchiha hadn't earned the title of Rookie of the Year for no reason, but the way he'd underestimated and slighted the blonde throughout their time together, especially that moment at the Chunin exams, when the Jinchuriki had wanted nothing more than to shove a Senbon into his teammate's neck, had always rankled. It normally worked for him, but Naruto was just a little tired of being underestimated. Are you ready? Hold on. Naruto made his way over to Shikamaru and unloaded a summoning scroll, 2 pouches of Senbon, and 3 jars of bottled gases from his belt. Non-lethal stuff only, right? He confirmed. Watch this for me, yeah? The Nara, well aware of his replacement's proclivity for dangerous toxins, nodded gravely. Naruto almost felt naked, giving up his deadliest poisons, but he wasn't sure that he wouldn't be tempted to use them in the heat of battle. Alright, good to go. Jiraiya cast him a suspicious, almost warning side-eye before announcing, begin. For a long time, the 2 former teammates didn't move. Naruto knew it was stupid to attack first. Sasuke had apparently been chosen specifically to counter him, though in what capacity, he wasn't sure, and most of the blonde's typical strategies involved either some measure of foreknowledge of his opponent or that his opponent didn't know he was there. He was skilled in stealth and assassination, not open combat, and the fact that he couldn't use any toxins that would cause permanent injury was limiting. Beyond that, utilizing the Kyuubi's chakra would likely result in a disqualification, and, to the best of his knowledge, his plant-based techniques weren't known to anyone else, a secret he intended to keep, so those were out as well. It was almost like his first Chunin exams all over again, him in a place where he could pass or fail and it wouldn't truly make a difference in the grand scheme of things, except that this time, he wanted to succeed. If, after all this time, he couldn't beat Sasuke, even handicapped, then the conclusion he'd arrived at so long ago would not come to fruition. From across the field, Sasuke's expression seemed to twist into an arrogant smirk. Then he disappeared. Naruto allowed the ground to swallow him up on instinct, a whoosh of air accompanying the action as his former teammate's katana slashed through now empty space. Fast. It hadn't even looked like a body flicker, just sheer speed that rivaled even Jiraiya's reflexes. The blonde would have to be wary of the Uchiha skills in close combat and he quickly tunneled away as the crackle of lightning sounded out above ground, surfacing 20 feet away in enough time to watch Sasuke plunge a sword covered in blue-white lightning into the spot he'd disappeared. He had a brief flashback to his mission against Rokusho Aoi and wondered if the way Sasuke's lightning-natured chakra tore apart the earth was anything similar to what had happened years prior. Acting while his former teammate was distracted, he flicked a handful of Senbon at his opponent. Sasuke whirled on the spot, bringing up his katana and deflecting the weapons easily. Humph, is that all you've got, dope? Lightning erupted across the length of his blade before he swung, sending a hail of blue-white needles at the blonde. Chidori Senbon. Naruto brought his hands together in the sign of the bird before rotating his palms forward and unleashing a wind release, great breakthrough. The wall of wind scattered the incoming needles and continued to plow on toward Sasuke, who dashed to the side to avoid it. Naruto used the reprieve to withdraw his hunting knives and bring them into a defensive position as his opponent changed directions and brought his sword to bear. There was a clang of metal on metal as the blades clashed, neither boy budging from their stalemate. Blue eyes flickered up to the Uchiha's pale face and caught sight of crimson irides, 3 black tomo in each spinning clockwise. The Sharingan, growled the Kyuubi in his mind. What a disgusting abomination of cells. Naruto couldn't say he knew much of what the Sharingan actually did. Sasuke hadn't had much opportunity to use it in the brief time they'd been together, but with the way the fox seemed to hate it, he was willing to bet he didn't want to find out. He began to gather chakra in his chest for a dokujiri, and Sasuke's eyes narrowed suspiciously, as if wary of an impending attack he knew nothing about. Lightning hummed along his katana, and Naruto forced wind chakra through his knives to counter, his breath caught somewhere in his throat as he changed tactics. Sasuke disengaged when the sharp element began to bite into the tempered steel of his blade, and Naruto took the moment to breathe out a poison mist that shrouded the training field in black smoke, obscuring everything from view. The smoke shifted as Sasuke dashed through it, and the blonde changed his stance to meet his former teammate head-on, fighting the urge to let the earth swallow him. Even as he did so, he could tell his movements felt sluggish, the way the smoke billowed in his opponent's wake strange, and as he tried to appeal to his initial inclination of disappearing, the Uchiha's katana slipped through his guard and scored a deep cut across his left shoulder. Genjutsu, from those accursed eyes. Naruto had experimented with enough psychotropic plants and fungi, a precautionary measure against his arguably limited understanding of genjutsu, to recognize the distorted reality and impaired reaction time based on one miscalculation, even without the fox's help. I could break. Don't bother, he muttered, finally slipping underground before Sasuke could launch another offensive. Not only did he not want to hear whatever concessions he might have to give up for the Kyuubi's assistance, but if he couldn't beat the dark-haired male with his own power, then his self-appointed goal would be meaningless. Kai! Twisting his hands from the focus sign into even more hand seals, he summoned chakra to the earth around him and coalesced a series of earth clones into existence. Activating the green sight technique, he tracked as the Uchiha handily destroyed one doppelganger after another with speedy kenjutsu. As he targeted the last clone, Naruto finished another series of seals and spread his chakra through the dirt beneath his duplicate. Doton, Yomi Numa. Everything in a 30-foot radius liquefied to sludge as the earth release, swamp of the underworld took effect, and Naruto released the attack prevention technique, surfacing 10 feet away from a sinking Sasuke. Grotesque mud clones, indiscernible blobs of dirt and water, rose up around the Uchiha and oozed around the teenager's body to restrict his movements. Sasuke smirked. Don't think this'll stop me, dope. He inhaled deeply, a parody of Naruto's own Dokujiri, then exhaled with an aggressive, Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. Naruto quickly lobbed the jar of sleeping gas he'd palmed at Sasuke's position, but the bursts of fire that exploded from the Uchiha's mouth caused it to break prematurely. Each fireball impacted a different part of the swamp of the underworld, baking the mud into a clay that cracked at Sasuke's feet. The telltale sound of chirping birds filled the air again, and Naruto activated the Storm's Eye technique around himself just in time to hear his opponents shouted, Chidori Zenkai. Lightning tore through the ground, breaking it into chunks and sending debris flying around the field. The wind swirling around Naruto repelled any earthen fragments that came too close, as well as negating the pillars of lightning that seemed to erupt sporadically around him. With earth, wind, and lightning raging about him, Naruto could suddenly understand with an objective clarity why Jiraiya had said what he'd said about Sasuke being a superior opponent. The Uchiha was physically faster and likely stronger, capable of casting illusions with a Kekkei Genkai whose abilities probably hadn't even been fully used yet, had a longer reach with his sword, and possessed affinities for Katan and Raitun, essentially negating the blonde's own Futon and Doton proclivities. But Naruto had sought this opportunity, both the promotion and the chance to show up his former teammate, for far too long to simply give up, and his victory here would be all the sweeter when faced with such overwhelming odds. Freed from the swamp of the underworld, Sasuke exhaled an enormous gout of flames with the shape of a dragon's head. It curved through the air towards the whirlwind surrounding Naruto, its heat quickly becoming searing, and the blonde released the Storm's Eye technique to shove chakra into the ground and raise a thick earth-style wall. Crouched behind it as first one, then another fiery dragon head exploded against his defense. Naruto brought his pointer and middle fingers into a cross shape, summoning half a dozen shadow clones at his side. They immediately leaped away, hands moving through seals to unleash a multidirectional wind release, wall of wind at Sasuke. Naruto dove out from behind his barrier in enough time to watch his former teammate disappear into the ground. He felt a brief stab of annoyance as the zephyrs converged on empty space. Mimicry was only the greatest form of flattery when it didn't make things difficult for him. Fortunately, the blonde also knew what he would do in the same situation, which meant he could anticipate his opponent's actions. Weaving a string of signs, he muttered, Doton, Akubi Warim no Jutsu. The ground fissured and split apart even further as his yawning chasm technique took effect, dirt shifting and crumbling away as the land within a 50-foot radius shattered. Naruto jumped up and away as the spot he was standing on began to collapse, bringing wind-sheathed knives to bear as lances of lightning appeared from the ground's ruins and speared his clones out of existence. Each bolt of lightning fractured into multiple streams as they found their targets, any that got too close to the Jinchuriki nullified by the superior element. From the air, he threw a handful of Senbon at the ground, multiplying them into a rain of steel with a Senbon shadow clone technique. Sasuke protected himself with a hemisphere of electricity, repelling the needles easily. His options were dwindling, Naruto thought, mind working quickly to find his next move even as he began to freefall. The yawning chasm technique was the strongest earth release skill he possessed. Most of his Doton moves were supplemental or defensive in nature, and Sasuke was too fast and too proficient with his lightning nature to make his abilities with earth or projectiles useful. Anything he threw out, his opponent could counter. It was time for a change in tactics, then. He adjusted the chakra output being channeled along his blades, throwing out bursts of air that allowed him to zip out of the way of the fireball Sasuke began spitting at him while forcing the other boy to dodge. When his feet finally touched the ground, he charged at his former teammate, slashing at the air with his knives and sending high-speed sickles of wind at the dark-haired male. The Uchiha seemed to dodge each attack with ease, though Naruto made sure to continue the assault to discourage him from countering properly. It wasn't the first time Sasuke had anticipated an attack he shouldn't have. The Sharingan was probably letting him see and react to elemental ninjutsu. Well, Naruto thought with mild annoyance, I've still got some tricks he shouldn't see coming. He needed to finish the battle soon, too. The ache in his shoulder was starting to become noticeable. He finished closing the gap between himself and his former rival, summoning an exorbitant amount of chakra to his hunting knives when he was several feet away to create 3-foot blades of pure wind chakra that mimicked Asuma's famous flying swallow technique. It was hard to tell in the heat of the moment, but Sasuke's face almost seemed to twitch at the thrumming blades of energy. The dark-haired boy brought his katana up reflexively in defense as Naruto slashed across his body. Wind chakra met steel and continued through as easily as a hot knife through butter, the top half of the Uchiha's sword falling to the ground with barely a sound. Momentarily stunned at the turn of events, Sasuke reacted a fraction too late to completely avoid Naruto's exhaled poison mist. He distanced himself from the blonde, using his sleeve to furiously rub away the wetness in his eyes his opponent's tear gas had caused. With how perceptive the Sharingan seemed to be, Naruto hoped with a mild sense of vindication that it made Sasuke's eyes extra sensitive to the onion-based chemical mist. Taking advantage of his opponent's momentary blindness, Naruto unleashed another hail of Sanban, then created a new set of shadow clones to spread out and attack Sasuke as a precaution. His prudence was proven correct when the Uchiha blindly unleashed a circle of fireballs with shuriken inside that both repelled his Sanban and destroyed half his doppelgangers. Deciding to literally fight fire with fire, Naruto focused on summoning a small twister as his remaining clones converged on Sasuke. The nearest fireball got caught in his wind release, rising whirlwind's funnel, causing it to explode into a giant conflagration that Naruto quickly warped into a towering tornado of flames. He briefly shifted his focus to his opponent, catching sight of Sasuke dispelling the last of his clones with decisive hand-to-hand strikes. Perfect, Naruto mused with a small half-smile as the smoke from his poison shadow clone technique finished dissipating. Refocusing on the blazing twister before him, Naruto sent the wind spinning toward Sasuke. The Uchiha moved out of the tornado's path, but the blonde released his hold on it and instead turned his attention to its interior. With a single hand sign, wind coalesced within the vortex's eye and then exploded with a Kakadai Kiri. The expanding mist technique blew apart the twister, sending fireballs spewing in every direction. Sasuke weaved around the spouts of flames while the would-be Jonin erected another earth-style wall to defend from any potential backlash. Lightning crackled from across the training area, and Naruto summoned a wind sphere to surround himself as bolts of blue-white electricity rushed towards him. Sasuke appeared before him in a body flicker, fire held in the palm of his hand. The conflagration was lobbed at him, and Naruto slipped underground once again to avoid being engulfed by a fiery ball. They were playing a strange game, the blonde noted. Sasuke's lightning attacks could be nullified by his wind, but used too much futon ninjutsu and the Uchiha would just pervert it with fire. Then Naruto could slip away, but in doing so, he left himself vulnerable to more Raitun techniques, thus perpetuating the cycle. Expecting the dance to continue, he surfaced quickly, only to fall prey to a volley of lightning needles that left him on the ground, momentarily stunned. Ugh, he didn't. I've been studying you, dope. Don't think you can use the same trick on me twice. Naruto looked up into scarlet eyes set in an expressionless visage. He hated that he'd been caught by surprise, especially since it seemed that several of his opponent's Sanban had struck nerves, but judging by the slight slump in the Uchiha's shoulders, the toxic vapor comprising his poisonous shadow clones had taken effect. Maybe not, he allowed, climbing to his feet and testing to see what mobility he had in his arms. Between the lightning and the throbbing wound in his shoulder, he'd been in better shape, but I don't have to. Sasuke's eyes narrowed briefly before summoning more lightning chakra to his palm and slamming it into the blonde's chest. Naruto was momentarily thankful that lethal moves had been prohibited. It was hard to forget the way Kakashi's hand had slid through Haku's chest, and it wasn't a far cry to believe his former teacher had passed the technique down to his pupil, as the force of the blow sent him sailing backwards, electricity dancing along his limbs. He righted himself some distance away, surprised but wearing a victorious grin. Sasuke was weakening. Even the Uchiha seemed vaguely aware that something was wrong, staring at his hand with an annoyed, almost confused look. Naruto didn't give him time to think about it, leveling his arm at his opponent and sending waves of Sanban storms at the other male. Sasuke appeared to zip around and in between each volley with his speed, though each needle seemed to come closer and closer to landing. When he almost seemed to be on top of the blonde, Naruto threw his palms to each side, to the best of his ability, and performed a seal-less futon, de tapa, sending a buffet of wind out in all directions. The Uchiha was caught in the blast and sent flying, landing rather gracelessly on his knees, breath coming in shallow gasps. Then his eyes went wide and he keeled over, muscles too paralyzed to keep him upright any longer. Naruto took careful aim and flicked a couple of sunban coated with knockout poison at his former teammate's prone form as a precaution, then sat down and began to tend to his shoulder. He won't be getting up for a bit, he announced to his audience without looking up from his work. A delicate hand shrouded in glowing green chakra entered his periphery moments later, and the pain in his shoulder ebbed away. Shizune offered him a kind smile filled with pride. You did so well, Naruto-kun. You didn't use hemlock on Sasuke-kun, did you? No, Azaleas. I've got the antidote here, too, he added, unsealing a jar from one of his scrolls and presenting it to the medic. He graced her with a small smile. Thanks, Shizune-san. The clearing of a throat drew his attention away from the medic, and Naruto lifted his eyes further to find Jiraiya standing not far away. Shizune excused herself and hustled over to where Sasuke lay, beginning the process of revitalizing him. Naruto rose to his feet and inclined his head to his teacher respectfully, murmuring, Hokage-sama. Naruto, returned the older shinobi. You displayed an impressive amount of aptitude for Doton and Futon ninjutsu, as well as restraint in your choice of attacks. You showed a strong awareness of your surroundings and a good grasp of strategy, especially considering the disadvantages against your opponent. I have also received a number of reports from Shikamaru and Niji that prove you can safely and effectively lead teams on missions. Jiraiya's serious expression broke into a wide smile. Congrats, kid, you're a Jonin now. The blonde couldn't stop the enthusiastic holler that escaped his lungs at the news, even as Jiraiya chuckled bemusedly. I did it. And handicapped, too. He wondered how things might have gone differently if he and Sasuke had been allowed to use more dangerous techniques, but then shrugged off the hypothetical, too excited at the news to pay heed to the whirlwind of thoughts in his head. Drop by the office later, Jiraiya said. We'll make everything official then. He waved to the ANBU member, who appeared to be talking to Kakashi, and then disappeared from sight, Asuma and Shizune making their exits after offering their own congratulations, the former promising a celebratory Team 10 dinner in the near future. Naruto made his way over to where Shikamaru was talking to his dad, the older Nara offering a curt bob of his head as he departed. Nice job, Shikamaru said when they were alone. Thanks, Naruto replied, repacking the supplies he'd left at his friend's feet. So I get why Asuma and Shizune were here, but you and your dad? Jonin Commander, came the response, the Nara thumbing in the direction his senior had ambled off in. And they're grooming me for some higher position. Sounds troublesome. Shikamaru grinned wryly, rolling his eyes for effect. It is. Dark eyes flickered to a point behind the blonde. Anyway, we'll catch up later. Sure, later, Naruto bade as his friend strolled away. He turned around, only to come face to face with Kakashi's mask. Oh, Kakashi. Yo. How's it been, Naruto? Fine. When the silver-haired man didn't immediately say anything in response, Naruto continued, well, if you don't mind. You've grown strong, noted the older Jonin. His visible eye crinkled in the expression Naruto had once learned meant Kakashi was smiling. I'm proud of the man you've become. Naruto was silent for a long moment, simply staring at the teacher who'd essentially set him up to be Zetsu's plaything because of his inaction. A long time ago, he might have been pissed at the man for how his teaching skills, or lack thereof, had poisoned his worldview. After failing the Chunin exams, he might have even been grateful for how Kakashi's hypocrisy had pushed him towards the plant man's philosophy. Now, he wasn't sure he felt anything except the strange realization that things must have happened for a reason, and that Kakashi, for better or worse, had played an integral part in how his life had turned out. Don't be, he finally said. If Kakashi could teach, if Sasuke wasn't a jackass, if Sakura had opened her eyes earlier, what would have changed? He'd made peace with how he'd turned out, jaded as he was, but he had enough self-awareness to know, things should have been different. And with that cryptic message, he left his former teacher, an awakening ex-teammate, behind. LLL. The strange mismatch of humanity and plant life that comprised Zetsu's chakra was hidden within the thick trunk of a tall oak tree. Naruto watched as the plant man's monochrome face melded out from the bark, wide yellow eyes peering at him curiously. What's up, Naruto-kun? Boss sent me, replied the blonde's shadow clone. He says it's time, wants to know if you're still good for that favor. Zetsu's half-mouth twisted into a maniacal grin, yellow eyes appearing to glow in the final minutes of the sunset. Finally. LLL. Naruto rapped on the door he stood before, a strange nervousness thudding deep in his chest. It wasn't a big deal if he didn't get the response he wanted, but as Zetsu had advised, to gain the appropriate perspective, everything should be tried at least once, and this would likely be his last chance. The door opened to reveal the surprised visage of Yamanaka Ino. Naruto? Hey Ino. Wanna go out tonight? Chapter 21, Freedom and Bondage. When freedom lies just ahead, how do you shake off the nooses that threaten to pull you back into your prison? LLL. So what's changed? Naruto shot Ino a proud grin, hands laced behind his head as he walked backwards through the lamplit streets. I made Jonin. Got to beat up Sasuke to do it, too. Wow. He hummed a little in self-satisfaction. Felt pretty good. I can only imagine. You're not upset, are you? About what? You beating Sasuke? She scoffed. I haven't been interested in him for a long time now. Thought you would have figured that out already. He shrugged. Just checking. So, are you going to tell me where we're going? Nope. Truth be told, Naruto only had the vaguest of ideas as to what he was doing. Dating had been the furthest thing from his mind for a long time now, and trying to jump back into that mindset was difficult, to say the least. His plan, if it could be called that, was to do something simple yet meaningful. Whether or not Ino appreciated it was entirely up in the air, but if nothing came of it, at least he could say he'd ventured out of his comfort zone and at least tried. Ino rolled her eyes at him, though there was a slight quirk to her lips that belied her amusement. Fine, be like that. Naruto grinned a little in response before turning around and continuing their walk, allowing a comfortable silence to fall between them. Eventually they arrived at their normal training field. Naruto grabbed one of his sealing scrolls and released a blanket, 2 bento boxes, and chopsticks. Laying out the blanket, he gestured for Ino to take a seat and then followed her lead, passing a bento and utensils to her. Not bad, she commented, swallowing a piece of tonkatsu. Can't take the credit this time. It's store-bought. But you know how to cook. I fought Sasuke today, Naruto reiterated in a deadpan. Didn't exactly have a lot of energy afterwards. Humph. Well, next time I expect something homemade. Yeah, next time. You're so high maintenance. He received a punch to the arm for his sass. Shut up. You can't tell a lady that. Naruto laughed at his companion's outrage before putting aside the rest of his bento and leaning back on the blanket, once more lacing his arms behind his head, this time to serve as a pillow. Ino raised an eyebrow at him. Not hungry? Eh? A pause, then, do you ever wonder what else is out there? Ino tossed him a tempura carrot, which he caught in his mouth with little effort. She put another piece of pork in her mouth and then laid down beside him. Thousands of stars winked down at them, each trying to outshine the others. You mean space? He shrugged. Space, the world, whatever. We only know so much about the things around us, you know? What do you think we don't know? A lot, I guess. But maybe we just have to wait and see until we find that stuff out. Don't you think that's what life's all about? Learning something new every day? Naruto smiled to himself. Yeah, pretty much. It was, after all, the tenet that had kept him moving forward in a constant state of fluctuating confusion for the past 5 years, even with a solid goal always in the back of his head keeping him grounded. Ino adjusted herself so that she was facing him, using her left hand to prop up her head. So now that you're a Jonin, what's next? Keep training, keep getting stronger. There's always another hurdle. But making Jonin was enough to start this? Not that I'm complaining, it's just a weird goal. Oh yeah? And what are you shooting for? Naruto shrugged, a somewhat cocky grin twisting his lips. He didn't trust himself to speak, unwilling to break whatever mood had fallen between them. The shorter blonde seemed to watch him for a long moment, as if judging him, and he once again wondered if the Yamanaka ever used her mind-manipulating techniques on him. But then, if she really knew what went on in his head, there was no way their relationship, platonic or otherwise, would be even a fraction of what it currently was there? Ino stood and offered him a hand. Grasping it, she helped lever him to his feet, and without letting go, began to lead him back through the village. Naruto didn't bother to ask where they were going. In revenge for his own stunt earlier, she'd likely not tell him. His question was answered in short order when they arrived back at her home. Ino opened the door and spared him a backwards glance. Might be a bit late, but do you want to come in? You sure? She shot him a look not unlike the one he'd worn after kissing her. Yeah. Through the sliver of open door, he managed to spy a black trench coat hanging on a hook and little else, judging by the silence, no one else was home. After you. LLL. Naruto awoke early the next morning and blinked at the dull gray light filtering through the lavender window curtains. He sat up slowly and rubbed his eyes free of grit before glancing over. Ino was laying on her side facing away from him, the sheet trundled up to her neck. Memories of the previous night flooded his mind at the sight of her blonde hair spilling over the pillows. It had been nice, he reflected, a good way to mark his departure from Konoha. As much as he hated to admit it, and as nightmare-inducing as that conversation had been, Zetsu had been right, all things should be experienced at least once. Naruto couldn't really remember the last time he'd simply let himself go and just enjoyed the moment, maybe when he and Tenten had been in the land of hot water, but even then there'd been a sense of urgency to their romance, a restriction put in place by their actual mission. Here he'd been free to simply feel and do. No plans, no contingencies, no ulterior motives, just impulse. Ino winked at him. It's a secret. Naruto huffed in response, practically pouting, before his blue eyes darted back to the night sky overhead, pointedly ignoring his date's playful smirk. Being a jonin gives me confidence in my abilities, he confided solemnly. Maybe it's not enough in the long run, but for now, it means that I'm ready for the next stage of my life. And what's that? He couldn't tell her, and he wouldn't just feed her some cock-and-bull story, as easy as that would have been, but he also couldn't be caught in a lie if he said nothing at all. So instead of responding, the blonde rolled over and kissed Ino. Unlike the last time he'd instigated romance, the tension he'd carried around on the mission with Tenten was absent, merely a slight flutter of nerves in his stomach. It was almost funny how, in trying not to lie to her, all he did was imply false promises instead, and wasn't that really just the same thing? Ino shot him a knowing look when there was once more space between them. Oh really? To that end, he was grateful, though perhaps amazed was a better word, as he honestly wasn't sure how she'd been convinced to go so far, that she'd even be amenable to the idea. Ever since meeting Zetsu, and especially as he'd grown older and more jaded in his way of thinking, he'd noticed that finding meaning in things that actually appealed to his warped sense of philosophy had become progressively more difficult. To have partaken in something that was purely about the moment, without questioning the how or why or what, it had been a nice change of pace. Blue eyes trailed over Ino's sleeping form once more. Out of all the people in Konoha, the Yamanaka was the one person he was most sad to leave behind. Despite his friendship with Tenten and camaraderie with both Shikamaru and Choji, it was Ino he had originally chosen to befriend, and Ino who complimented him best. "I'll miss you, Ino," he admitted quietly, voice still coarse and thick with sleep. He wasn't worried about waking her. Ino was a notoriously deep sleeper, and constantly defended her habit by claiming that that was how she stayed so beautiful. As if to prove the point, she mumbled something incoherent and turned so that she was facing him, the sheet falling slightly to reveal her pale collarbone. Emboldened by his confession, the blonde continued talking, his voice gradually losing its sleepy gruffness and becoming soft. "I've learned a lot since meeting Zetsu. He has very specific opinions on, well, everything, I guess, but he also taught me how to think for myself. That was probably a mistake. I started actually paying attention to how people treated me, what they were saying, how the world worked. The world's not as nice a place as Konoha wants us to believe. We're supposed to believe that protecting the will of fire and our comrades is the most important thing, but it all seems so pointless, doesn't it? Why should I die for someone who doesn't even like me? Maybe if it was someone I liked." He trailed off, briefly recalling the way he'd protected his bedmate from the attacking Otonin, but then shook his head to prevent the thought from gaining traction. He'd come this far, there was no point in deviating from his plan now. Firmly, almost as if to reassure himself, he continued, "People should be able to take care of themselves, and if not, maybe they deserve whatever they get." Naruto paused and looked at the ceiling, as if hearing for the first time the words exiting his mouth. That sounded like something Black Zetsu would say. It's weird that we became friends, isn't it, since we don't really believe in the same things? But maybe Konoha brainwashed you, kinda like Zetsu brainwashed me. Who knows where I'd be if he hadn't found me? Maybe we could've. He returned his gaze to Ino, pointedly ignoring once again the implications of what he was saying. There would likely always be a part of him that contradicted himself, simply because that's how Zetsu had taught him to think. But I'm glad that we became friends. I think having you around kept me from becoming too dark, almost like a conscience. I could do what I thought was right, and not just blindly follow whatever I was told. And that's why I have to leave." He was whispering at this point, divulging a secret he'd only told 2 other people. "I found my own path, and I need to follow it. I don't think you'll understand, actually, you'll probably be mad when you find out," he corrected, "but that's okay. Everything'll be okay," he murmured, as if to reassure himself of that fact. "So thanks, for everything." With those words lingering in the air, he slipped out of the bed and dressed quickly, finding himself perched on his friend's windowsill within a minute. "And goodbye, Ino," he whispered, before jumping in the direction of his apartment. LLL. It was around 6:30 in the morning when an ANBU came to retrieve Naruto from his home, informing the blonde that his presence was required by the Hokage for a mission of extreme importance. The Jinchuriki merely nodded in understanding and, after the Black Ops member vanished, allowed a tight smile to stretch his visage. His plan was in motion. A mixture of apprehension and nervous excitement knotted in his belly as he packed for the journey ahead. When his sealing scrolls were filled and his arsenal stocked, he left his apartment and shut the door behind him, not even sparing it a backwards glance. When he arrived at his teacher's office, Jiraiya was standing in front of the giant window that overlooked the hidden leaf, hands clasped behind his back and gaze aimed at the Hokage monument. Naruto took a seat as the Sannin secretary left, waiting for the man to speak. "Do you know Sabaku no Gaara?" he finally asked. "Yeah, we, met in the Chunin exams," Naruto admitted. "Why?" The white-haired man turned to look at him. "We just received a missive from Suna. He's gone rogue. Killed the sentries on duty who tried to stop him and just disappeared into the desert. The Kazekage wants our help in bringing him back." "Why don't they bring him back themselves?" "Fear, for one," Jiraiya replied. "From everything I've heard, most of Suna is still scared of him from his younger days, and his growth since then hasn't done anything to quell that fear. And second, do you remember what I told you about Jinchuriki? In any of the other villages, you'd have been raised as a weapon and little more." The blonde nodded. "Yeah." Jiraiya returned his gaze to the village sprawled out below him. "You've never seen a Jinchuriki in action, but they're terrifying. Especially if they have access to the Biju inside them. I've seen platoons of elite shinobi go up against them and fall like genin. It takes someone with Kage-level abilities to stand up to a Jinchuriki, and even that's not a sure thing depending on the Jinchuriki's skills. I don't know about the current Kazekage, but I probably could. Maybe Tsunade, if she ever decided to get back onto the battlefield. But aside from an S-class shinobi, the only thing that can stand up to a Jinchuriki is another Jinchuriki." He turned away from the window and finally took a seat in his chair, and in the moments it took him to do that, Naruto wondered, but didn't ask, when Jiraiya had witnessed a Jinchuriki fight. "That's why I need you to go out, find Gaara, and bring him back to Suna, alive." Jiraiya let out a long breath and reluctantly said, "I'm not gonna lie, Naruto, this is extremely dangerous, and I'd go myself if I could, but Konoha still needs its Hokage, and I can't go traipsing all about the land of wind or wherever the hell in the elemental nations Gaara is now on such short notice. Neither can the Kazekage, which is why she asked for our help. And unfortunately, since my first choice is currently unavailable, you're the only one I trust to stand a chance." "First choice?" Naruto pondered. "Welcome to your first S-rank mission as a Jonin, kid. And since I don't trust that things won't get rough, you're on your own. There's no telling how he'll react when you run into him, but I'm betting it won't be good." He gave the blonde a strained smirk. "Not exactly the mission I would have picked to throw you into the fire with, but beggars can't be choosers. As it is, Gaara has at least a 12-hour lead on you, and it'll take 2 days to reach the border of the Land of Wind, so pack whatever else you need and head out ASAP. And Naruto," he added as his student headed for the door, "good luck, and be safe." Naruto sketched a hasty bow to his teacher before turning away, the shadow of a grin flitting across his lips that reflected the tumultuous mixture of excitement and anxiety still boiling in his gut. "Will do, Jiraiya-sensei." LLL. The Land of Wind lay before him in all its expansive glory, an endless plain of golden yellow. It was a barren sea of sand, with only the sporadic saguaro standing tall in the distance, their rigid forms appearing wavy and distorted in the heat. Wind carried floating silica particles past his field of vision, making the desert appear hazy and even more unwelcoming. Even using the Shinra Bancho and Midori Shiryoku within the well-vegetated lands of fire and rivers to travel quickly and quietly, it had still taken 18 hours to reach the Land of Wind's border. Now that he'd arrived at his destination, though, he was starting to wonder if carrying through with his end of the bargain was really the best idea. It had been a long time since he'd proposed his young, almost haphazard, plan to Gaara, and at the time, it had been a desperate, likely to be rejected, effort to keep the status quo. But the Sand Jinchuriki had agreed to his terms, belatedly, and in the middle of an invasion, though he supposed beggars couldn't be choosers, and in return, his own freedom had been aided by the redhead's defection. His main hesitance lay in the fact that Gaara, known for his manipulation of sand, was surrounded by desert, where plant life was minimal and the attack prevention technique was more likely to get him killed than protect him if he overused it. Then again, he'd beaten Sasuke while handicapped, who was to say he couldn't do it again? Why's he just standing there? Scared, probably. Naruto sighed, an exhausted, almost exasperated sound. "Zetsu. Well, I appreciate the favor, at least." "You should," Black Zetsu growled. "Do you have any idea how difficult it is to get to Suna for us? There are so little plants," White Zetsu complained. "And your friend is so mean. He tried to kill us." Not my friend, the blonde pointed out tiredly, but yeah, I get it. Been there, done that. Think I should keep my end of the deal? Does it matter what our answer is? No, came the wry response, just curious. Honor is a rare trait among shinobi. That goes doubly so for Nuke-Nin. It really just depends on what kind of person you want to be. What kind of person I want to be, like that's not a loaded statement. As if he hadn't already made that decision when he put his plan into motion and left Konoha. But that was arguably the past, a life he was leaving behind, even if it had only truly culminated 2 days ago. He'd put in time and energy to get to this point, and now that he'd reached it, he could define himself by a new chapter. Now was finally the time to determine who he wanted to be, to begin living the life of a person free of everyone else's demands. He let out a sigh of resignation, though it was offset by a self-satisfied, almost amused smirk. Let's do this. White Zetsu's half-mouth seemed to mirror his own expression. Your friend is 5 miles northwest of here. He's really patient. Gaara had been waiting for this moment for almost 5 years, yet Naruto doubted anyone would use the word patient to describe the redhead. Eagerness to prove himself, to verify his existence, as he'd phrased it during the Chunin exams, was the more likely prevailing characteristic. Besides, if he flaked, the Sunanin would likely try to hunt him down, and the blonde wanted to enjoy his newfound freedom. Thanks, Zetsu. He tossed his tutor a haphazard salute. Wish me luck. Good luck. White Zetsu offered at the same time his darker half stated, if you're as skilled as you think you are, you won't need luck. Naruto barely heard the plant man's parting shot. He was already heading out in the direction Zetsu had told him. Behind him, the former Kusanin melded back into the thinning foliage of the land of rivers, seeking a system of roots that spread under the desert. He didn't want to miss what was about to happen. Fortunately for Naruto, with the right heading and the desert being so featureless, finding Gaara was child's play. His fellow Jinchuriki stood like a sentinel in the baking afternoon heat, arms crossed and red hair shuffling in the breeze. You came. I said I would. Given your cautious nature, I had doubts. With his natural prudence and avoidance of dangerous scenarios, Naruto couldn't fault him for thinking that. Still, there was no point in letting the redhead know how close he'd been to reneging on their arrangement. I don't disappoint. Emotionless teal eyes continued to bore into blue. We shall see. Then he stretched out his hands and the surrounding sand rose into the air. Naruto had a brief moment to lament his decision before the golden granules cascaded upon him. He instinctively melded through the desert and burrowed away as the wave converged on his location. Don't think you can hide from me, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara threatened, voice's pitch rising from its usual monotone. In this land, I know your every move. Sabaku Taiso. The blonde finished surfacing from the earth. He'd started when the other Jinchuriki had said there was no hiding, not trusting that to be a bluff, just in time for the sand beneath his feet to shift. He felt himself drop several inches as all the sand in a 500-foot radius compressed, compacting loose grains into a solid footing. Damn. If he'd been underground when the sand waterfall Imperial Funeral activated, the compaction likely would have killed him. As he'd thought, the Shinra Bancho was out, more of a hindrance than an ally. That he'd used it once safely was a miracle in of itself. The earth he was surrounded by, if it could be called that, was sand and not soil, meaning that his Doton techniques would be nearly ineffective, and the lack of plant life was unhelpful, even if he had a last-ditch workaround. Yep, he thought morbidly, just like fighting Sasuke. Albeit a Sasuke with far less sanity. Though this time, he had at least one distinct advantage, one his opponent also shared and had no qualms about using, if his warped features were anything to go by. Sand had crawled up Gaara's body, transfiguring his entire right side into a beige-colored something that was part animal, part demon. Drool was leaking from his distended mouth, making the Sunanin appear even more psychotic than normal. Naruto hastily lobbed a jar of sleeping gas at the other shinobi, but a massive sand arm tipped with black claws extended out from Gaara's right side, closing around the jar and crushing it before it even got close to the redhead. Well, wish I could say I was surprised. He withdrew a small scroll from his pocket, offering up silent gratitude to Tenten as he unraveled it and applied chakra. A dozen more jars burst forth, angling towards the other Jinchuriki. The demonic arm came up again, but this time Gaara growled, Randan Suna Shigure, and large blobs of sand shot out from the palm, impacting the projectiles and shattering them. Naruto dodged the opposing projectiles, eyes narrowed as pale yellow gas diffused across the battlefield, dissipating into the wind. Do not take me for a fool, Naruto. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Now he even sounds like Sasuke, scowled the blonde as Gaara's deformed mouth opened wide. Futon, Mugen Sajin, Daitapa. Futon, Daitapa. Naruto's great breakthrough met Gaara's infinite sand cloud variant and created a massive bluster that sent sand particles flying everywhere. The blonde used his arm to shield his eyes from the airborne particulates, his shirt practically threatening to tear itself from his body. Shit. He's really going all out? With his eyes averted to the ground, Naruto saw strands of sand twirl around his feet and start to climb up his legs. He bent down and placed his hands upon the silica, summoning wind chakra to his palms and blowing away the grasping tendrils. When he looked up again, Gaara's appearance had changed once more. Sand had consumed his entire body, creating a beige-colored skin with dark, disconnected, vein-like markings. Sharp teeth were bared in an animalistic smile, and between the pointed ears and a tail as long as his body, he looked as demonic as Naruto imagined the sealed Ichibi to be. Sabakuro! Great arcs of sand rose up from beneath Naruto and converged into a giant spherical prison. The blonde quickly tried to use the attack prevention technique, a desperate effort as darkness encompassed his sight, but much like how he hadn't been able to beat Zetsu's chakra, he also couldn't phase through the copious amounts of demonic chakra Gaara had placed in the desert. Bastard forced my hand. The sphere condensed upon itself with the intention of crushing the Konohanin within, but instead exploded into granules of sand. Wind buffeted the Ichibi Jinchuriki as his sand-binding prison was demolished from the inside, a foul chakra tinting the zephyr. Naruto landed on the scorching sand on all fours, a cloud of bubbling reddish-orange chakra surrounding him, two tails of the Kyuubi's power whipped frantically from the base of his spine. The remnants of the wind release, wind sphere technique that had burst his imprisonment dissipated into the surrounding desert. Across from him, Gaara let out a piercing cackle. Finally! Let us see what a true battle of monsters looks like. Ryusa Bakuryu. Naruto watched as 100-foot waves of sand rose up, barreled towards him, and threatened to crush him beneath their bulk. He opened his mouth and roared, expelling a powerful wall of wind that crashed against the incoming quicksand waterfall flow. The waves crested and exploded, showering the area with silica particles. Amidst the sand shower, Gaara's maniacal laughter could be heard clearly. Yes, yes, yes. This is the fight I have sought, the one that will prove my existence. Mother wishes to taste your blood, Naruto. Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu. This time, the sand that rose up from the desert swirled around Gaara instead of Naruto. Not good. He could only watch as the Jinchuriki's form grew and grew, throwing out a wind technique in the hope to stall whatever was happening. It didn't work. The wind made no impact against the bulk of the giant creature that now faced him. Naruto tried not to wince as the high-pitched giggling of the Ichibi broke the piercing shrill of the awakened land of wind. Finally! Come to me, little Kyuubi, and let me grind your bones into dust. That explains where Gaara gets it, Naruto thought with dark humor. Not that that was altogether surprising, given how his own Bijuu chakra influenced his mind when he used it. He exhaled another wind technique, putting more gusto into it, but despite the air that now blustered around them, the Tanuki remained unmoved. The one-tail giggled shrilly once more. That's it? Let me show you a real attack. He inhaled deeply, stomach bulging with the effort, before one sandy paw slammed into his gut. Futon, Renkuden. Even dodging the impact zone and summoning a sphere of wind to protect himself, Naruto was lifted off his feet by the force of the gale. He bounced off a sand dune, summoning more demonic chakra from the fox and scoring long trenches in the desert as he found loose stability in the shifting sands. Four tails of reddish-orange chakra trailed him as he darted around the series of drilling air bullets that threw granules of silica into the air. Futon, Shinkaha. The burst of Bijuu-tainted wind that escaped Naruto's mouth sliced into the Ichibi's leg, causing the Bijuu to unleash a shriek. Naruto smirked at the reaction, even as sand from the surrounding desert rose up and filled in the gash his vacuum wave had caused. He inhaled even deeper. Futon, Shinku Renpa. A giant, sandy parody of the one-tail rose from the earth, arms outstretched as the vacuum serial waves broke against its body. Naruto was surprised to find the dummy still standing after weathering his attack. That thing's harder than the Ichibi? Harder than my futon? That shouldn't have even been possible. Hee, you can't break my absolute defense. You won't be able to beat me here, little Kyuubi. Giant masses of sand rose up in curving arcs that once again threatened to encapsulate the blonde. Naruto skirted around and between the masses with his Kyuubi-enhanced speed, seeking any opening to get closer to the lumbering Tanuki. He sent slashes of air out at random intervals, whenever there was a brief opening in the Bijuu's attacks to do so, but they either didn't connect or had no effect against the creature's vaunted defense. Sabaku so Teiso Fuin. Darkness encompassed him as sand came together in a grand mausoleum. He could feel the Kyuubi's chakra begin to leave his system, like his body was a sieve and the energy was slowly seeping out. Shit. As the sun's harsh rays were drowned out by shadow, He threw what remained of the demon's chakra into breaking free, using his cloak as the focal point of the technique. Futon, Kakadai Kiri. His encasement blew apart as the enhanced expanding mist technique took effect. The Ichibi cackled as the blonde's human form was revealed. What's next, little Kyubi? You've got nothing left. You won't escape this one. Sabakuro. Hope this works. He yanked on the Kyubi's chakra in his system, unmindful of the quantity, and simultaneously activated the wind stream technique. The boost of demonic chakra sent him catapulting into the air beyond where he'd expected, high above the sand-binding prison, his body morphing in the process. By the time he hit the apex of his flight several hundred feet above the Ichibi, his form was a mesh of scarlet and black, with 6 tails protruding from his back and a vulpine skeleton serving as a sort of faux armor. Between the whisperings of the 9 tails in his head and the influence of the fox's negative emotions, Naruto barely possessed the wherewithal to unleash a second wind stream technique, rocketing himself towards the top of the one tail's head. The Ichibi looked up at him, his long tail curled over Gaara protectively, and expelled a breath of wind at the transformed Jinchuriki. Naruto, or the Kyubi, it was getting harder to tell as the seconds ticked by, manipulated the air flowing around him, sluicing through the Biju's attack and then the tip of the tail that was the creature's namesake. The one tail screeched in pain as the former leaf shinobi cratered right next to where Gaara's slumped form stuck out of the tanuki's forehead like a giant's it. His 6 tails came together and slammed into the red head with tremendous force. Naruto used all his willpower to forcefully clamp down on the influx of Biju chakra in his system as Gaara's body popped free from the Ichibi, the redhead's teal eyes flying open in surprise. Amidst the one tail's high-pitched wailing, the blonde's vulpine skeleton disintegrated and his humanity returned, his skin appearing raw and sunburned. It was a testament to Gaara's strength, or perhaps it was the Ichibi, or even both, that he'd been forced to go into what Jiraiya had taken to referring to as the version 2 Jinchuriki form. Even with the mantra of emotional apathy, it was beyond difficult to retain a semblance of humanity when enshrouded by as much of the Kyubi's chakra as the 6-tailed state took. He could only handle that much chakra for a dozen seconds or so, and even utilizing so much of it took far too much of his energy. But in a fight between Jinchuriki and Jiraiya's warning now seemed especially poignant, it had been a necessity. Which, if Naruto thought about it, was probably part of what the Kyubi had planned on when he'd bargained for little more than to keep the seal loose. Naruto managed to land with a greater semblance of grace than he'd expected on a dune that had only moments before comprised some part of the one-tail's body, repressing a wince and a yell as his aching body screamed in agony. He could feel his body's epidermis regrowing, covering the sensitive layer of cells that was currently baking under the sun's warmth. Almost 100 feet away lay Gaara. Naruto made his way over to his fellow Jinchuriki, finding the redhead staring up at the cloudless sky with a vacant look in his teal eyes, his skin cracked and breaking like the shell of an egg. "If you're going to kill me," intoned the Sunanin, "do it. You wanna die?" Gaara turned towards the blonde with an almost robotic motion. "I underestimated the monster within you. My reason for existing has been nullified. What other purpose do I now have other than to reinforce yours?" Naruto crouched down so that blue eyes met teal, even as the newly knit skin around his legs protested the action. "I only kill to survive. Being alive is enough for my life to have meaning, because what do other people matter?" Gaara blinked once, twice, his face a blank slate as to his thoughts. It reminded Naruto of nights spent talking to the emotionless redhead back in Konoha, trying to convince him not to go through with the Hidden Sands invasion and unsure if he was actually making an impact. The Jinchuriki's sanity and logic seemed to wax and wane randomly, making it impossible to read him. Finally, Gaara turned away. His arm twitched, and Naruto's gaze immediately flickered to it, wary of tricks, but the Sunanin merely laid his palm flat against the desert. "Someone is coming. How do you? I can sense people through the sand." Duh. That explained how he could track him through the attack prevention technique. "There are 2 people. One has a chakra level not dissimilar to the Kazekage's. The other is strange." He sounded confused as Gaara had ever come across, anyway. "I can only sense that he has a larger than average mass." Crap. The Kyubi was almost done healing his body, and how ironic that the fox was both the cause and relief of his pain, but Naruto didn't want to run across a person who could be compared to a Kage even on his best day, let alone after fighting another Jinchuriki. At least, and the thought was almost painful, considering that he was trying to prove his independence, not while he was alone. "Need your help." "How long, till?" "Soon." Now that he was looking more carefully, Naruto could see tiny granules of sand rising up from the desert and filling in the cracks in Gaara's skin. "You are not seeking escape. Would it help? I need another minute." "You won't have that long." Naruto could feel a knot of tension growing in his belly as his body finished its recovery. Gaara was sitting up now, making to stand as two figures appeared on the horizon, one of average height, the other squat and bulky. The blonde stood carefully, wary of stressing his new skin, blue eyes narrowing as dozens of fluttering objects approached the Jinchuriki pair. White and shaped into butterflies, they appeared innocuous enough, but Naruto wasn't one to take chances when circumstances pointed to them being anything but. Futon, a Rashinome. Wind buffeted out from around the two Jinchuriki, creating a protective barrier just as the butterflies exploded. A dome of sand rose up around them as he dropped the storm's eye technique, wary of letting the wind blow the explosions into a firestorm. He offered Gaara a grateful inclination of his head, to which the Sunanin merely blinked. Every gesture he made seemed nearly effortless. Were those exploding tags? So it appeared. Gaara slowly dropped the barricade so they could see what they were dealing with. Naruto watched with some perplexity as a mass of the white material, paper, he thought, observing the apparently origami butterflies unfolding themselves and creating sheaves and layers, conglomerate to form the head and shoulders of a blue-haired woman. It seems you were right about the Ichibi's tenacity, Sasori. No wonder Deidara was unsuccessful with his mission. Behind the woman, who could apparently talk while being only part of a body, a clone. Naruto wondered, trundled the second figure. His body was robed entirely in the red-clouded black cloak that Zetsu had told him designated Akatsuki's members, his head and face shielded by a wide-brimmed straw hat and a mouth covering. It's convenient that we managed to track him down at all, Konan, Sasori growled in a rough voice. Something in the back of his uniform shifted from side to side. Your network is impressive, complimented the blue-haired woman in a flat voice not unlike Gaara's. Strangely, the spike of fear that Naruto expected he'd feel at being confronted by Akatsuki was absent. Maybe it was that he'd been recognized by the leaf as a jonin, or that he'd beaten Gaara and the demon he contained, or even both, but regardless, some of his young, arguably naive, confidence was beginning to flow through his veins. He spared his fellow Jinchuriki a sideways glance. It was interesting that Akatsuki either only recognized or sought Gaara, but facing their main adversary gave the pair strong motivation to work together. Besides, without knowing their abilities, Naruto was loath to make a move that would leave him vulnerable and the redhead in Akatsuki's clutches. A series of paper birds dove towards them, and Naruto jumped away as Gaara raised a wall of sand the projectiles exploded against. The blonde unsheathed his hunting knives and raised them in a defensive position, unsure what to expect. More paper, this time shaped like miniature planes, dove through the ensuing smoke and exploded, fully splitting the Jinchuriki apart. So much for working together. Now airborne, Naruto barely managed to bring his knives together to block what was revealed to be a sharp-tipped metal tail from stabbing him. Sasori seemed to be glaring up at him from the ground, the metal links and ball bearings comprising his extra appendage stretching impossibly far. Impressive, he growled, but you're only delaying the inevitable. The tail thrust forward again just as Naruto landed, and the blonde instinctively shoved chakra into the ground and melded through it before he was hit. Tunneling through the sand with the attack prevention technique, he surfaced where he'd last seen the Akatsuki member and slashed out, catching nothing but air. Instead, a black canister with stud-like protrusions exploded, releasing a cloud of green gas as the protrusions opened to reveal innumerable Sanban. Naruto had inhaled upon surfacing, cursing himself as he coughed on the toxic smoke, but he immediately returned to the safety of the desert underground, a couple of Sanban scoring marks along his face, hitting his shoulders, and plinking off his forehead protector. The tail, Sanban, poisons, he's a distance fighter, like me. That worked for him. Naruto knew exactly what his own weaknesses were, so fighting against Sasori shouldn't be all that different. When he surfaced this time, a zephyr began to form with him at the epicenter. Sanban were deflected by the brewing storm, and Naruto breathed a dokujiri into the raging winds before letting them disperse into billowing clouds of white manchineel gas. He could make out Sasori's position not far from his own, and watched as the poison washed over the Akatsuki shinobi's bulky form. Taking advantage of the man's momentary blindness, he lobbed a couple of Jared knockout gases at his enemy. The metal tail whipped up and smashed the jars to pieces before they ever reached Sasori. Blue eyes went wide. What? No one was immune to the manchineel gas, even he succumbed to the powerful irritant, despite training his body to become impervious to his remaining arsenal of deadly toxins. There was simply no way a human could simply ignore the effects of the blinding vapor, unless... Sasori seemed to be staring at him with an intense expression. It's aggravating that you're still standing. My poison should have knocked you out. I suppose I'll have to try something a bit more effective. The black cloak shredded as the bulky man's tail ripped through it, revealing an orange mask that covered the entirety of Sasori's back like a perverse turtle shell, its open mouth serving as the outlet for the extra appendage. The mask flipped up 90 degrees, and a smaller figure in Akatsuki's uniform hopped out. Short and possessed of mousy scarlet hair, he looked more like a teenager than the intimidating adult Naruto had expected comprised Akatsuki. Sasori let out a small sigh. I hadn't expected to have to use him here, he noted, voice soft and disdainful, but at least I'm not caught as unaware as Deidara. He held out a scroll with the kanji for 3 on it and unsealed its contents in a puff of smoke. Let's see how you fare against my favorite, The clacking of wooden joints made its way to Naruto's ears as the smoke cleared to reveal a dark-haired figure wearing a ruffled brown cloak. Between the bulky form he'd originally associated with Sasori and this new revelation, the blonde's suspicion was confirmed. He's not human, or at least, he can protect his human body using puppets. It was the same trick that had caused Tenten to lose in the Chunin exams, and the same logic that made fighting against inhuman opponents so difficult. But Sasori wasn't Kankuro, and Naruto wasn't Tenten. He had far more tricks up his sleeves than the bun-haired girl had years ago, and Sasori had now revealed his true form. The puppet soared towards him with arms extended, numerous blades glinting in the desert sunlight. Naruto sank back into the ground. Thus far, Sasori hadn't displayed any abilities that would enable him or his puppets to reach into the earth, meaning the previously dangerous sand was now his greatest ally. Sadly, without the vegetation of the Land of Fire, he was still blind underground, but at least he could come up with a strategy. If you think you can hide from me, you're sadly mistaken. It was amazing how well Sasori's apathetic alto carried through the scattered silica. Naruto swiftly tunneled away from where he'd been attacked above ground, wary of whatever tricks the puppeteer hadn't revealed. Setetsu Kaiho. A spike of something hard and gritty ripped through the blonde's right leg and left shoulder. Naruto hissed in pain, the feel of poison leaking into his bloodstream a familiar one as he rose out from the earth to escape whatever had hit him. Above ground, an erratic mass of what appeared to be branching, black poles decimated the area, digging into and through the soft sand. Right hand clutching his injured shoulder, the blonde watched as the poles seemed to disintegrate into individual particles, almost like. Naruto scowled. Sand. This'll be just like fighting Gaara, except without the Biju. Well, maybe that would make things easier. Though at this point, he was starting to wonder if he wasn't suicidal for sticking around to fight Akatsuki after exhausting his power against Gaara. So it wasn't a fluke, Sasori mused. You're immune to my poisons, just like Orochimaru. Your Jinchuriki power, perhaps. Naruto's grip against his shoulder tightened, blood dribbling between his fingers. With that statement, it didn't seem as if he would be allowed to escape even if he wanted to. Guess I can't convince you you're wrong? He speaks, mocked the puppeteer. And here I was beginning to think you were mute. Not that it matters all that much. The black sand finished coalescing into a large pyramid and rectangular prism. Setetsu Keshu. The two geometric shapes plummeted towards him, and Naruto jumped backwards to avoid being crushed. Once again, he'd been foiled in utilizing the Shinra Bancho, too blind and vulnerable while underground to rely on it. The senbon in his pouches rattled against one another incessantly, and the knives he'd reholstered began to slide from their sheaths. He weaved hand signs and fired a blast of compressed air from his mouth, hoping to split the sand weapons into individual particles, but the iron sand gathering assault remained steadfast. Well, damn. Maybe fighting Sasori would be as difficult as going up against the Ichibi. Their defenses seemed to be fairly even, at least. The senbon hidden in his sleeves slipped out and attached themselves to the dark pyramid looming beside him. He hastily divested himself of his hunting knives and remaining weapon pouches, repelling himself from the pull of the magnetic sand with a violent wind palm. Now at a safe distance, the blonde channeled an inch-long blade of chakra from his thumb tip and slid it from navel to chin, allowing his tunic and mesh undershirt to slip off his body. A quick slash at his neck, and the cloth holding his hydeate in place was severed. No more metal, he told Sasori. Clever, admitted the puppeteer, but you've only delayed the inevitable. The black sand, iron, if the jutsu names were anything to go by, Naruto told himself, ground into a fine powder, began to shift, transforming into a series of needles that mimicked the blonde senbon shadow clone technique. Naruto began to prepare a buffet of wind to counter, but just as he was about to release it, a wall of sand rose between him and the incoming needle hail. It molded itself into a dome that encased him, and then Gaara surfaced from the desert floor in a parody of the attack prevention technique. The Sandaime Kazekage possessed the Jiten Kekkei Genkai, Gaara explained in a dry rasp. Naruto thought he seemed tired, or aggravated, it was hard to tell. His jutsu were inspired by the previous host of Shikaku. I will take over from here. You, wanna trade? Gaara stretched out his hand in the direction of the Akatsuki member. Naruto could hear the individual granules around him shift and compact to create a denser defense. The woman can split herself into paper and uses explosive tags. Thanks. Then, with no other words between them, Gaara dropped the dome and Naruto unleashed another wind technique at the assault of paper projectiles that had been launched at their backs. The projectiles exploded in midair, and the blonde took the opportunity to separate from the other Jinchuriki, exhaling a wind release, vacuum wave that forced the blue-haired Akatsuki Konan, he thought Sasori had called her, to float to the side on her paper wings. She turned to him and flapped her wings, sending a tornado of paper his way. Well, got her attention, Naruto thought sardonically, even as he protected himself with a wind sphere. Konan seemed to be staring down at him with the same bored look that the saner version of Gaara wore. I suppose it makes no difference how the job gets done, she noted. Shikigami no Mai. She split apart into thousands of pieces of paper, and Naruto decided that he didn't want to find out what she could with all of them. He brought his hands together into a cross seal and summoned several clones, all of whom performed the contracting funnel technique. Twisters of wind rose in the area where Konan had disseminated herself, catching the loose sheets and becoming typhoons of white. A little more nature manipulation on the parts of the clones, and the winds became tornadoes of destruction, shredding everything within into innumerable scraps. Well, that was easy. The paper scraps came back together, reforming to show Konan, whole and unharmed. Or not. His clones continued to summon twisters to keep the blue-haired woman occupied while Naruto ran through a new set of hand seals. Konan would eventually find a way out, and with his weapons lost to Sasori's iron sand, he finally had time to enact the plan he'd had in reserve since fighting Gaara. Doton, Jodo no Jutsu. He spat out clumps of peat-filled dirt which mixed with the desert sand and settled into a dark layer of moist earth. Kneeling down, he slapped his hands against the soil and summoned chakra to the seeds buried within. Haru Saicho no Jutsu. Brambles, ferns, and saplings began to rise from the depths of the loam soil technique, an earth release he'd created specifically to increase the longevity of flora grown via the spring's growth technique. As the plants grew, Naruto spared a glimpse at the battle his clones were waging, and losing, he realized, watching Konan's multitude of paper kill one of his doppelgangers. Faster, he thought, dredging up a small amount of recovered Kyuubi's chakra and throwing it into the Haru Saicho. He was growing tired, and utilizing the fox's power while more susceptible to its influence was a dangerous ploy. Still, the plants began to grow faster and wilder, creating a miniature forest approximately 1,000 square feet, even as the demon's chakra knitted together the skin around the wounds Sasori had caused. He whirled around with a blade of wind chakra extending along his hand and from his fingertips, swiping at the loose papers that were hovering at his back with a parody of Tsunade's chakra scalpel. A number of the sheets came together to form Konan's head, brown eyes flat. Your resistance is futile. I'm not just gonna lay down and die, he retorted, then expelled a poison mist at the floating head. The Akatsuki moved away, but a series of origami birds dove down in her place and exploded, forcing Naruto to retreat into the safety of his homegrown forest. Now he was in his element, which was good, because between the fight with Gaara, using the Ninetales power, the battle with Sasori, and then actually growing his own foliage, he was definitely starting to feel his limit. Luckily, Konan seemed to be a human opponent, finally, and was thus susceptible to his normal, chakra-minimal tricks. Placing one hand against the nearest tree, he channeled chakra through it and sent a series of vines lashing out at the blue-haired woman. Konan manipulated her paper into a hardened shield. The vines bounced off, and Naruto decided to abandon the assault, moving deeper into the greenery to search for the appropriate plant. He summoned another shadow clone to watch his back, maintaining contact with the foliage around him to keep up the green sight technique and prevent any unfortunate surprises. A flash of white caught his eye, and Naruto threw his chakra into a conifer, sending a hail of pine needles in the direction of the paper butterfly. One pierced the origami creation through its thorax, pinning it as neatly against a tree trunk as an entomologist would a real one to corkboard. Naruto wished he could do the same to Konan, whose paper manipulation was proving surprisingly diverse and effective. He could see how Gaara, whose attacks were based around encasing and crushing, would have difficulty beating her. The whooshing sound of displaced air caught his attention, followed immediately by the buzzing of a circular paper construct sawing through the greenery, toppling small trees and shredding broadleaf plants. His clone used a wind technique to try and blow the projectile off its path, and Naruto took the opportunity to find a denser portion of the canopy, withdrawing one of his scrolls in the process. He unsealed a purple jar and then grabbed the frond of a nearby fern, dribbling the toxin quickly but carefully over each leaf tip. More paper began to float around him, the buzzing projectile having torn down a wide swath of foliage, allowing the desert sun to once more bear down on the blonde. He waved the frond at a dense collection of paper, leaves hardened to resemble steel detaching and piercing the white sheets. The few pieces of paper struck by the fern's leaves flopped over where they were pinned to tree trunks, no longer mobile. Ha! It worked? The paper converged together into Conan's expressionless visage. A small patch of the black cloak over her arm was missing, and she turned brown eyes to it, frowning slightly. You are becoming a nuisance. I try. He slashed across with the frond once again, sending another hail of poisoned leaves at the Akatsuki member. Conan fluttered apart, allowing the sharpened greenery to rustle harmlessly through her body. Several paper pieces folded themselves into shuriken, which spun wildly at the blonde, while others lit up with seals, exploding moments later and setting the surrounding foliage ablaze. Blue eyes glanced at the pierced paper from earlier. They remained motionless, unexploded, and untransformed. As the self-made forest went up in smoke around him, Naruto eyed the purple jar in his hand skeptically. Well, alright then. He brought the jar's opening to his mouth and emptied its contents, tossing the empty container at the returning paper buzzsaw out of spite. The jar shattered on impact, and Naruto boosted himself out of the chakram's path with a violent wind palm. The Repusho had the added effect of turning the forest fire into a raging inferno which emitted thick, black smoke as it burned. Naruto could barely make out Conan, now hovering above the flaming canopy on giant paper wings, seemingly observing the destruction. Finding a fallen branch, he tossed it high into the air, boosting it with a smidge of wind manipulation, and watched as the blue-haired woman whirled on the spot and sent a cavalcade of origami projectiles in its direction. One Kawarimi later found the Jinchuriki in the place of the pierced wood. He sprayed the poison in his mouth over his surprised adversary, calling upon his breathing exercises to give it distance and speed. Conan's paper wings fluttered away aimlessly, her brown eyes widening in shock as she began to lose altitude. Naruto descended mere feet behind her, a blade of wind chakra extending from his fingertips. She seemed to sense what he was planning, for she tried to summon some semblance of defense, but with his chakra-negating agent soaking her body, and thus the chakra-laden paper that seemed to comprise it, it was ineffective. Stabbing forward and then slashing sideways, Naruto's blade of wind decapitated the paper manipulator with a great spurt of blood. Body and head fell separately into the fire below, which the blonde deftly avoided by applying the wind stream technique until he was safely outside its influence. Damn, I'm good, he breathed in awe, watching the fire eat up his forest and adversary. Then, having basked sufficiently in his glorious victory, he looked around for Gaara, blue eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. A menagerie of broken puppets garbed in red cloaks littered the desert, wooden limbs and bodies in various stages of splintered destruction. Gaara stood in the center of it all, arms waving about in patterns to control the same waves of sand he'd used to try to crush Naruto. Sasori, however, didn't have a biju sealed in him, and when the sphere surrounding him condensed to the size of a ball, Naruto highly doubted the puppeteer had survived. He cautiously approached Ground Zero, another blade of wind chakra at the ready in case Sasori actually was alive. Or if Gaara chose to betray him. The red-haired Jinchuriki turned to stare at him with his usual blank expression. That was challenging. Understatement of the year. Well, it was Akatsuki, Naruto pointed out. How'd you do it, anyway? More silica particles floated up and surrounded the Sunanin. As I've told you, my defense is impenetrable. And I know how to fight puppeteers because of Kankuro. Not completely impenetrable, thought the blonde, though Gaara's perspective on things always seemed a bit skewed towards the self-aggrandizing. So, we good? Gaara made a non-committal noise, though he still nodded. Yes. Those battles made me feel more alive than anything I'd experienced in Suna. It seems abiding by your timetable was not a complete waste of time after all. I do what I can. And on that note, can you, take care of the, everything, he finished, gesturing unsurely at the smoldering remains of the now-dead Spring's growth technique and the debris of puppet parts strewn liberally across the desert. The redhead knelt down, placing his hands upon the ground and summoning swirling eddies of sand to swallow up the surroundings. Within seconds, any evidence of the battles wrought in the land of wind were deep beneath the surface, leaving only the vast, empty expanse the two had started in once more. Naruto considered it a rather fitting metaphor, wiping the slate clean to move on with the next stage of their lives. Scouring the sands for any sign of combat Gaara had missed, Naruto asked, "So, what's next for you?" "I will find some place that has not heard of me." "Well, that's an X. And they will learn to fear my existence." "Baby steps, then." "All right then. Well, good luck. HN." The sands parted beneath him, and in a move he wanted to say was inspired by the Shinra Bancho, Gaara disappeared. Naruto finally let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding, the action sounding more relieved than he expected. What a day. He'd escaped Konoha, won the fight against Gaara, and even better, proved that he could go toe-to-toe with 2 different Akatsuki members and even kill one of them. The logic that he'd played by since the Chunin exam so long ago had worked. Just because the Leaf considered him a Jonin didn't necessarily mean that that was the peak of his power. In fact, considering how many of his abilities came from Zetsu, and thus had to be kept secret, the fact that he could take down an S-rank opponent while only being judged in Konoha by his A-rank skills might not have been as surprising as it seemed. And now he was well and truly free. It was almost hard to believe. Blue Eyes finished scanning the desert landscape. Guess they're gone. The clothes and forehead protector he'd removed fighting Sasori were nowhere to be found, likely a result of Gaara's handiwork. Oh well. It was a symbol of his old life, one he was leaving behind, though the loss of his shirt, and the sunban he'd been carrying, was noticeable in the dying afternoon heat. He'd almost hoped they'd remained uncovered alongside an Akatsuki cloak, so that Konoha assumed he'd been kidnapped, but it couldn't be helped. He would just make do with his original plan. Fortunately, he had already decided on a heading before Akatsuki had decided to intervene. He looked in the direction of the falling sun, shading his eyes with his hand. So, that way, he said, adjusting his line of sight in a more northern direction. And so it begins. Several hundred feet away, from the confines of a giant saguaro, 2 yellow eyes peered out and watched as the blonde disappeared into the distance. Did you get all that? Of course. He didn't do too badly, huh? It seems his plan worked out after all. Everything came together in the end. How surprising. There was a brief pause, and then White Zetsu asked his partner, but is it the end? Naruto's figure was now little more than a shadowy blur against the dying sun. Black Zetsu's voice adopted a haughty, mocking tone as he answered his other half, what do you think? Chapter 22, Pride and Humility. When your life seems to be trending upwards, do you let your successes blind you to your original path, or are you able to continue following the road before you? LLL. Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, stay behind please. The Ino Shikacho trio remained where they were as the shinobi around them filed out of the Hokage's office. When the door clicked shut behind the last departing Konohanin, the 3 assembled themselves before their leader's desk, expressions displaying anxiety, annoyance, and curiosity. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya heaved a long sigh, the stress lines on his face making him look older than his 56 years. Even though we're changing Naruto's official status to MIA, I wanted to inform you that you shouldn't expect him to come back. Are you telling us to give up on him? Ino asked, her voice rising an octave in outrage. The bang of Jiraiya slamming his palms upon his desk made Team 10 jump. Of course not. But, he continued in the same tired voice from before, most shinobi who've been out of contact for 3 months. He sighed. They're not likely to return. And that's my fault. Respectfully, Hokage-sama, we know the risks of being shinobi, Shikamaru said. Every mission is fraught with danger. Some more than others. Jiraiya took a deep breath, then continued, this is nothing more than a suspicion, but it may be that Naruto was taken by Akatsuki. Who's Akatsuki? Nominally, a terrorist organization for hire, the Hokage told Choji. But they've secretly been going across the elemental nations and collecting the Biju. Biju, like the Kyuubi? Yes. The Sanin's dark eyes roved from Choji's questioning expression to Shikamaru's thoughtful frown, then to Ino's averted gaze, baby blue eyes sad. Naruto has the Kyuubi sealed with him. Judging by your reactions, he continued, once more examining their faces, you two already knew. Shikamaru grunted. I guessed. He told me, Ino whispered. Jiraiya watched them for a moment, allowing each member of Team 10 to digest the words hanging in the air. Ino's arms were wrapped around her stomach in a parody of a hug, wearing her sadness like a cloak, she seemed much smaller than normal, broken despite being a 17-year-old killer. Why do you think Akatsuki got Naruto? She asked. There have been reports of movement across the elemental nations, specifically within the lands of water and lightning, where Jinchuriki have recently been discovered missing, Jiraiya replied. Combine that with the mission Naruto was last sent on. Which was? Shikamaru interjected. Soon as Jinchuriki defected, and I sent Naruto to retrieve him. You think they met somewhere and Akatsuki intervened? Jiraiya nodded. Given the lack of communication at this point, it seems possible. There have also been no reports of any incidents that would be tied to what we know of Gaara's personality. People can change, Ino proposed. In this case, it's highly unlikely. Still, she protested, you should let us go look for him. Maybe we can. I already have people out there doing just that, Jiraiya interrupted sternly. And they're better equipped than you to take on Akatsuki or Gaara, should either situation arise. Gentler, he added, I understand how you feel, but you should be aware that it's possible we may never find him. Given how close you all were, I thought you deserved to know the truth. Choji looked from Shikamaru's thoughtful frown to Ino's crestfallen expression. Isn't there something we can do to help, Hokage-sama? Jiraiya smiled at the trio before them, though it didn't reach his eyes. Just keep doing your best. You're all integral to Konoha's future, and we need that unity now more than ever. Silence reigned among the members of Team 10 until Ino sketched a stiff bow, muttering a flat, thanks, before turning around and leaving. 3 pairs of eyes watched her go. Shikamaru returned dark eyes to the Toad Sannin and released a heavy sigh. Forgive her, Hokage-sama. She's been off for a couple weeks now. It's fine. Just make sure you're there when she needs you. This is a hard time for us all. We would be even if you didn't say to, Choji confirmed, steering his best friend toward the door. The Ino Shikacho team always has each other's back. LLL. Naruto had assumed that the life of a renegade would have been easier than it was. Zetsu, after all, had made it look and sound so simple. But, he supposed, that was probably the difference between theory and practice. The real world had a strange way of turning expectations on the assumer's head. A wall of rock rose in front of him, and Naruto phased through it like a ghost, continuing his mad dash over the rocky terrain. After he and Gaara had gone their separate ways, the blonde had enacted his original plan for avoiding any potential Konoha tales by heading to the one place Leaf Shinobi were the least likely to look, the Land of Earth. Given the country's tumultuous history with the Land of Fire, he'd figured it would be the best place to lay low, as his former home wouldn't want to incite the hidden rock by sending shinobi trooping through the countryside on a random search. And, to play it even safer, he'd tried to avoid anything remotely close to civilization, veering through the Land of Stone to the northwestern edge of the Land of Earth, where the echoing mountain served as a barricade between the elemental nations and the lands beyond. There he'd lived for a couple of months, hunting wildlife and stealing snatches of food from the nomadic terrace farmers of the Land of Earth, until some random Iwa Nin who could. Yotan, Yogen Jensen. Apparently control lava decided to make it his personal mission to make the renegade Jinchuriki's life miserable. Crazy old man. Naruto thought, substituting himself with a nearby rock to avoid the geyser of magma that erupted from beneath his feet. Hey, he called out from behind a boulder. What did I ever do to you, huh? A barrage of molten rocks was his only response, and Naruto dove out of the way as his shelter was obliterated, tossing the jar of manchineal gas he'd palmed in the Iwa Nin's direction. Without seeing if it was successful, he turned and continued running, zigzagging across the ground and searching for a strategy. Sadly, the Land of Earth was nearly as bare of vegetation as the Land of Wind, and any flora in the vicinity was either dead or hardy shrubs, neither of which would help him in a fight. He used a violent wind palm to catapult himself into the air, flipping upside down and collecting chakra in his mouth as he took aim at the earth below. Futon, Shinkaha. Rocks crumbled beneath the force of the vacuum wave, the earth fissuring apart below him. Gotcha. Then a pillar of rock slammed into his stomach, leaving him gasping for air as he dropped the last 10 feet to the ground. Son of a bitch. Naruto wrapped himself in a sphere of rocks as the earth beneath him rumbled and then exploded in another geyser of lava that sent him high into the air. Sweat poured down his face as the heat from the magma cooked his defense, the increase in temperature making every breath heavier. Use my power. No. I beat Sasuke, I beat Gaara, I beat Akatsuki. I can beat this guy. And yet you're losing. Gratuitously. Naruto's growl of frustration lowered in timbre as he called upon the fox's chakra, breaking through the rock and magma surrounding him. He landed on the ground on all fours, 2 tails of chakra twitching behind him, and stared down the purple-clad Iwa Nin. The man's fiery eyebrows were knit together in a scowl. So Konoha sent its Jinchuriki T spy on Iwa, eh? Well, 2CN play that game. The young renegade wasn't sure what surprised him more, that his adversary somehow knew he was from Konoha, or the lava that oozed out to cover the Iwa Nin like a second skin, one red-furred, thick tail of chakra protruding from the base of his spine. The Kyuubi's chakra seemed to ripple with the blonde's shock, drawing power from his momentary lack of focus. What? Wait. The Iwa Nin's fist slammed into his jaw before he could react, leaving a welt of heat that burned through his chakra cloak. Shit. He can hurt me through the Kyuubi's chakra? He skidded backwards, scoring gouges in the hard earth, cheek twitching where his opponent's chakra continued to irritate his skin. Futon, Shinku Renpa. Great slices of wind buffeted the redhead, sending his lone tail flailing about. His cloak of magma cooled into a deep obsidian, creating an apparently impenetrable armor the assault broke against but didn't damage. Again? Naruto huffed mentally. Fighting against other Jinchuriki was becoming a big thorn in his side. Fine. Doton, Jodo no Jutsu. Haru Saicho no Jutsu. Greenery sprouted all around him as the seeds buried in the loam soil technique sprang to life with the aid of the Kyuubi's chakra. Just like when he'd fought Konan, he could feel himself relaxing into the embrace of the surrounding flora, now fully immersed in the weapons he'd crafted with Zetsu's tutelage. Kakazan. A circular ridge of rock rose around his forest, trapping him within a caldera that boiled with lava. Beneath his feet, Naruto could feel the searing heat of the earth roiling with magma. He called upon more of the fox's chakra to protect him as the summoned volcano erupted, sending him skyward in an explosion of orange-red liquid. He glanced down to find the foliage he'd just grown immersed in a pool of lava, trunks and branches broiled to charcoal, green leaves flaking into ash. A strange pang of sadness shot through him at the sight, though he couldn't place where it came from. The Iwa took advantage of his momentary lapse, jumping into the air with hands clasped together to slam them upon the blonde's head. Naruto plummeted to the earth, splashing violently into the summoned magma. Only the Kyuubi's chakra, wrapped around him in the thick skin of the red-black version 2 Jinchuriki form, protected him from the molten material. He tried to crawl out of the fiery liquid, but the task was far harder than he expected, and he only ended up thrashing around in the magma. Why am I so heavy? Then the lava cooled to a thick, grayish basalt, and the blonde found himself immobilized up to his neck. He probed the surrounding material with his chakra, but found too much foreign chakra in it to successfully utilize the attack prevention technique. Fear and surprise compounded by the Kyuubi's negative emotions took hold, and he could feel his control over the Biju form slipping away, demonic instincts roaring for control. Just as he was considering whether he should give in to the Kyuubi's surging chakra to break out of his prison or try to rein it in and control himself, the Iwa landed in front of him, body still alight with the bright glow of magma. So, ya thought ya could beat me, eh? Stupid Konoha, always thinkin' you're better than everyone else. Hold on, Naruto tried, voice garbled as he clamped down on the Kyuubi's chakra coursing through his body. Hope I'm making the right choice, he thought, eyes returning to a bright, if tired, blue. Look, I don't know what you think you know, but I'm not a Konoha shinobi. No hidey-ate, see? How stupid ya take me fair. What spy don't disguise himself? That's why you're wearin' Iwa clothes. Yeah, okay, fair point. Given that his normal clothes had been shredded or discarded in the battle against Sasori, not to mention that he'd wanted to blend in, Naruto had stolen a pair of simple brown pants and the long-sleeved tan shirt typical of the land of Earth's nomads, which was now apparently backfiring. The redhead snorted. Konoha's got be pretty arrogant nowadays if they thought sendin' Yandame's kid spy on us was a good idea. I'm not, wait, what? Playin' dumb ain't gonna help ya. He began to flip through hand signs once more, his tail swaying behind him. Your spyin' days are over. Wait. The redhead tensed as Naruto's hands slipped through the basalt keeping them confined, but they merely came up in a gesture of peace. Now that the basalt had fully hardened and the Iwa's chakra wasn't holding it together, Naruto took the momentary lull to fully phase out of it with the attack prevention technique, making sure to appear as innocuous as possible. He heaved a mental sigh of relief when the lava user didn't immediately continue his attack. Look, you got me, okay? I am from Konoha, but I left a couple months ago. I'm just trying to get away. And why should I believe ya? Well, you're a Jinchuriki, too, right? And you're out here on your own, away from the village, Iwa's way to the east, isn't it? Isn't it possible that we're, cut from the same cloth? Don't pretend know me. And why would Yandame's son leave, Another ripple of unadulterated shock ran through his body, this time unencumbered by the fear of possible death. Yeah, why do you keep saying that? Naruto could see skepticism cross the Iwa's face. 'Cause you're spittin' image o' Yandame. What are ya, stupid? Apparently. The initial accusation had worn off, but now he was left with a strange numbness that had started in his brain and was slowly spreading everywhere else, an infection in his bloodstream. Where the 5 years of instincts he'd honed under Zetsu's tutelage screamed to run, the orphan in him, the one desperate and lonely enough to listen to his tutor's insanity in the first place, yearned to hear what the old man who'd just tried to barbecue him had to say. He swallowed a lump in his throat. Can you show me what he looks like? The Iwa gave him a strange look, but after a few hand seals, obligingly disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto slowly moved closer as the smoke cleared to reveal the other Jinchuriki's henge, though he stopped when the man tensed, lava encasing his fists once more. Blonde hair that fell in messy spikes framed the same bright blue eyes Naruto always saw in the mirror. He was of average height, maybe an inch taller than the leaf Jinchuriki, and had the same fair complexion as Naruto. From what little skin wasn't covered by his Jonin outfit, the scowl etched on his face seemed out of place, however, likely a mark of the Iwanin's displeasure. Now that he had an image in front of him, Naruto could easily see why the redhead had concluded that the fourth Hokage had been his father, especially since the months on the run had allowed his hair to grow as shaggy and untamed as that of the yellow Flash. With no pictures, and the face on the Hokage monument lacking color and a certain lifelikeness, even Jiraiya's visage hadn't quite done him justice. The blonde had never known what his once idol had really looked like. The image vanished in a burst of smoke, revealing the Iwanin once more, sans Jinchuriki form. Happy? He had no words for what he was feeling. It had been a while since he'd been this flabbergasted. Maybe when he'd realized that Ino and Tenten were vying for his affection? Grateful, yes. Thanks, I ain't givin' ya my name, snapped the Iwanin. Even if I believe ya, that'd just be stupid. Fair enough, aka, Naruto conceded, drawing the alias from the man's bright red hair. You're as dumb as a bag o' rocks, Aincha, muttered the Iwanin. And you're a terrible spy. Why don't ya just leave while I'm feelin' generous, huh? This is kind of a big moment for me. I never knew my parents, and I never would have guessed I was related to the Yondaime. Can you tell me about him? What is this, story time? Ya wanna break bread with an Iwanin? Don't Konoha teach history anymore? We hate each other. Our villages hate each other, Naruto corrected, and that's probably more on your guys' side than ours. And I already told you, I'm not part of Konoha anymore. Look, maybe you think I'm still a spy or whatever and you don't trust me. Fine. I'm not gonna ask about your village, and if I do, just don't answer. I just want to know about my dad. It felt weird to say, and it brought up more questions that Naruto hadn't even known he'd wanted to know the answers to. AKA stared at him for a long moment in what the blonde assumed was disbelief before settling down on a rock with a disgruntled sigh. Damn idiot, fine. This first. Another pillar of rock rose up in front of Naruto, slowly, crawling over his wrists to create a set of restraints that prevented him from using hand seals. Now, what ya wanna know? Naruto tried to quash the feeling of hope that sparked in his chest even as he buried the initial panic of feel captured. He was playing a dangerous game, and both he and the Iwanin knew it. He plopped down against the basalt and rested his elbows on his knees so that his chin rested in cupped palms. What was he like? What was he like? Echoed the redhead scornfully. We weren't friends. Yeah, but you knew him when he was alive, right? AKA shrugged. Knew him, more like. There ain't an Iwanin from that time still alive today who don't know him. Course, most never saw him in action. But you did? Naruto pressed. Once. And I'll never forget it. Moved like lightnin', he did. Ended war by himself by killin' everyone in sight. You lived. AKA snorted, and the red-orange glow from earlier encased the hand he held up and examined like an interesting curio. Ya can't kill what ya can't touch. Least, not way Namikaze did it. You sound kinda mad about that. You'd be mad, too, if ya watched a generation your kin die before your eyes. Naruto wasn't sure he could relate to that. War and peace bred two different mindsets, and Naruto's patriotism was as diluted as it could be, but he said nothing. AKA continued, but ya gotta respect Do you? Do ya know how many people CN say they've beaten an army and come out unscathed? Not many. This reason Jinchuriki were created. And not even a Jinchuriki CN move as fast as Namikaze did. Is that why you attacked me? Naruto posed. Zetsu's manner of examining all sides of a story had instilled in him a strange curiosity to know how people viewed the world, and to hear the opinion of a man Konoha revered from someone who hated him was fascinating. Even more so now that he was operating under the assumption that that man was his father. AKA scoffed. Fair what, a vendetta? Iwanin are stubborn, but I ain't got that kind o' pride. So, what? Iwa's got you stationed out here to guard the border. At the redhead's suddenly stony expression, Naruto realized how close that question was to something violating village security. Sorry, don't answer that. I just mean, if it's not revenge, why attack me? The other Jinchuriki shrugged, his posture relaxing back into a wary carelessness. You're not from here, and I don't like trespassers. Especially when it's obvious they're from Konoha. It's just business. Huh? It was kind of funny how life worked. If his policy towards foreigners was any indication, AKA's attack hadn't been predicated on where Naruto was from, or even who he might be related to, but rather simple orders. Revenge for a war almost 20 years old hadn't been a motivating factor, even if the older Jinchuriki still carried a grudge. The death of the apparent Namake's heir was simply a bonus, the cherry on top of a sundae. So why'd ya leave Konoha? That's a long story. Short version is that I didn't want to serve a place that didn't appreciate me. Or a home that wouldn't even tell him who his father was. The more he focused on that revelation, the more the curiosity within gave way to anger. Granted, it was possible that his peers, like himself, had been blind to the connection between him and the fourth, but in the previous generation, such oversight was unlikely. They'd grown up alongside the man, served with and even under him when he was acting Hokage. There was no way some of them, at least the shinobi, didn't know. Jiraiya even trained him. Naruto thought in outrage. And suddenly the Sanin's strange mutterings and disappointed looks during their training sessions made sense. He'd been comparing Naruto to his father the whole time, and the blonde hadn't even known. But why? Why keep that a secret from him? If anything, revealing his heritage would assure his loyalty and patriotism, instilling in him a sense of pride as to his family's accomplishments and a further desire to surpass the Yondaime, or at least learn more about him. He'd want to make his father proud. You're a shinobi. You're a real genius, aincha? No, I mean. Naruto sighed. Just work with me on this one. I'm listening, da. You're a shinobi, the blonde posed, puzzling out this new mystery, and your family is famous. Infamous in other countries, even. But they died before you were born, so you don't know that. Why wouldn't someone tell you who your parents are? I take it back, you're too stupid and not subtle enough to be a spy. When Naruto spared him a look asking for an answer, aka sighed. Fine, fine. They didn't want ya to get a big head. I already thought I was the greatest thing without knowing. What else? Spies, claimed the redhead with authority. Ya let something slip, and then you're in danger, cause who your parents were. Or someone wants revenge. I know a lot Iwaneen who'd love to skin ya, cause your father. The thought had crossed Naruto's mind, too. Just because AKA didn't carry enough of a grudge to kill him on the spot, simply based on his heritage, didn't mean that the Yellow Flash hadn't made plenty of enemies who'd love to make his kid pay for the sins of the father. But there were a lot of holes in that theory. First, it assumed that Naruto would have screamed the information out to the general public as a child, which, he thought, might have been a fair assumption. But it also assumed that a spy couldn't get access to that knowledge via any other way, whether that be finding documents related to Naruto's heritage or simply seeing, like AKA had, that Naruto was essentially a physical doppelganger of his father. On top of that, it seemed unlikely in the grand scheme of things that he'd be in significantly more danger due to knowing who his father was versus the lifestyle he already led. He was a shinobi by trade, the possibility of capture or death was already fairly high. That, after all, was why he developed techniques and mastered a craft that kept him out of harm's way as much as possible. None of that was even taking into effect the fact that his current name was just as prominent as the Namake's surname. The information, limited though it was, Jiraiya had imparted upon him about the Uzumaki clan had stuck with him even after he'd decided that following his family's legacy was unimportant. Driven to near extinction due to its sealing proficiency, what enemy village wouldn't want to kill the potential last of such an infamous clan to ensure its complete annihilation? That certainly put a huge target on his back, and likely more threats than walking around with the surname Namake's would. Compounded by the fact that his mother was likely the only Uzumaki in Konoha, given that he had been the only current one, and someone had surely figured out she and the Yondaime were a couple, Naruto found it hard to believe that his heritage had been hidden from him simply as a precautionary measure. There were too many ways to circumvent that which had him in danger regardless to make it truly useful. For argument's sake, let's say that's not it, Naruto finally replied. AKA shrugged. I got nothing else. Yeah, me neither. The redhead peered at him, bright eyebrows drawn in a tight V-shape over dark, searching eyes. Ya really didn't know, did ya? No. And it irritated him that he'd had no clue. When was the last time he'd felt legitimately angry at someone, especially since he didn't even have an outlet for that anger, and over something as commonplace as having a family, too? It wasn't like he even thought knowing who his father was would have made a difference in his life. But with genealogy came respect. Sasuke, after all, had been practically worshipped by their female peers, and the title of Hokage's son was likely to garner that, maybe even enough to counterbalance the negativity of being the Kyuubi's container. And then maybe he wouldn't have been so disheartened and desperate to heed Zetsu's allure, and then, who knew? It was annoying how one little tidbit of knowledge could cause a cavalcade of questions as to how life could have been different. I wonder if they would have appreciated me. No. Naruto started in surprise, not expecting aka to interrupt the half-formed wish he hadn't even realized he'd been making. But being the Yandame's son. Don't matter none, the redhead stated firmly. You're a Jinchuriki, you'll get no appreciation no matter who you're related to. How do you? Are you related to? So, here you are, eh? Both Jinchuriki snapped to attention, standing up with tense shoulders and heads turned to the west. Cresting the opposite side of the hill of basalt aka had made earlier was a tall, blue-skinned man wearing a black cloak with red clouds patterned across it. Akatsuki, how'd he find me? Naruto's fingers twitched as he phased his wrists through the rock shackles with the attack prevention technique, ready for whatever would come next. He and Gaara had managed to dispatch one member each while also being drained from their own fight. Surely he and aka could take on this lone member together with their combined power. And here I thought I'd only find the Yanbi, continued the Akatsuki blithely. I'm gettin' excited now. An inhuman sound echoed from his direction, somewhere between a gurgle and a screech, and Naruto could feel his hair stand on end. The newcomer reached behind him and pulled forth a giant sword nearly as large as he was tall, the strange protrusions covering it bursting through its bandages and wriggling like worms. Even Samahada's excited. Pity Itachi couldn't live to see me get his target, too, but the more the merrier. What? Move! Naruto shouted as a veritable flood of water exited the blue man's mouth and cascaded towards them. He threw himself into the air with a violent wind palm, rising even higher as aka cloaked himself in magma once more, evaporating any liquid that came near him and creating a thermal for the blonde to ride. With barely any effort, the redhead then raised massive bricks of earth to divert the flowing water away from them. When Naruto finally landed beside him, Sanban were clenched between his fingers. Hell's goin' on here? Akatsuki's after the Biju, the blonde explained hastily. Terrorists? Sure, yeah, whatever. Look, if we work together, we can take him out. Aka grunted. Fine. Then he took off, weaving hand signs and spouting great orbs of molten rock. The Akatsuki member batted them away with his sword, and when Naruto's Sanban shadow clone technique followed that, a wall of water rose up and intercepted the projectiles. Naruto steadily crept closer to their opponent while aka engaged the taller shinobi in a taijutsu bout that, if their own battle earlier was any indication, was hopefully doing some damage. Not that the blue-skinned man seemed to notice, and Naruto had the sinking suspicion he knew what the blonde was planning, though how, he had no idea. There was a smirk on his face as he swung the weapon apparently named Samahada at aka, who remained vigilant enough to stay just out of reach of the sword. So, the rumors are true, he said. You really are a master of Yoton, eh? He soaked a hit from the Iwa Nin and swept Samahada in a horizontal cut that aka ducked. Well, Kiri had its own Yoton clan, and you know how we took care of M? Drowned M. Two clones of the Akatsuki Nin rose from the surrounding water and made a grab for aka. The Iwa Nin turned to dispel them with a slice of magma expelled from his mouth, but the original summoned a sphere of water while the Jinchuriki's back was turned and encased him in it. Hee, gotcha. Futon, Kazakiri. The Akatsuki Nin jumped away as a slice of air threatened to decapitate him, aka, with his short stature, remained unharmed, the water prison he was in falling away as his captor released his hold on it. Naruto came up next to his fellow Jinchuriki. You're welcome. Didn't need ya. Aka flared his chakra, and Naruto was forced to take several steps away to remove himself from the overwhelming heat his companion was putting off. He's a tough un. No kidding. Can you distract him? I have a way to turn his water against him, but I feel like he's watching us both. As ya say? Naruto jumped away as aka summoned a plume of lava to counter the torrent of water that was cascading down upon them, using the thick mist that sprang up as cover to strategically reposition himself. He searched for the optimal location, sporadically keeping an eye on the combating water and lava users while using the attack prevention technique to get in the enemy's blind spot. When he judged himself to be ideally positioned, he resurfaced in time to watch the Akatsuki Nin bat aka away with his sword. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a dokujiri comprised of manchineel gas at the taller shinobi. The blue-skinned man whirled on the spot and expelled a wall of water to combat the aerosol, recoiling with a bellow as blisters erupted over his skin and his eyes clamped shut in pain. As the water formation wall fell apart with the enemy's lapse in concentration, Naruto flung another handful of poison needles accompanied by a breath of chakra-laced wind at him, most of which were intercepted by the sword bending in an impossible arc to defend its wielder. Naruto was so surprised that he barely noticed the two sanban that stuck in the man's left shoulder and right ankle, though aka ramming into the enemy with his lava-covered body caught his attention. Nice. Hee-hey, ha. So the minnows have a little fight in M, eh? Well, what fun would it be if you didn't put up a bit of a fight? AKA spared Naruto a skeptical glance. What did ya hit him with, loony gas? He should be blind, in pain, and dying, Naruto replied concernedly. What the hell's going on? As they watched, the Akatsuki seemed to break out of whatever insanity had gripped him and stood to his full height, eyes clear with bloodlust and skin free of burns and blemishes. What? He should be at death's door. Is he like Sasori, not really human? Or maybe a medic? Is this why Zetsu told me to watch out for Tsunade? Can she do this? The blue-skinned shinobi clapped his hands together, a feral grin on his face. Suetun, Daibaku Sui Shoha? If Naruto thought the torrent that had threatened them earlier was impressive, the deluge bearing down on the pair of Jinchuriki now was enormous. He watched with wide-eyed trepidation as AKA knelt down and summoned another caldera to stall the incoming water. As lava erupted from the earth, Naruto recovered enough presence of mind to hurl a futon, Daitapa into the magma, creating an explosion that still didn't quite match the volume of water threatening them. He activated the wind stream technique, propelling himself backwards from the incoming flood. AKA growled as the great exploding water colliding wave crashed over him, the orange-red glow covering his body darkening to a red and black mixture and 3 additional tails sprouting from the base of his spine. A 100-foot diameter caldera with him at the center formed, and the ensuing eruption caused an extraordinary wall of pumice to form at the meeting of lava and water. The Akatsuki took that opportunity to ram into the Iwa Jinchuriki sword first, and Samehada now looked twice as large as it had at the beginning of their fight, as his assault was stopped, AKA's version 2 state falling away at the contact. Naruto summoned a funnel of wind between the two and separated them with the expanding mist technique, careful to not injure his ally, whose hands were touching the blue man's shoulders. In the process, he rejoined the other Jinchuriki when he'd once more found his footing. What's going on? Huffed the redhead. All my chakra just disappeared. And Kajugan ain't having an effect. Whatever that is. No idea. He's either healing himself or he's not entirely human. If he was, he'd be dead by now. Across from them, the blue-skinned man rolled his shoulders, that same sickening smirk still sitting on his lips. Heh, tired already? I'm just getting warmed up. Every bit of strength you lose, I gain. That's why I'm known as the tailless Biju. Suetun, Daibaku Sui Shoha? We can't win. Naruto thought in horror as a second flood threatened to drown them, and he slipped underground to escape it. He can purge my poisons from his body, and I still haven't gotten around to restocking since fighting Sasori. And whatever AKA's doing to him, he can heal. Even AKA's version 2 state couldn't do anything, so it's unlikely mine would. Somewhere between beating Sasuke, fighting Gaara, and killing Konan, he'd allowed the pride in his strength and abilities, the self-confidence he'd pushed down to allow himself to grow without fear of an overinflated ego, to resurface and make him forget the most important rule of all. Survive. This wasn't a battle they were winning, weren't even close, and wasn't even one that Naruto felt well equipped to partake in, but he'd done it anyway because they'd had the numbers and he'd been riding the high of besting Akatsuki previously. But things weren't always as they seemed, and it was a safe bet that every Akatsuki member had different strengths and weaknesses which made them better suited to certain tasks. It was the tenet he judged his own mission by before leaving Konoha, that his Jonin status wasn't representative of his actual skill level or even comparable to the average Jonin, and he'd somehow become so sidetracked by his hubris that he'd forgotten that simple rule. He needed a new strategy. More supplies, more training. And to do that, he needed to live another day. Water began to trickle down through the cracks and crevices in the land of Earth's parched terrain, and before he could react, Naruto found himself trapped in a massive bubble of liquid not unlike the water prison technique. AKA floated not far away, steam evaporating off the lava armor he appeared to be trying to maintain, with minimal success. Facing them was a shark-like humanoid with gray-blue skin and the Akatsuki-nin's telltale smirk. You won't escape me now. We'll see. Naruto created a swarm of shadow clones to stall the Sharkman and assist AKA while focusing on the breathing exercises he'd learned from Asuma years ago. Kaze Nagar no Jutsu. He hadn't gotten that deep a breath before entering the water bubble, and the liquid itself pushed down on him, but Naruto spent every precious scrap of air his lungs held into propelling himself outside of the prison's influence. When that ran out, he pointed his palms down and pushed with his chakra, creating a violent wind palm that eventually sent him flying out through the top of the dome with a splash. It's huge, was the blonde's first thought upon breaching the dome, inhaling a great gasp of air that felt like heaven to his burning lungs. At least half a mile in diameter, and where the additional water had come from, he had no clue. The water prison was several hundred feet high and appeared to be undulating with the movements of the two fighters still trapped inside. Even from his lofty position high above the water, where he was using a variant of the violent wind palm to stay afloat while he caught his breath, Naruto still felt like he could feel the Akatsuki members' beady eyes watching him, a predator waiting for its prey to make the wrong move. That's not gonna happen. He doubled the chakra output of his wind technique, sending him flying off to the east. Disappearing into the horizon, he could see the giant water dome lose cohesion, and a flash of guilt hit him as he continued his escape from the Akatsuki shinobi. He landed clumsily against the side of the echoing mountains and disappeared through them with the Shinra Bancho, moving as quickly as he could to the other side while essentially blind to his surroundings. Sorry, aka, but it's every man for himself. Chapter 23, Journey and Destination. Do you pay attention to and bemoan every roadblock you stumble across, or is the only thing that matters reaching your destination? LLL. People on the streets veered to the side to give him a wide berth as he strode towards his destination. Whispers and furtive glances followed him like his own shadow, and even though he couldn't hear explicitly what was being said, though he had a number of guesses, he also didn't care too much. Uchiha Sasuke only focused on the path ahead and the destination at the end, not the distractions that littered the way, and that destination's name was Uchiha Itachi. Unfortunately, he still seemed miles away from reaching his brother, and after years of training to surpass him, that knowledge rankled. It didn't help that Naruto, the same incompetent Naruto he'd been forced to endure for months, had beaten him in a fight. That loss made his goal seem even further away. He'd been pissed at first upon awakening from whatever unconsciousness he'd been subjected to, and rightfully so. That his former teammate, the class clown, had managed to best him in combat, no matter that he couldn't use the Chidori or other debilitating attacks to go for the kill, was beyond vexing. It showed that Sasuke hadn't done nearly enough training in the years since Kakashi had taken him under his wing, and that just made him want to double down and break every limit the silver-haired Jonin had tried to impose upon him. But as he'd thought about it, fumed, if he were honest, he'd come to the conclusion that his defeat at Naruto's hands had a silver lining. For one thing, the blonde fought unconventionally, with poisons and trickery his main assets as opposed to the taijutsu or flashy ninjutsu that made up other shinobis, and even Sasuke's, primary arsenal. From everything he'd studied in Itachi's dossier, as well as his own personal experience, he knew his brother fought in a similar fashion. Maybe not with poisons, but Genjutsu was just as subtle and dangerous a skill, and between the Sharingan and his keen mind, Itachi was a master craftsman. Even if Itachi and Naruto didn't have an exactly comparable fighting style, Sasuke's loss to his former teammate had also taught him that he couldn't predict everything, as well as reinforcing Kakashi's mantra of looking underneath the underneath. The other piece of good news was far simpler. Naruto's improvements were so impressive that Sasuke knew he could one day overcome his brother. If the former dead last of his class could get good enough that he could beat the top rookie, that meant that the Uchiha still had plenty of room with which to improve himself and eventually get vengeance for his clan. Maybe it would take longer than expected, and his impatience might get the better of him during that time, but there was still hope for the future. For the moment, that was enough. It was unfortunate that Naruto had been killed. Sasuke had overseen the engraving of the blonde's name upon the memorial stone from afar, unwilling to interrupt the grieving of the few friends who had shown up to pay their respects. While they hadn't been anything even resembling close, he would have appreciated the opportunity to rematch the Uzumaki in the future and use him as a measuring stick in preparing for Itachi. He schooled the amused smirk that had worked its way onto his lips at the irony of the role reversal, him seeking out the blonde instead of how they'd behaved in their youth, as he stepped into the Hokage's office, presenting the village's leader with his usual stoicism. Kakashi, Guy, and Niji stood in various places around the room. Sasuke privately mused that whatever he'd been summoned for must have been serious for his teacher to have arrived in a timely fashion. Hokage-sama. Sasuke. Jiraiya cleared his throat. There's no easy way to say this, so I guess I'll just come out with it. A contact of mine has informed me that Hoshigaki Kisame was spotted entering the land of earth from the land of rain. Hoshigaki Kisame, Itachi's partner? His hands clenched together a little too tight, fingernails digging into his palms, and it felt as if everyone in the room noticed the minuscule action. In a tightly controlled voice, he asked, was Itachi with him? He was seen traveling alone. Since all evidence thus far indicates that Akatsuki typically travels in pairs, we're not quite sure what to make of this information. If it had been only a feeling before, Sasuke was now positive everyone was scrutinizing his every twitch. He tried to ignore the clash of cold dread and hot rage building in his body, intoning as flatly as possible, "You think he's dead?" Jiraiya's dark eyes bore unflinchingly into his. "It's a possibility. This is unusual behavior, and if we assume Itachi is dead, it would be prudent to find out the cause and retrieve the body, if possible. If not, it's just as necessary to find out why Akatsuki is getting bold enough to travel solo. He broke his gaze with Sasuke to address the room. That's why I'm tasking you all with finding out which it is. Kakashi and Guy have experience fighting Itachi and Kisame, just in case things get confrontational. He refocused his attention upon Sasuke. I'm trusting that you can handle the outcome of this mission, whatever it may be. If Itachi was dead, Jiraiya was asking the impossible, and everyone knew it. Sasuke had dedicated too much of his life to the day he killed his brother to take any alternative scenario well. Even as he stood there, everyone watching him, waiting for his response, he could hear Itachi's voice in his head saying that he hadn't been good enough, that their family would go unavenged because he'd been too weak to get the job done himself. And it infuriated him. But there was nothing to be done now. If he'd lost the opportunity, it was because he'd been too weak, and that was no fault of Itachi's. It was too hard to think clearly on why Jiraiya was even giving him this chance when his blood was pounding in his ears, so he tried to bury his anger as deep as he could and responded the only way he knew how. When do we leave? LLL. Your dad played a part in your life, right? Even without looking, Naruto could feel the weight of those cold, teal eyes boring into the top of his head. Gaara had a presence about him that made one aware of exactly where he was looking and how he saw you. No. Really? None? There was a long pause as Gaara continued to simply stare at him, expression blank. Naruto waited patiently for the redhead to respond, used to dealing with his measured monotone, his attention fixed on the jar placed before him. The land of demons was a treasure trove of flora for the blonde to restock on supplies and regain his bearings after abandoning aka to Akatsuki's clutches. Granted, given the more marsh-like terrain and climate, he wasn't able to access the manchineel trees or karari hidden within the land of fire, but nightshade was plentiful, and Naruto was always willing to put in the effort to see if the native foliage could offer something of value. He made me a Jinchuriki. Then he washed his hands of me. It could be argued that that is a form of parental influence. Two gazes fell upon Zetsu, whose head and torso was overseeing the interaction from a tree trunk, though Naruto, used to his tutor's strange leading statements, refocused blue eyes upon the task at hand after a couple seconds. Gaara remained steadfast in his staring, analyzing Zetsu with the same intensity he granted those he only wanted to kill. In all honesty, the blonde was surprised the Suna Jinchuriki hadn't already tried. Naruto hadn't expected the two to ever meet, but as he'd been escaping the elemental nations, Zetsu had found him and journeyed alongside him to the land of demons, where the plethora of plant life had given him grateful access to the green sight technique. That, in turn, had led him to Gaara's overwhelming chakra, as the redhead had apparently found some semblance of peace in the marshy wilds of the land of demons. Maybe he's changed. Explain, Gaara ordered, tone promising death if he was denied. Or not. Well, he created you, right? Thus, by making you a Jinchuriki, he crafted your entire worldview. A depressing, hate-filled worldview, Naruto muttered without looking up, but yeah, sure. Be that as it may, Black Zetsu continued, dark voice carrying an undertone of annoyance, while his physical interaction may have stopped at birth, his influence was far-reaching. He tried to kill you, right? Naruto could feel Gaara's emotionless eyes turn back on him. Yeah, I told him way back when. Not like he would not have found out on his own, anyway. Gonna try to kill me again? Gaara grunted, but resettled his gaze on the former Kusanine. You're suggesting, he began, that my father's continued assassination attempts influenced my upbringing. To be fair, Naruto interjected, you were a killing machine who lived only for himself and murdered people to validate your existence. That's probably a result of what your dad tried to do, right? He intentionally turned me into a monster? Debatable. Depending on what you mean. But if you hadn't been forced to kill in self-defense, could you honestly say that you would have followed the path you did? Absentee parenting, Naruto mused as Gaara settled into a pensive mood. It was amazing how the lack of a prominent mentor figure during the formative years could still shape someone's life as effectively as if they were actually there. The Kazekage had removed himself from his son's life, sending assassins after him and subsequently creating a killer. And Naruto? Naruto was still fuming over the revelation that he'd been deprived of even the knowledge of who his father was, let alone the fact that he'd never had an opportunity to be influenced by the man either positively or negatively. Instead, he'd had Zetsu, and whether good or bad, the plant man had served as the consistent role model he'd lacked up to that point. And now he was a self-serving, poison, and plant-using nuke-nin looking for answers he might never find. He found it a little funny to compare his situation to that of the people he'd grown up with in the Hidden Leaf. Clan members like Ino and Shikamaru were constantly surrounded by people in a variety of roles they could look up to and aspire to become, whether shinobi or civilian. Not only that, but they had guidance every step of the way, ranging from familial support to actual teachers who were well versed in techniques passed down through the generations. With such a sprawling network of resources at their disposal, it was no wonder the likes of Team 10 had grown up so well adjusted, at least, in comparison to himself and Gaara, whose distinct lack of support had molded selfishness and insanity in varying degrees. Aren't we quite the pair? He mused. Found him. Naruto finally stood up at this announcement, turning towards where his shadow clone was sitting on the ground as teal and yellow eyes tracked towards the source of the voice. Here, said the clone, handing the book over to the original before getting to his feet and wandering off. He focused on the picture in the bingo book Gaara had given him. Apparently the Sunanin had become an assassin for the hidden sand before his defection, analyzing the sadistic grin and beady yellow eyes looking straight through him. Hashigaki Kisame, he murmured. Somehow, knowing the name of the Akatsuki nin who had so handily defeated him didn't calm his nerves like he thought it might. He appears quite strong, Gaara commented from over his shoulder. Naruto jerked at the redhead's proximity, shooting him a brief glance to assure himself the Ichibi Jinchuriki's intentions weren't hostile. If Gaara cared, he didn't show it. His proficiency with Suetun Jutsu would be troublesome to deal with. You have no idea. But his sword, Samahata, it can absorb chakra. That at least explained all the issues aka had trying to maintain his Biju form in close combat with Kisame. If the sword was as chakra-sensitive as the bingo book was suggesting, Naruto supposed it was possible for it to track strong outpourings of chakra that could be traced to the Biju, similar to sensor-type shinobi. The prospect was terrifying. It took one of his greatest assets, the ability to access the Kyuubi's chakra and exponentially increase his strength, and turned it into a beacon for his greatest enemy to find and exploit, essentially nullifying any benefit it provided. Even worse? Am I missing something? I don't see anything about him being a medic nin. Gaara's intense stare bore through him again. Kiri is not known for teaching its shinobi to heal. But, how did he heal from everything? Remember, Naruto-kun, shinobi keep secrets. Naruto growled in frustration, slamming the book shut and shoving it at Gaara's chest. Sand rose up to catch the brunt of the force, and the blonde found himself momentarily distracted from his ire by any potential comeuppance his fellow Jinchuriki might enact. Sorry, he offered. I didn't mean. I am used to more personal attacks than that. Naruto's forehead crinkled in thought. Gaara seemed much tamer than their last encounter would have suggested. Perhaps the months of separation had given the redhead some sort of newfound insight that made him less of a threat after all. It was a little strange to acknowledge the changes in his sort of ally's personality, considering how they'd started and how little they saw of each other, but his own shifting viewpoints had occurred so gradually he hadn't even really noticed it until it was already a prominent feature of who he was. Seeing Gaara on such a staggered basis made the changes that much more apparent, he supposed, even if he really hadn't changed too much at all in some ways. Still, it was probably best not to look a gift horse in the mouth. One tanned hand came up and ran through messy blonde hair, frustration building in his body at the lack of answers. He needed to be able to plan against those hunting him, and the vagueness of Akatsuki's abilities was a deterrent to that, especially when the one item that was supposed to hold all the answers only had half. He looked over to find Gaara watching him. What? The way your mind works is perplexing. You contain the Kyuubi, yet you choose to not rely on its power unless the situation becomes dire. Do you trust the Ichibi? At the redhead's silence, Naruto nodded. Yeah, I thought not. Besides, I think that guy, Kisame? He can track us by the Biju's chakra. Then you should lure him in with that and kill him. Yeah, the Jinchuriki I was with tried that. Didn't work. That explains your hesitancy. He stared off into the distance, mind fixated on something Naruto wasn't sure he wanted to dissect. It would do to be cautious moving forward then. Naruto's hands, returned to browsing the greenery surrounding them like a library-goer would search for a book, stilled in their movements, and he turned to give the redhead his full attention. Are you saying you're not gonna try to find and kill this guy? Gaara's unervingly flat teal gaze met the other Jinchuriki's. You best me, yet could not beat him. Losing to you granted me clarity. I do not have a death wish. Nor am I stupid. Shit. What the hell, AAAGGGHH, is this? Your clone, Gaara continued, does not seem to possess the same imperative. Ooh, white Zetsu cooed, gimpy. Most unfortunate. He'll want to, oh, there he goes. Naruto's clone, who was writhing on the ground in apparent agony as an angry rash spread down his arm, his screams echoing all around them, summoned a short blade of wind chakra from the fingers of his rashless hand and thrust it through his chest, dispelling himself in a cloud of smoke. Huh? Naruto mused. Wonder why he didn't just disappear, too much pain to think clearly? He moved over to the large, heart-shaped leaves of the plant his clone had fallen near, the eyes of his companions following his every move. With extreme care, he used wind chakra to sever a stem of Gimpy Gimpy, then slowly uprooted a nearby sapling and sealed both within a small scroll at his waist for later scrutiny. Interesting. What will you do next? Naruto hummed in thought as he leaned in closer to analyze the fine hairs of the Gimpy Gimpy plant, mentally cataloging what he could of the foreign flora while in its native habitat. It annoyed him slightly that Gaara's self-assurance had changed from overconfidence to, dare he say, something vaguely resembling humility. Or at the very least, pragmatism. Especially when he seemed to be stuck in a rut. I'm gonna get some answers, he decided. I won't be caught off guard again. Smart, White Zetsu commented. Obvious. Either way, Gaara said, may you find what you seek. Yeah. Thanks. LLL. The problem with his grand, if rash, plan was that it required crossing the entirety of the elemental nations while trying to avoid all contact with, well, anyone. He wanted to be a ghost, invisible to the public eye, and even more importantly, to Akatsuki, and while the attack prevention technique was very useful for that in conjunction with the green sight technique, it left him nearly blind while traveling across large swaths of the plant-sparse continent. And that was unacceptable. So, to preserve his own life, he was forced to dabble once more in an art form that he wasn't particularly fond of. Futon, Jasho Shippuden. Wind exploded from the ground surface in a rising twister that shredded one Sunanin and a, helpful, nearby cactus to pieces and left the second shinobi thrown off balance midair. Naruto melded out from beneath the sand and jumped up, fingers flying through seals for the wind release, air shackles technique. Invisible bindings lashed the sand shinobi's legs together and his arms to his body. The blonde retained his grip on the man as they fell to the earth, his captive eating sand. That went better than expected. With a prick of a Senbon, the Sunanin was rendered unconscious, allowing Naruto to release the air shackles technique and tunnel away with the other shinobi in tow. He resurfaced in a cave not dissimilar to the one he, Ino, and Choji had taken shelter in during the Chunin exams, an unexpected pang of nostalgia striking him as he released his captive. While strange to admit, it was lonelier on the road than he'd anticipated, with nothing but his cluttered thoughts for company, even more so since the chaos of everything that had happened recently kept his mental processes in constant gymnastics. Ino tended to dislike prolonged silences, and so would chat casually about anything and everything at random intervals. Choji's snacking, Shikamaru's size, Tenten's weapon handling, Naruto hadn't realized how integrated those little noises had become in his life until they were gone. He made a non-committal noise to shake himself from his reflection. Guess I'll have to get used to it. Or talk to myself. Just like Zetsu does, damn it all, I really am turning into him, huh? Then he looked down at the Sunanin. Right. Should probably do something about you. Within short order, the sand shinobi was properly restrained and groggily waking up. What? Let's just make this simple, Naruto interrupted. This situation was becoming a bit too familiar, and he wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible. What do you know about Akatsuki? Akatsuki? Don't play dumb, he warned. Yes, Akatsuki. Attacked your village for your Jinchuriki, Kazekage killed him. Sound familiar? When the Sunanin remained stubbornly silent, Naruto let out a resigned sigh. Alright, fine. He methodically pulled on a pair of gloves before unrolling a scroll and unsealing the Gimpy Gimpy stored within. A good a time as any, I guess. Amid increasingly panicked questions from the captive shinobi, he brushed the plant along the man's body, allowing the tiny hairs of the leaf to trace poisonous patterns across the Sunanin's skin. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, pulled out a book and notebook, and began to read. It took almost no time for the Sunanin's questions of what he was doing to turn into cries and then screams of pain. Naruto ignored him, looking up at frequent intervals to catalog how long it took for different symptoms of the Gimpy Gimpy to take effect and then jotting down the information in his notebook. Between iterations, he'd flip through the tome in his lap, the book he'd acquired near the Land of Birds while assassinating bounty station handlers with Niji, Ino, and Shikamaru, blue eyes looking for answers to a multitude of problems. Tell me what I want to know and I'll stop the pain, he said loudly, watching the man writhe while constrained. No, nothing, screamed the Sunanin. That might be true. Probably not gonna get much info if he's in that much pain. Guess I should make this simple. Has Akatsuki been near the Land of Wind recently? No. Where's your Jinchuriki? Don't, no. Gone. Good news for Gaara. That'll have to do, I guess. With a simple flick of his wrist, a Senbon sailed into the shinobi's neck, and he slumped over as poison filled his veins. It wasn't the greatest way to attain the information he sought, but as Akatsuki was an international threat, it seemed possible that even the General Shinobi Corps were kept apprised of the organization's movements enough that Naruto could trust the Sunanin's admissions. What he needed was a better way to gather trustworthy information, and more specific intel at that. Another pang of sadness shot through him, the usefulness of Ino's abilities keenly noted by their absence. He returned to skimming through his book in an effort to drown out the feeling, trying to solve the problem at hand. There had to be something he could do to imitate the way Jiraiya ran his spy network, using specific sources to collect trustworthy intelligence. But how did he do it? The Toad Sannin had never gone into detail as to how his spy network functioned, only divulging the kernel of truth that Naruto and his associates had been, unwilling, pawns in the grand scheme of things. And for those whose fealty wasn't tied to Jiraiya by the leaf headband, who spent most of their time outside his sphere of influence, what insurance did he have that guaranteed their truthfulness? Likely with long-time social connections, Naruto was both severely lacking and uninterested in forming. If only there was something that functioned similarly to the Seal the Branch family Hyuga wore, then maybe. Oh, hold on. Blue eyes focused with sudden intensity upon the page he'd nearly flipped past in his absent-minded musings, reading the description inscribed therein once, twice, 3 times, a smile breaking across his face on the last iteration. Yeah, this could work. Putting away his belongings, he then stood up and moved over to the Sunanin's corpse, placing his hands upon the ground and forcing the earth to swallow the body whole. With any luck, he could bury the man so deep he'd never be found. That task taken care of, he exited the cave and started his cautious journey east. LLL. Naruto stood beneath the green leaves of the cornet trees, looking up at the beautiful white and yellow flowers hanging overhead and marveling at how something so pretty could be so dangerous. The drooping flowers, appearing almost as linens held up by their centers, so that the petals were arranged in a vaguely conical fashion, had helped the blonde identify the tree, even though its real treasure came in the form of its oblong, green fruit. It seems you're finally discovering the true marvels of the botanical world. Hold your breath when dealing with Devil's Breath, Naruto-kun. Of course you knew about this, Naruto muttered. Located on the eastern peninsula of the elemental countries and bordered only by the Land of Fire on its western edge, the Land of Birds had enough forestry to sense the patchwork of chakra comprising his tutor with the green sight technique, which the blonde was getting used to keeping active near constantly. Louder, he asked, why didn't you tell me about this? Better yet, why re you here? Are we supposed to know what you will and won't find useful to your machinations? And we wanted to see what you were up to. You seem to be doing that a lot recently. He applied chakra to his feet and began to climb the cornet tree, making his way to a branch that held several fruits and plucking them from their stems. Releasing his hold on the branch, he dropped to the ground with a muffled grunt, sparing his tutor a flat gaze. Is this how it is now? How what is? Be more specific. You and me, Naruto replied, scanning the grove for a sapling to take with him. As he searched, he continued to talk, more at Zetsu than to him. I mean, I know you're a loner. Self-reliant. And you taught me to be one, too, but if that's really what you believed, why are you following me around? Curiosity/boredom, the two halves answered simultaneously. Naruto tossed an over-the-shoulder smirk at his mentor, whose normal yellow eye was crossed in an apparent staring contest with his other half, before returning to his search. You can lie to me all you want, but you can't lie to yourself, Zetsu. Black Zetsu grunted. Fine. Smarmy little shit. You're dealing with some new arguably recurrent issues, and we wanted to know how you were handling them. That's all. The world is a scary place, Naruto-kun. We're concerned for your well-being. I'm not. Oh, back to normal now. Much better. Your concern is touching, I guess, but I'm fine. Are you? Remember, you can't lie to yourself. Naruto knelt down and unearthed a cornet tree sapling, sealing it away with the rest of his plant stock. No, I guess not. Too much shit going on. The truth was that he was on a personal mission to find answers to the questions he'd never gotten a chance to pursue in Konoha. And while he did that, he also had to prepare himself for any potential clash with Akatsuki, while also trying to figure out how to live, and more importantly, enjoy, his new life. And the pressure of dealing with all those things was just a little too much. Hopefully though, as he explored the world and discovered new solutions to his many problems, things would work themselves out. His quest for reliable data, for instance, was already paying off, so long as everything worked as his book described. He flashed Zetsu a grin. I think it'll get better, though. Wanna come see? LLL. Water rippled out from beneath Naruto's feet as he used chakra to continue his trek across the ocean from the Land of Birds. Beside him, Zetsu took measured steps of his own, as if unsure of his footing on the ocean's surface. The blonde cast his tutor a side eye, analyzing his apprehension, perhaps, with mixed curiosity and amusement. He'd never seen the plantman fully unmerged from some nearby flora, and it honestly wouldn't have surprised him too much to discover that the former Kusanin's legs were actually a tree trunk or series of roots. But his lower half was normal, two seemingly human legs clothed in blue pants and black shinobi sandals, though if white Zetsu's slight frown was any indication, the older Nuke-nin was uncomfortable with either being exposed or having to physically walk somewhere, or something else entirely that Naruto couldn't even fathom. Not that the blonde blamed him. Exposed on the ocean, with only the sporadic sandbar or tiny island to take breaks on and no real plant life to speak of, barring the great algae blooms that seemed to gather near the coasts, which Naruto had taken an interest in, he didn't like their current situation either. Unfortunately, in an effort to avoid people, getting a boat was out of the question, although, he realized belatedly, he supposed they could have just stolen one, but that still might have brought up unnecessary questions, so he would swallow his discomfort to get where he wanted. His destination was the only connection he had to his family lineage that he could easily access, the former village hidden in whirlpools, which loomed ahead like a specter in the mist. And what is your genius idea to bypass the whirlpools? That's the question. Serving as a natural barrier to his clan's former home was the village's namesake, giant swirling eddies that made passage by conventional means difficult, if not impossible. At first glimpse, Naruto couldn't even fathom how invaders had made it past to raise the hidden whirlpool originally. Don't suppose you have any ideas? At his tutor's blank stare, he shrugged. Worth a shot. And you don't know how it was destroyed? Lost to history. Figures. Well, I've got an idea, but you're not gonna like it. Well, what is? The pair of renegades were sky-high, courtesy of the blonde's windstream technique, before Black Zetsu had time to finish his snarky comment. White Zetsu let out a joyful "wee" as they flew through the air, his darker half appearing to have choked on his words by the sudden ascension. Naruto propelled them over the swirling eddies with the Kaze Nagar, touching down ungracefully on Uzushiogakure's shore and quickly releasing his grip on his tutor's wrist to step away. I will murder you. That was great. Let's do it again. No, shut up. Hey, you wanted to come along. I wanted to stay on the ground. With Naruto watching, Zetsu's two-toned body split down the middle, white material growing along the empty halves to create two roughly humanoid figures. Leave me, I need to recover. Party pooper. Let's go exploring, Naruto-kun. Right. As Black Zetsu disappeared into a nearby palm tree, Naruto followed White Zetsu across the cold sand and into the former hidden whirlpool village. Everything around him felt muted, the sand his sandals sank into a dull contrast to that which made up the bright heat of the land of Wind's desert. He wondered if that was some function of the climate, misty and cool as the nearby land of water, or just a poetic reflection of the desolation wrought upon the island by its enemies. The latter seemed more appropriate as he and Zetsu crested the beach's sloping shore and gazed at the destruction before them. Collapsed stone and wood buildings littered the landscape, scattered across the country's interspersed land parcels. Most of the structures were divided by streams and canals of water, which Naruto supposed could have been used for travel back when Uzushio had been inhabited. Now, however, there was too much debris for even a small vessel to get through. Ooh, it's so messy. The blonde sighed. Zetsu, not now. Oh. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Naruto moved into the ruined village, blue eyes roving over the spiral symbols etched into the buildings. They looked vaguely familiar, and it took several seconds for him to recognize the symbol as the one on the back of Konoha's flak jackets, the one he'd stared at on Shikamaru's mission outfit too many times to count. It seemed like he couldn't go anywhere without being reminded of his old life in the Hidden Leaf. He shook his head. Now wasn't the time for reflection of his former home, but for looking for clues to the family he'd never known. Sadly, any hint as to the lives of the Uzumaki clan seemed to have been eaten away by time, just like the wind and water had eroded away what little remained of the village. Naruto walked into one of the few nearby buildings that was mostly whole, the door creaking open ominously and releasing a draft of stale air. He gagged on the stench, hiding his nose in the crook of his elbow as he ventured deeper into what appeared to have once been a modest home. Furniture was broken and in disarray, a thick layer of dust covering everything. When Naruto blew some away, the blood staining the wood stood out starkly. He turned away from the sight, unwilling to force himself to stare at the scene any further. There was an ache building somewhere in his chest the longer he wandered around Uzushio, a strange pain he'd no longer thought himself capable of feeling. Despite telling himself that playing with hypotheticals was stupid, that there was no point in questioning what his life would have been like if he'd had some family growing up, he couldn't help but mourn what he'd never known. And being in the place where his ancestors had grown up, learning the specialties of the Uzumaki clan, was making it very difficult to separate logic from emotion. Maybe this was why people like Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were able to, obliviously, stay in the Hidden Leaf and live their lives like normal people, he mused. They had support from their clans, a continuous stream of techniques, ideologies, and history that kept them tied to their home. He was brought out of his reverie as a creak sounded out underfoot. What is it? Don't know, Naruto replied, kneeling down to examine the floor. With some minor wind manipulation, the area was cleared of dust. He knocked on the wood, noting where it sounded hollow. There's something here. Another burst of wind chakra had the trapdoor broken into splinters, revealing a human-sized hole that led into the distance. White Zetsu leaned over the opening. Ooh, secret entrance. What's down there? Dunno. He leapt to the subfloor, his tutor following after a pause. From what little light shone through the open door above them, the walls looked to be made of compacted earth, unlit sconces lining the tunnel. Just as Naruto was wishing he had some sort of fire technique, or at least matches, to light the way, bioluminescent fungi grew from the walls, glowing a dim green. He looked behind him to find White Zetsu with his hand against the wall. Got your back, Naruto-kun. Thanks. They followed the tunnel in silence for several minutes, but whatever Naruto was expecting when they reached their destination, it wasn't the catacomb that awaited them. Tunnels spread out from the underground cavern like the threads of a spider's web, reaching out into the void with no end in sight. Ugh, this'll take forever to walk. He summoned a number of shadow clones equal to the pathways ahead and sent them out, walking around the outer edge of the catacomb as they explored the individual tunnels. The place was just as void of information as it had appeared at first glance. While the dim light of the bioluminescent fungi didn't illuminate much, there didn't appear to be any sort of seals etched upon the hard earth, as he might have expected from the Fuinjutsu-savvy Uzumaki clan, nor any other sort of indication that the catacomb was used at all. White Zetsu remained blissfully silent while Naruto paced the chamber, waiting for news from his doppelgangers. Disappointment settled over him as they returned one by one and reported back that each tunnel led to another house, each as unremarkable, dusty, and damaged as the first. One ended in a small, underground lake, his final clone claimed before dispelling, but even that appeared to contain nothing of note. Maybe they used this to escape, Zetsu suggested when the silence between them grew too long. Kusa had something similar. Yeah, makes sense, I guess. Maybe some members of his clan had escaped the devastation wrought upon the village above, but if so, they would be difficult to locate, and potentially as isolated from the clan as he was. He wasn't sure it was worth the hassle, or the hazard, to try and find them. Naruto wasn't sure what he'd expected to find when he'd settled on exploring the ruins of Uzushiogakure, maybe some sort of hidden archive of the Uzumaki that could bestow upon him the clan's legendary proficiency in Fuinjutsu, but it seemed as if such answers didn't exist. Instead, he was left standing in a village that was suffocating him with its emptiness, mocking his orphan status like the mirage of an oasis teased a parched man in the desert. Or maybe that was the ultimate destination to his journey. He'd sought some tether to his clan in an effort to simulate an important aspect of his friends' lives, but would that have really helped him form a connection this far into his life? By now he was past the point of being heavily influenced by others, especially when those others were nothing but ghosts. He'd grown up without family, and it seemed that he would continue to remain unencumbered by it as he pushed forward. Even though a small part of him would always hope for another person he could relate to, biologically speaking. Come on, he told Zetsu, turning around and heading back the way they'd come, I'm done here. LLL. The land of grass appeared to be an idyllic place to settle down. A thick forest with tall bamboo groves and giant flora built the country's eastern border with the land of fire, which tapered off into a grassy savanna with rolling hills as one approached the land of earth to the west through Kusagakure proper. With a large community of plants and a small military presence, it was far safer to remain there than to reside on the outskirts of the land of fire and have to avoid any of Konoha's patrols. Not to mention that the land of grass was a fairly neutral crossroads country that would offer Naruto a variety of potential informants to keep an eye on the world's movements. Assuming, of course, that his plan to create a spy network actually paid off. He continued to crush the flesh of the cornet tree's fruit into a fine powder, careful to keep the coconut, which he'd nabbed from one of whirlpool's surrounding islands, containing it far from his face. The action was nearly mechanical as he repeated the plan for his upcoming test in his head. Through the power of the green sight technique, he could sense a lone shinobi a couple miles away, possibly someone stuck on border watch. With no witnesses nearby, and no other signatures within the next several miles, the man was the perfect target. Dumping the fine white powder into one palm and cupping them together so it couldn't escape while he moved, he melded through the earth and approached the hapless Kusanine. He surfaced silently behind the man and coughed once to announce his presence. Surprised, the grass shinobi whirled on the spot, only to receive a lungful of white powder. His wide-eyed gaze slackened into something dull, arms falling limply by his side. Naruto, tensed and ready to kill him at a moment's notice, relaxed marginally. "Hello, person. What's your name?" "Asama Ken," intoned the man. "What are your skills?" "Doton, Kenjutsu, and I'm learning Suiton to get promoted to Jonin." Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. The man sounded completely uninterested in the conversation, but he was answering in full and providing information that could be deadly in the hands of the enemy. It seemed as if the devil's breath was proving to be as useful as his book had promised. "Let's see, how else can I test you?" "I don't know." "No, I wasn't, never mind." Jump up and down." Ken began to hop in place, bouncing until Naruto felt like he was developing a headache just watching him. Okay, show me 8 fingers. Alright, how about something less mundane, like, hurt yourself? Take a kunai and cut your palm. If, for some strange reason, Ken had been faking everything else, that was likely to be a good test. Genjutsu could often be broken through self-harm, so if the devil's breath was functionally similar, it was important to note whether it could be broken in a similar fashion. He watched with bated breath as the Kusanine withdrew a kunai and slid its edge mechanically across his open palm. Naruto's fingers played with the Sanban held between them, waiting for the potential loss of control, but as the seconds ticked by and Ken remained motionless, euphoria began to mount in his chest. It worked. Yes. Some things are finally going my way. Alright, Ken, let's talk. What can you tell me about Akatsuki's movements in the land of grass? Chapter 24, Nature and Nurture. What traits are inherent, and what can be attributed to the environment in which you're immersed? LLL. Though her eyes were fixed on the group of children playing tag around the jungle gym, Ino's gaze seemed to stare straight through them, fixed on the past. A long time ago, that had been her and Sakura and the rest of their friends, carefree and ignorant of how quickly life changed. She felt aged beyond 18, and now wished that she could go back to a decade before, when life had been so much simpler. She was drawn from her reverie by a presence taking up the spot beside her. Tenten smiled at her when she turned to see who her companion was, the brunette's elbows resting on the bench's back. "Hey," Tenten greeted, and Ino was grateful that the older Kunoichi kept her voice soft. "Hey. What brings you by?" Tenten shrugged. "Just got back from a mission. Saw you sitting here and thought you might want some company." "Age-appropriate company," she amended, brown eyes flitting from the blonde to the playing children and then back again. "Especially since today's." "I know." Tenten fell silent at Ino's curt interjection, waiting until the younger woman seemed to settle herself again before quietly apologizing. "Sorry. I miss him, too, you know." "Yeah, I know. Sorry. It's just..." she sighed. "Everything." She rubbed her forehead with one hand, hoping it would alleviate her ails. "Hard to believe he's been gone a year." "More than that," Tenten murmured, though she made sure not to let her companion hear. Naruto's status as killed in action and the ceremony honoring him at the memorial stone had taken place a year ago, but it had taken a couple of months for his status to go from active to MIA to Kia. Ino probably didn't need that reminder, though, she seemed stressed enough as it was. "Did you want to see him?" Ino sighed again, and this time the breath that came out seemed like it carried the weight of the world with it. She smiled wryly at the weapons specialist. "I guess we should, huh?" Her gaze fell to her lap for a moment, contemplative, before saying, "All right," and standing with a groan of effort. "You're really milking this whole thing," Tenten observed wryly, standing up beside the blonde. Ino snorted with a sudden bout of good humor. "You have no idea." Tenten's laughter echoed out a moment later. Pun totally unintended, she managed between breaths. She threw one arm around the younger Kunoichi's neck and led her away to the memorial stone. "But maybe we could all use a little more laughter, especially on a day like today. LLL. With the sun shining down and nothing surrounding him but blissful silence disturbed only by the wind rustling the tall grass, Naruto felt at peace. The grassy knoll he sat cross-legged upon was somewhere in the land of grass-lush countryside, in an area far removed from any cities, so he could meditate without any fear of interruption. Meditating was a loose term for what he was doing. The quiet helped him focus on expanding the range of his green sight technique. Even though he had the beginnings of a spy network set up to keep tabs on Akatsuki's movements, and thus avoid them, the blonde's own bread and butter came from surprise attacks. He didn't want to fall victim to his own methodologies again, especially since he knew how potent they could be. There was a flicker of chakra at the edge of his senses 5 miles away. Blonde eyebrows furrowed over closed eyes, he would recognize that mishmash of humanity and nothingness anywhere. The real question he'd never been able to answer was why Zetsu's chakra appeared like that to his green sight technique, when everyone else's was so normal. Your stupidity is astounding. Especially considering how methodical you are. The sun and wind faded away to be replaced by the dank cold of the Kyuubi's prison. You're not making any friends here. Not all alliances need to be built on friendship. Many are built out of necessity. Case in point. Naruto shrugged. Fair enough. Did you have something more meaningful to share, or can I get back to work? The Kyuubi rolled his eyes, then said, I've come to offer you power. I'm not using your power anymore. Akatsuki. The Kyuubi's paws slammed against the bars of his cell, sending ripples of water out from the shockwave. Naruto jumped at the impact, taking a step away from the Biju, his train of thought lost amid the clatter. I've noticed, he bellowed. It's been over a year since your battle with the Yanbi Jinchuriki. Did you think I was unaware that you haven't drawn on my chakra since that time? Your trepidation is nearly palpable. They have a guy who can track Jinchuriki who used the Biju's power. Naruto shouted back, now more angry than intimidated. Your power. And you think I'm just gonna take you up on this offer and give myself away? I'm safe right now. You're delusional, snarled the fox, if you think you're safe the way you are now. Desperation breeds ingenuity. Akatsuki will find you, and they will kill you, which will be my end. And that is unacceptable. Are you only motivated by self-preservation? Aren't you? The Kyuubi shot back. That is the core tenet of our partnership, is it not? Naruto remained silent, unwilling to grant the demon the satisfaction of admitting he had a point. The power I wish to share with you is not my own. Huh? What do you know that I don't? Plenty, but that is beside the point. In this particular instance, senjutsu. What the hell is senjutsu? The Kyuubi settled down in his prison and laid his head over his crossed paws. Senjutsu is only one of the powers used by the Rikudo Sennin. It is the manipulation of natural energy, which is infinitely more powerful than the pathetic ninjutsu used by you humans. Naruto crossed his arms and scowled at the slight, but didn't rise to the bait. What's natural energy? And if it's so powerful, why don't more people use it? Simple. It is beyond the breadth of most humans to understand. And you think I'm different? The Kyuubi's muzzle pulled back to reveal sharp, white teeth. Naruto didn't find the gesture reassuring. The fox's amusement often came at his own mockery. Not especially. But you have an advantage in me. At Naruto's raised eyebrow, the demon let out an aggravated huff of air. The Bij, he explained with the slowness of talking to a toddler, are constructs of natural energy. Silence. As it so happens, you managed to stumble upon the secrets of natural energy some time ago, but have merely dabbled in it up to this point. Wait, what? Silence. One more interruption. He threatened. Annoyed as he was, Naruto knew not to push the demon's buttons. He raised his hands to shoulder height in a gesture of acquiescence, and the fox continued, good. Now, natural energy is present in the air and the earth, in essentially all components of the natural world. You don't even realize the extent to which you use it. Your plant-based jutsu, your sensing abilities, yes? Naruto lowered his questioning hand, pressing past the testiness in the Biju's voice. Sorry, you're saying I've been using natural energy this whole time? That's how I created Midori Shiryoku no Jutsu. Yes and no. As I was saying, your jutsu have a basis in utilizing natural energy because natural energy connects the media through which you channel your chakra, but your chakra is still the active component. You could consider the natural world through which you use your jutsu as a conduit for your own chakra, and the natural chakra present there strengthens your jutsu. Your teacher, the vegetable, he is an amalgam of humanity and the natural world, so when you attempt to sense him, the natural energy present in the plant networks you use senses only the human aspects of him, not the natural aspects. Ooh, that explains why Zetsu always looks so weird to Midori Shiryoku no Jutsu. Naruto wasn't sure he fully understood what the Kyuubi was saying, but from what he could understand, he at least had an explanation as to the anomaly that was his mentor. Now, senjutsu is performed by wielding natural energy as the chakra source instead of the mixture of physical and spiritual energies humans utilize. As it isn't limited by physicality or willpower, which waxes and wanes with time and emotional imbalances, it isn't subject to the same constraints as jutsu performed by human chakra, and thus is exponentially more potent. Do you remember how my chakra increased the growth of your plants against the Akatsuki woman? That is but a glimpse of the power of what senjutsu can do. Hold on then. If using natural energy is like using your chakra, and Kisame can sense your chakra, how is learning senjutsu going to help me at all? He'll still be able to track me. The chakra you take from me is impure because of how I was sealed. It retains some quality of natural energy, but as I am not whole, neither is my chakra stable. Nor do you humans know how to utilize the chakra of the Biju in its purest form, even when calling upon it as a Jinchuriki. The senjutsu I am proposing for you to learn would be similar to how the vegetable uses it. It would be undetectable by any form of conventional sensing. Seems pretty powerful. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Why are you sharing this with me? You have no reason to help me without getting something in return, and this doesn't seem to do anything for you. At least before you thought you could break the seal if I kept using your chakra. There will come a time when your current skills are not enough, and your principled stubbornness to not use my chakra will get you killed. This is unavoidable, your machinations are not foolproof, and they will eventually fail you. Such is the folly of humankind. As I refuse to let that happen, and you're too stupid to see the benefit of my strength, I must make certain concessions to preserve my own life. Well, thanks then, I guess. So, how do I learn senjutsu? The Kyuubi chuckled, a deep sound of amusement that reminded Naruto far too much of his tutor's dark side. You practice self-reliance and yet think I'm going to simply impart upon you the secrets of senjutsu? Your audacity is astounding. He closed his eyes in a gesture of dismissal. Even if I did know how to teach a human to utilize natural energy, it would be hypocritical to do so, given your philosophy. There is time yet for you to learn. Enjoy the training. Naruto scowled at the beast's mocking lilt, but didn't offer a parting remark as he transitioned back to the real world. The Kyuubi would likely find his annoyance even more amusing. Hey, Zetsu, he greeted as the plant man's head surfaced in front of him. Have you ever heard of senjutsu? Senjutsu? What's that? Never mind. Assuming what the fox had told him was correct, learning senjutsu would be a great boon to his repertoire. But if the Kyuubi wasn't willing to teach him, and Zetsu, who apparently utilized natural energy without even being aware of it, couldn't teach him, how was he supposed to learn such a useful skill? At least when he'd been studying plants, poisons, weapons, and elemental ninjutsu, he'd had a basis for his training, a foundation from which he'd learned and built from. He'd had guidance in the forms of Zetsu, Tenten, and Asuma, whose knowledge he'd soaked up and then manipulated to his own style. But here? All he could say was that he now knew natural energy existed, and that he'd sort of been making use of it for some time. Naruto heaved a tired sigh, his peaceful meditation broken. This'll take a while. LLL. Son of a bitch. Oh, it must not be going well. What gave it away? Naruto unleashed a burst of wind that raised the tall grove of bamboo he stood in to waist height. Arg. I'm starting to think natural energy is a bunch of bullshit. Damn, Kyuubi's probably just laughing his stupid ass off. Your frustration is quite amusing. Couldn't you see for yourself? Yeah, frickin' hilarious, he muttered. Like I want to talk to him, giant jackass. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't know about natural energy at all. Big whoop, Naruto groused. Like I've made any progress since I learned about it. After 2 months of trying to channel natural energy, the blonde was on the verge of a mental breakdown. It was one thing to not see the results he wanted as quickly as he would have liked, like when he'd originally started to learn to throw Sanban or use wind ninjutsu, but at least in those areas he'd been able to make visible progress and slowly build to something. Plus, he'd had people already better than him to catch up to and prove that progress could be made. Here, it seemed more likely that he was being played for a fool. No progress, no teacher, no evidence at all that the fox was telling the truth. Aside from Zetsu. Naruto sighed, letting his head loll backwards and closing his eyes to the tiny beam of sunlight that shone upon his face. Natural energy explained too much of the unnatural phenomenon that was the renegade plant man, from his sporadic chakra pattern to the ease with which he manipulated green matter. That Zetsu wasn't even aware of the fact that that's how he was doing it was even more frustrating. Even when he'd told his mentor about it in more depth, Zetsu hadn't been able to offer anything more helpful than, oh, and, how interesting. The situation was maddening. A break was in order. Using the attack prevention technique to travel through the earth, he eventually resurfaced in a hollowed-out burrow beneath one of the land of grass overgrown hillsides. Settling himself down under a hole he'd created for venting smoke to the outside, the blonde pulled out his sealing scroll and unraveled it, applying chakra to summon small squares of yellow paper and stalks of hops and lavender stored within. The jars he'd carried around while in Konoha had always felt cumbersome, but now that he was on the run, their weight felt magnified. And even though he had the poison mist technique at his disposal, it felt awkward to not keep his usual array of poisonous liquids and gases on his person in some form. As a result, he'd had an enlightening conversation with a passing Sunanin, who, courtesy of the Devil's Breath, had divulged some of the secrets to the Hidden Sands puppetry-based tricks. And, ironically, the solution to his problem came down to a skill that should have been near and dear to him, sealing. To fit such a multitude of weapons inside a puppet's body, seals, not altogether dissimilar from the standard storage seals 1010 was so fond of, were used. And to successfully use gaseous poisons, Tsunanine sealed the vapors into breakable pellets that were timed to release their contents upon impact. Naruto didn't have access to such pellets, though he supposed he could get them if he so desired, but he didn't need them. As he was activating the poison bombs by hand rather than through a puppet, he could use his own chakra as the trigger, similar to an exploding tag, rather than simply relying on an impact that would break the bomb's shell. As a result, he merely needed a basis for the seal that held the poisons, and a tweak to whatever timing matrix was built into it. Fortunately, the Tsunanine he'd conversed with had been more than willing to hand over a sample, and the blonde had continued to marvel at the power of the Devil's Breath powder, and after some searching, he'd managed to find a vendor in Kusagakure competent enough in Fuinjutsu to make the modifications required. He'd thought about creating the seals himself. After all, it would have given him the connection to his clan that he'd so desired, but without any real sealing expertise, the process would have been arduous and time-consuming. Fuinjutsu, according to the vendor he'd talked with, was an art form that required paying attention to every minute detail, and Naruto's patience was already being used up on trying to understand natural energy. Using a match, he lit a small fire and threw the hops and lavender into it. Naruto caught the resulting smoke in a small bubble of wind chakra, expanding his elemental manipulation as the hops eventually turned to ash. When that was done, he picked up one of the yellow squares and held it up against the sphere of wind. With a small application of chakra, the smoke inside slowly filtered into the seal-inscribed paper, which wrapped itself into an inch-sized sphere after several seconds. Naruto repeated those motions with the additional papers until his knockout gas was completely gone from the wind bubble. A dozen yellow spheres lay around him as evidence of his work. Now that that's done. Naruto flinched and hurled a sunban at the wall, where Zetsu's head was watching him from several feet up. What the hell, Zetsu? You scared the crap out of me. But we've been here the whole time. Don't say you forgot about us. I thought you left. Don't you normally have better things to do than annoy and terrify you? Not really. Fantastic, Naruto grumbled. He could feel Zetsu's yellow eyes watching him as he puttered about his makeshift home, tidying up his mess to draw his mind away from his frustrations. Scooping up the poison bombs, he dropped them in a small bowl for safekeeping and waited for his mentor to speak. Zetsu never stayed around if he didn't have something to say. What's your next move? Are you gonna give up? The blonde scowled to himself. With his back turned, the gesture went unnoticed by his tutor. No. I don't trust the QB, but it's not like he said anything untrue so far. He's motivated by self-interest, so hurting me in the long run just hurts him. He's like you, but more invested in my life than you are. Oh, Naruto-kun, you make it sound like we don't care about you. I don't. Naruto allowed himself to smirk in amusement. Actions speak louder, Zetsu. You wouldn't hang around if you didn't care at least a little. There was a deep grunt, followed by a brief titter from White Zetsu. If the plant man's darker half had any visible facial features, the blonde was sure his mouth would be twisted into a scowl. Well played, child. The Jinchuriki felt his mentor's chakra slip back through the earth, tracing it as he zipped through the ground until he was out of range of the green sight technique. Until next time, he murmured to the empty room. LLL. Arg. He could hear White Zetsu's voice asking what was wrong, and Black Zetsu reply with something mockingly sarcastic, but since the plant man wasn't actually around, the fact that he could so accurately predict his mentor's commentary based on sheer memory only furthered to sour his mood. Dick. Frustrated with his continued lack of progress with natural energy, he laid backwards in the foot-high grass and pillowed his hands behind his head. Blue eyes squinted into the sun and eventually closed against the harsh light. It was so peaceful in the outdoors, with the breeze whistling through the grass the only sound around, he could easily see why Shikamaru loved to spend his free time looking up at the clouds. Thanks to Akatsuki, Naruto didn't find the sight of the clouds all that comforting anymore, so instead he let his mind wander, relaxing into the embrace of the surrounding weeds. Maybe I should get a new home. His hovel, if it could be called that, wasn't terrible, but when compared to how he'd lived in Konoha, the blonde knew that continuing to rough it in the wilderness wasn't what he wanted, even if it did keep him out of the public eye. There were too many amenities he missed, not to mention the stability of having a place where he could prepare his poisons in a more conventional way. He released a calming breath as a vision formed before his closed eyes. Plants would invade every corner of his home so that he had access to whatever he wanted when he wanted it. With any luck, he could learn to manipulate the growth cycles of some of the flora too large for the standard apartment, creating miniatures of the manchineel and cornet trees for convenience. That, after all, was how the bonsai art form had come about, right? They would also serve as a defense in case of emergency. His traveling through the lands of wind and earth had reinforced the point that he should always be prepared for the unexpected, and if he was to be attacked on his home turf, he wanted to be in the most advantageous position possible. Vines, he pictured, and other dangerous plants he could use to incapacitate and restrain any enemies that found him, like the Gimpy. And maybe, if he was lucky, a small garden of his own making, filled with green life that had nothing to do with battle. Plants that made him happy to care for, made him feel like there was more to life than living in fear and waiting for the inevitable kill or be killed fight. So you can achieve it, interesting. Naruto opened his eyes at the Kyuubi's interjection, an annoyed expression that felt strangely misplaced twisting his features. He wanted to snap at the fox and challenge the Biju's amused cynicism, but a feeling of peace that flowed through his body, following the blood in his veins, tempered the instinct. The sun, which before had been bright and nearly overwhelming, now pulsed with a life-giving warmth. He could sense a boundless energy emanating through him from above, not dissimilar to adrenaline, but instead of being spawned from excitement or fear, it merely resonated a deep calm. Around him thrummed the energy comprising the grass, and even further out, he could sense a vaster power hidden in the land of grass forest. He marveled at the sensory input, noting the collection of human chakra signatures a dozen miles out on the edge of his mental periphery. So far, way further than Midori Shiryoku no Jutsu. I told you natural energy was power, those markings. The warmth of the sun was replaced by the dankness of the Kyuubi's prison, the fox's lips pulled back in a snarl of hatred to reveal too many sharp teeth. Naruto took an instinctive step backwards, unused to dealing with the Biju's naked hatred. How did you tap into his power? Whose power? What are you talking about? He looked down into the water at his feet, staring at his own rippling reflection and trying to see what had stirred the Kyuubi's ire. Even in the dim, yellowish light, the markings the fox spoke of were hard to miss, a circle in the center of his forehead, with a single dot inside it, shadowy lines rimming his eyes much like Gaara's, thicker lines trailing from the inside corners of his eyes out to his ears, and two more short, curved tear tracks on either side of his nose. What the? The Kyuubi huffed a deep, annoyed breath. Of course, he muttered, his low undertones still managing to rumble clearly throughout his prison. Why would you know? Stupid. Those markings are the same ones which decorated Senju Hashirama when he used senjutsu. Naruto furrowed his brow. The Shodai? You're saying I have the same power as the Shodai? The Kyuubi seemed to lose whatever trepidation the markings had initially caused, settling his head upon his overlapped paws and closing his eyes in a careless gesture. Who knows? The possibility exists, though you're less intimidating than him by far. After a moment, he opened one eye, observing Naruto, who seemed to be frowning at his reflection, dissecting his facial markings, before closing it again and musing. Senjutsu takes many different forms, depending upon what aspect of the natural world is drawn upon. Given your particular skill set, I suppose it makes sense that you would utilize the same or a similar vein of natural energy as Hashirama. Only through practice will you determine to what extent your power copies his. Yeah, thanks. The sun's warmth returned with all the suddenness of a lightning strike, and the brightness was such a stark contrast to the Kyuubi's prison, magnified by the natural energy coursing through his body, that he couldn't help but shut his eyes. Ah, shit. He could hear the Kyuubi's sadistic laughter in the back of his head as colored spots danced behind his eyelids. Stupid, son of a, he snarled, angry at his temporary blindness. Then he heaved a long sigh. Let it go, Naruto. Just focus. Another deep breath. While his eyes remained closed, he focused on easing the tension from his body, letting his muscles go slack and allowing his body to mold back into the grass. The sun's radiant heat helped him relax, a pleasant pulse that seemed to beat in time with his heart. It revitalized him, filling him with a strength and peace of mind he hadn't felt since he'd been too naive to recognize his own weakness and the threats facing him. He focused on the feel of the natural energy now that he knew it was there, tentatively exploring the surroundings with enhanced senses. Even after wielding nature as a weapon for years, he'd never felt such a connection to plant life before. Once again, he focused on his sensory abilities, marveling at the updated range of the green sight technique. There was a squadron of 4 shinobi about 12 miles out, 3 were standing on the ground, feet tangled in grass that reached knee-high, the 4th was crouched in a large redwood tree 30 feet above ground, one knee in contact with a branch. It seemed that everything not comprised of natural energy was lit up like a flare in his sensory perception. The chakra of the faraway shinobi appeared bright blue to his vision, a stark contrast to the emerald green of the trees and vines and grass. He followed their movements as the person in the tree stood up, the remaining 3 ninja leaping to join their companion on the high ground and taking off into the distance. Blue eyes opened slowly after the quartet left the range of the green sight technique, Naruto leveraging himself to his feet and stretching towards the sun. What else can I do? He took several steps and noticed that the sun's warmth immediately felt more muted, that the surrounding grass no longer seemed to lend him its strength. A brief activation of the Midori Shiryoku showed him nothing of interest within 5 miles, and he cursed at the reduced sensory input. Damn it all. Naruto sat back down, closed his eyes, and took several deep breaths in an attempt to quell his anger. Time seemed to stretch as he sharpened his focus on how natural energy had felt, trying to push aside the irritation that accompanied failure. He eventually fell into a light doze, and only the trickle of serene, vibrant energy flowing through him shook him from his rest. An easy breath escaped his lungs through lips lifted in a minuscule smile, relief that his one success hadn't just been a fluke flooding his body alongside the natural energy. Slowly opening his eyes so as to not be blinded by the sun, the blonde marveled at the greenery around him, at the limitless strength at his fingertips. Tentatively manipulating the grass' natural energy, afraid of losing his tenuous grasp on it, Naruto carefully performed the seals for the spring's growth technique. Grow, he urged mentally as his fingers came together in the final seal. All the grass in a 100-foot radius surrounding him sprouted to 7 feet high in an instant. A nearby rabbit lay prone on a cushion of green, skewered by leaves as suddenly sharp as a sword. Naruto gaped. This is awesome. My new weapon, this might just do the trick. LLL. Naruto's stillness was matched only by the nights, the dead air of the land of grass summer a quiet companion. Much like the surrounding plant life, the blonde was relaxed, the thrumming energy the sun provided muted in the presence in the moon. Mastering natural energy, though the renegade doubted he'd achieved as such, his strides in harnessing it notwithstanding, had been as arduous a process as discovering its existence. Natural energy, as he'd found out over the course of months and months and months, was finicky. Naruto had yet to figure out if it was some aspect of natural energy itself, or if it was just because he was used to using what he'd now come to think of as human chakra for his techniques, and the switch was simply challenging, like undoing years of muscle memory. The two energy types were vastly different, and after becoming familiar with natural energy, he could only think of describing human chakra as artificial. And that had been the problem, or at least a giant stumbling block in learning senjutsu. He'd started out trying so hard to utilize natural energy through his own chakra that he hadn't realized how poorly the two melded together. It worked in a way, because using the two in tandem had been how he'd unknowingly used the spring's growth technique and manipulated flora previously, but the efficiency loss was massive. Not to mention that plants simply didn't like being fed artificial, human chakra. He couldn't force nature to work for him, he had to, as zen as it sounded, become one with the greenery. That had been the key to opening up the new world of opportunity that now lay before him. There. 8 miles out, kneeling down and picking mushrooms, a steady pulse of human chakra. At least the last 2 nights hadn't been in vain, he mused, sinking into the ground and traveling languidly towards his target. According to one of his sources, Koizumi Iwana was a renegade chunin from Kirigakure who'd been spotted skulking around the big gambling cities making a nuisance of himself. He was the perfect opportunity for the blonde to sink his teeth into and test how combat-ready his senjutsu skills were, especially at night, when the surrounding natural energy was weaker due to lack of sunlight. Naruto made sure to keep the city of Tateyama to his east as he moved through the underground, knowing that the urban jungle put his senjutsu abilities at a severe disadvantage if Iwana somehow managed to escape him. He paused in his stalking as a flicker of chakra brushed against his senses some 6 miles to the south. What was that? Focusing his senses on the source only revealed some cattails on the shore of a burbling stream that he'd noted running through the area, but no human chakra. In the distance, Iwana straightened, his chakra suddenly roiling. Naruto sensed him jump into the canopy and head towards Tateyama. Cursing whatever had spooked the man, the blonde rushed to intercept the Nukanin's path, maintaining a bead on his location with his new and improved green sight technique. He quickly overtook the fleeing Nukanin, rising from the earth and manipulating the trees to drop their leaves in a furious blockade. What the? Iwana managed, before spying the blonde. You're not the Oinin. Oinin? Like Haku? With the man's face almost completely hidden beneath a head covering, it was hard to judge his surprise. His arrogance, however, was nearly palpable in his voice. Doesn't matter. Can't catch what you can't see. And before the blonde's eyes, the mist renegade disappeared. Naruto smirked. I still see you, stupid. Thanks to the green sight technique now using natural energy, Iwana's human chakra shone like a blue beacon against the forest's emerald aura. With the dwindling natural energy remaining in his leafy barricade, he directed the leaves to surround the chunin. Then, in a move admittedly inspired by Conan's paper-based ninjutsu, the foliage converged, slicing through the man with razor-sharp edges. There was a brief scream before Iwana's body became visible, dull-colored clothes shredded by innumerable cuts and stained dark with blood. Naruto stared at his own hands for a moment, marveling at the combative potential and ease with which he'd wielded it. Awesome, if only, shit. The flicker of chakra had returned, although this time it took the shape of an actual person climbing from the stream not 50 feet behind him. He whirled and expelled a burst of wind chakra from his palms, scattering the sunban aimed for his neck. Silence reigned as the blonde stared into the porcelain mask of the hidden mist's hunter Nin, refocusing his broken concentration on the surrounding flora as the mist shinobi finished melding out of the stream. Mizugakure no Jutsu. That, at least, explained why he hadn't sensed another presence. The Oinin had likely traveled in the stream, only briefly appearing in his sight when he'd brushed against the cattails. That body belongs to Kirigakure, spoke the Oinin, nodding towards Iwana's corpse. She, Naruto corrected. While the loose, striped clothing and hidden features gave nothing away, the Oinin's voice held a distinctly feminine lilt. Demanding, too, he mused, identifying the statement as a warning to back off. History had instilled in him a distrust of Oinin, fake though Haku had likely been, and that paranoia was not helped by the unprovoked attack this Kirin had launched at him. With any luck, the night hid the dark markings of his sage powers returning to him. He moved aside, resting one hand against a tree trunk and gesturing with another at the corpse. By all means. The Oinin body flickered to Iwana's form, Naruto tracking her chakra every step of the way. She knelt down and appeared to confirm the death before standing back up. Naruto ripped the moss from the tree trunk and used it as a shield against the blast of water that came from the Kirin. Never trust a solo Oinin. He yelled mentally, focusing on the natural energy of the moss in his hands to suck up the moisture. The plant life absorbed it greedily, growing more expansive as it did so. When the deluge stopped, Naruto dropped his hold on the moss, mentally promising to return it to its rightful place. Once again, he and the Oinin stared each other down, blue eyes taking note of the short sword, a wakizashi, his training with Tenten identified, now gripped in her hands. He reached for the natural energy in the trees beside her, summoning silent vines that looped around her wrists and neck and hoisted her high. The wakizashi dropped, but two quick one-handed seals had the vines grasping at a substituted piece of bamboo instead of flesh. Naruto dove forward in a handspring, away from the Oinin's jab at his spine, the grass around his hands lancing towards his assailant mid-flip. She leaped backwards to avoid the sharp flora, melding back into the stream and disappearing from view. Naruto scoured the bank of the stream for any sign of the likely fake hunter Nin, but the hiding in water technique appeared seamless. He stretched the few cattails that lined the banks to their limit, attempting to sense the kunoichi with the green sight technique, but could only detect her spreading her chakra throughout the water. A brief frown twisted his lips. Still some problems, huh? Natural energy was incredibly powerful, but it definitely had its limits, or at least some kinks to iron out and work on. Just because he could feel artificial chakra that touched greenery didn't mean that he knew how it was being used. But then, that was the whole purpose of this experiment, wasn't it? The stream suddenly rose up in a wave, the Kirin riding its crest as it crashed down over the blonde's position. Naruto backpedaled quickly, once again activating the absorptive properties of the surrounding moss even as he noted it wouldn't be enough. He fought the urge to disconnect from the gathered natural energy and simply throw out a wind technique to end the fight. Gotta finish this test run. As he moved, he dug into the pouch at his back, throwing a handful of sunflower seeds at the incoming water. Senpo, Tain Bakudan. Explosions dispersed the wave as the natural energy stored inside the seeds burst. The Oinin tumbled for an instant before finding stability and landing beside her discarded wakizashi. She grabbed it and charged Naruto, who blocked with the piece of broken bamboo she'd used as her earlier substitution. He thought he heard the Kirin snort behind her mask as their weapons clashed. Yeah, laugh it up. The thing about bamboo was that it grew fast. For a plant, anyway. But fast enough that, in the olden days, interrogators used to place it under the fingernails of potential informants and simply wait for it to grow and cause excruciating pain to get the answers they sought. Combining that natural growth with the potential growth accessible via senjutsu gave the blonde all sorts of ideas. Naruto activated the Shinra Bancho, sinking into the ground to his waist and surprising the Oinin. Her thrust left her overextended, and he immediately took advantage of her situation by jabbing the bamboo into her stomach. Senpo, Sashiki no Jutsu. The bamboo branch pierced the Oinin and appeared to simply grow through her, for blood-stained stakes erupting from her back. She hacked up even more blood, the thick fluid landing on his head and streaming through his blonde hair to his face. Ugh! Are you kidding me? He pushed forward on the Kirinine's dead weight, letting her fall backwards only to be propped up awkwardly on the branches of the sage art, cutting technique. Stupid. Grumbled the blonde at nothing in particular, deactivating the attack prevention technique and running a hand through his hair. He brought his hand down and held it close to his face, simply staring at the blood staining it for a long moment, mind a-whirl with too many thoughts. Then, slowly, he curled his fingers into a fist, blue eyes taking in the view of the damage his technique had caused and the power now at his disposal. Yeah, that'll do.